know I did you so wrong, but I'm here now. I know that it's been too long, but I'm here now. Can't tell you where I've been, but I'm here now. Don't believe it till you see it, but I'm here now. Here now. Honestly, it's killing me. You know it's never easy. Never made it easy, so just go, go, go. All the time. On and on and back and forth, rocking like a cradle. Rocking like a cradle. Just go, go, go. All the time. Time can change so many things when you're leaving. Pills can take away the pain, but not the feeling. Can't take you where I've been, but I'm here now. You won't believe it till you see it, but I'm here now. Here now. Honestly, it's killing me. You know it's never easy. Never made it easy, so just go, go, go. All the time. On and back and forth, rocking like a cradle. Rocking like a cradle. Just go, go, go. All the time. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. Here now. I'm on a long road in a dark night with no stars and a pitch black sky. I look to you, but you're never near. I speak your name, but you're never here. I keep on searching for a sign that you're still out there, still alive. Under the dancing northern light, are you still lost out here tonight? Can you hear me? Are you out there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I keep on searching for a sign that you're still out there, still alive. Under the dancing northern light, are you still lost out here tonight? Under a red moon on a cold night, I walk fast and I hold my line. I shout your name, but you're nowhere near. I tell myself that you must be here. I keep on searching for a sign that you're still out there, still alive. Under the dancing northern light, are you still lost out here tonight? Can you hear me? Are you out there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you come back, yeah, I swear I'll be the greatest thing that you've ever seen. I'll listen more and I'll talk much less. I'll give you everything you expect. If you come back, yeah, I swear I'll try. I'll wear nice clothes and I'll never lie. I'll be a solid, steady rock. I'll put my phone down when we talk. Can you hear me? Are you out there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I keep on searching for a sign that you're still out there, still alive. Under the dancing northern lights, are you still lost out here tonight?
It's been a while since I was right. We were driving on through the night, feeling close to the angels, just you and the stars by my side. Sleeping outside on the rooftop, there was nothing to do, just watching the lights up there. Now the time has run away, and we're caught in our daily lives. But I dream about these old days, and I wish you'd be by my side. But I feel we can fly high like birds. Fly like birds. We fly like birds. Fly like birds. We fly like birds. Do you still remember that one song? We made love to it all night long, and I got so crazy about your crazy way you were singing along. Stealing drinks from the lake shore, I said we shouldn't do that, but you just took my hand. Now the years have gone by, and we're caught in our daily lives. But I still think of these old days, and I wish you'd be by my side. And I feel we can fly high like birds. Fly like birds. We fly like birds. Fly like birds. But I will take you to the best club, take you on the rooftop, baby, we can make love. Girl, you're so beautiful, you seem so untouchable. And baby, I will be your lover, let it all recover. We will find another love, cause you're so beautiful. Together we're untouchable. We fly like birds. We fly like birds. Fly like birds. We fly like birds. Took nothing to snatch me up, like some kind of magic touch. Your charm hit me like a punch, and I didn't see it coming. No, I didn't see it coming. You were my devil in disguise, hidden behind blue eyes. You're my Trojan. You were the sweetest of white lies, the truth I had to fight, that broken and broken. One glance to draw me in, and 12 months to break you off. One dance to pull me in, and 12 months to break you off. Oh, 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 oh. 12 months to break you off. Oh, 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 oh. 12 months to break you off. You got this too easily. Yeah, put a lure out and I felt too deep. Could swear you were a bad, bad dream. Cause I didn't see you coming. No, I never saw you coming. You were my devil in disguise, hidden behind blue eyes. You're my Trojan. You were the sweetest of white lies, the truth I had to fight, that broken and broken. One glance to draw me in, and 12 months to break you off. One dance to pull me in, and 12 months to break you off. Oh, 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 oh. 12 months to break you off. Oh, 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 oh. 12 months to break you off. One glance to draw me in, and 12 months to break you off. One dance to pull me in, and 12 months to break you off.
Calm down. It's so easy for me to say. You're swimming in a pool of pain. So loud. The screams that you sleep, they never fade. When you're conscious, they just wait. But your heart beats so steady, still soul is on fire. Where did you like to get high tonight? When those nightmares take over, your body's so done. You just need to have some fun tonight. Don't you go crazy. Don't you go crazy on me. Don't you go crazy. Don't you go crazy on me. Right on the deals that come me away. Let go and I promise you'll stay. I'm not gonna leave you alone. So don't let them get your body so cold. We just them from the wish that I could fast forward the time, 'cause it's hard to just stand by. One day we'll look back and have a laugh over this and where we're at. I'll show, 'cause your heartbeat's so steady, still your soul is on fire. Where did you like to get high tonight? When those nightmares take over, your body's so done. You just need to have some fun tonight. Don't you go crazy. Don't you go crazy on me. Don't you go crazy. Don't you go crazy on me. Right on the news that comes your way, but let go and I promise you'll stay. I'm not gonna leave you alone. So don't listen, give your body so strong. We got the time, this is all that we're high. I'm not gonna leave you alone. No, I'm not gonna leave you alone. With your heartbeat so steady, still so this all right. Where did you like to get high tonight? No, you're not on your own. When those nightmares take over, your body's so done. You just need to have some fun tonight. I'm not gonna leave you alone, no.
Lying, lying, I've been lying. She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? Lying, lying, I've been lying. She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? 2 a.m. and empty bedding. I lost count of my confessions. I lost count of all my blessings, all these lessons, back and forth in wrong directions, colliding in the intersection, intersecting with the rest of what is left of our connection. Oh, you've been here all along, but now here is gone, gone, gone. Lying, lying, I've been lying. She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? I've been forgetting, I forgot how unforgiving. Now it hit me, you ain't hit and you don't miss me. That's the cost, I'm feeling lost, drowning in this Haagen-Dazs. Heart is beating, floor to ceiling, honesty is all I needed. Oh, you've been here all along, but now here is gone, gone, gone. Lying, lying, I've been lying. She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? Lying, lying, I've been lying. She said, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that?
You're breaking my heart like that. Tell me, is it you? Oh, what's going on like that? Please tell me the truth. I want you to me now, to me now. Tell me about that love. Is everything gone, baby? All you gotta do. You're breaking my heart like that. Tell me, is it you? Oh, what's going on like that? Please tell me the truth. I want you to me now, to me now. Tell me about that love. Is everything gone, baby? All you gotta do. my heart, baby. Tell me, is it you? Oh, what's going on like that? Please tell me the truth. I want you to tell me now, to tell me now. Tell me about that love. Is everything on, baby? All I'm gonna breaking my heart, baby. Tell me, is it you? Oh, what's going on like that? Please tell me the truth. I want you to tell me now, to tell me now. Tell me about that love. Is everything on, baby? All I'm gonna do.
Pour me another glass of champagne. It always tastes the same, but only makes me feel okay. Meet me down in Saint-Tropez. I always get so bored when all the birds come out and play. What if it all goes away?
Don't talk about it.
What if it all ends today?
Don't talk about it.
What if these things aren't worth a thing at all?
Don't talk about it.
Oh, I'm just over it. Oh, and it makes me sick that I always end up being the one that pays, 'cause my heart has expensive taste. See me in the VIP, the golden cage that put me in where nothing is for free. In the presidential suite, it's bigger than your house, but yet there's nowhere to retreat. What if it all goes away?
Don't talk about it.
What if it all ends today?
Don't talk about it.
What if these things aren't worth a thing at all?
Don't talk about it.
Oh, I'm just over it. Oh, and it makes me sick that I always end up being the one that pays, 'cause my heart has expensive taste.
I can always see your smile in the back of my head. From the middle of the road, we can go northeast or southwest. I've been thinking of running for so long, so long. I just needed somebody to help me. Ooh, all I wanted to find you.
So let it all combine into all one, into all one, to all one. All I wanted to find, it was your love, it was your love, it was your love. So let it all combine into all one, into all one, to all one. I can always feel your eyes when you're looking at me. Down the middle of the road, we can drive on, we don't need sleep. Hey. We've been dreaming of running for so long, so long. Now there's nobody here that can tell me not to move on. Cause all I wanted to find, it was your love, it was your love, it was your love. So let it all combine into all one, into all one, to all one. All I wanted to find, it was your love, it was your love, it was your love. So let it all combine into all one, into all one, to all one.
Time, take yours, I'll take mine, and feel the ocean, ride, and hold on, hold on. Can a vision become reality? A solution in the tragedy? Are you gonna wait for it? Are you gonna wait for it? Wait for it. Here, the shadows disappear. The voices are so clear. And hold on, hold on. Can a vision become reality? A solution in the tragedy? Are you gonna wait for it? Are you gonna wait for it? Wait for it. Yo, ahead of me and yo, life's so unpredictable. Ahead of me and yo, oh.
For you, I've been waiting so long. For you, waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you, for you. Waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you. Waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you. Waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you. Waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you. I've been waiting so long. For you. Waiting for you. I've been waiting so long. For you.
Why you gotta be so beautiful, making me afraid to fall in love? Now I'm trying to get you off my mind. So why you gotta be so beautiful? Why you gotta be so beautiful? Don't say no, I'll make a scene. 'Cause in my head we're meant to be. It's not a joke, just how I feel. I'll pinch your arm to show it's real. I would take that leap, but I'm...
Yo, hello, everybody. Welcome to Expand Understanding, to the chat. We are getting started a little bit late tonight. Zach is still doing Zach, so we will just start chatting and see where the night goes. Welcome to the podcast. Welcome to everybody in the chat. So who we got? Start at the top, work our way down. Willow Beavers, first one in the chat. Hello, Willow, and Kala and Arya. And then me acknowledging Willow and Kala and Arya and saying I'm just getting home, scrambling to get set up. We got Charlotte and Jasmine and Zach as Expanded Understanding. Bob Tacular, hello everyone. Nina, I hadn't said Nina yet. Wonderful. Welcome everyone tonight to Expanded Understanding podcast, which is a place for coming together, community come together, have all types of conversations with all types of people. And we are doing lots of projects here also as well to get other people doing different shows. Last night on the show, we had Paula and Kala, and they did a pretty amazing job just doing their thing. So we were talking about, somewhat jokingly, but talking about putting a Paula Kala show together. And shows like that, other segments, different times of the day with different people that we've had on the show, or just different people that want to show their uniqueness, their arts, their skill set, those kind of things. We are getting all that going. We've also got Patreon and GoFundMe set up for one of the last few native indigenous tribes in South America that Zach and Jen know personally and have spent time out there, and that we are supporting them. $900 feeds the village for 2 months. And so we're supporting them, whether you can do one time on a GoFundMe, which would be fantastic, or a Patreon, where a monthly subscription, whereas I am personally doing a donation to that. And that's something that we want to do and are doing here, is to give back into the community, helping out people, and connecting people and helping people and having conversations and having a great time. And I'd like to say, Willow said, "How was your day, Aaron?" Full moon day, lots of emotions, very good, but lots of processing, lots of needing space and time to process and feel, and yeah. So it's good. Made a lot of progress. How was your day, Willow, and everyone else? Anything interesting like to share? Or so this is something, just here to the community, that I would love to do regularly also. So at the beginning of the shows, if people know regularly to bring on, if you have a really cool story from that day or something, I believe Seven Bomar refers to them as honorings, something to share, to honor the community, honor the group, honor, some beautiful encounter you had earlier that day or recently, or, something kind you want to say about someone or something or whatever. So just an honoring to get the energy going in that dynamic and in that way. So let's see. When I was early up, I said, let's see, "Hi, Will. Hi, college." Got home scrambling to get set up. And then Will said, "Hey, Aaron, no rush. We're here all night." That's so cool. What a cool thing. It's like, yeah, no worries. We're chilling in the chat. Be here all night. It's full moon in Scorpio. Is it Scorpio full moon tonight? I mean, I imagine obviously you'd know. Sounds like you'd know. Yeah, full moon Scorpio, 100%. And then it goes into Sagittarius over the next day and a half. Interesting. So my understanding is from the works of Santos Bonacci, when the moon is in your sun sign during those 2 to 3 days, 2.5 to 3 days, that's when you want to be observing fasting or abstaining from sex or those different things, because you're psychophysiological seed that comes from the colostrum in the brain, that comes down and goes down the straight and narrow path down the cerebral spinal fluid and back up. It can take 3 days to cycle through, which will create massive neurogenesis in this body, in the brain, and in the skin suit, if you will. So when your moon is in the sun sign, so it doesn't have to be a full moon, that's just different and amplifies it. But when your moon is in your sun sign, so for me, when the moon is in Aries, those are the ideal days to fast, to spend more time meditating and communicating. And she said, "That doesn't sound like fun." Oh, excuse me. Right. Well, it's just like 2.5 days. So I mean, come on, it's not, man. But whatever. It's not like you have to do it. This is just a thing. This is a template and a framework. You do you, boo boo. Do whatever makes you happy and works for making your life wonderful. It's really what matters. I mean, making your life wonderful. And a lot of that's our own incoherence and the things that hinder us from having a wonderful life because of just our own incongruencies or lack of understanding certain things. And then our life is in loops or patterns and we don't understand why. And then there's a rub because it's not necessarily what we want to do. We don't understand why we can't do what we want to do in society and, all that shit. try to get our lives to a place that they are enjoyable, and for us, like in all areas, we feel like we're satiating our wonder, our expansion, our curiosity, our growth, our love, our family. I don't know, whatever that looks like to you. Whatever is your completes your little inner circle of personal happiness, something like that. So What do you guys want to talk about tonight? We don't have any guests scheduled. Who knows? Someone could always pop on. We got pretty much anyone who comes on the show. Anyone, a lot of people haven't yet. We just reach out really anytime you guys want to pop on. Send us a link. We'll send you, or send us a message. We'll send you a link. Yeah, so the girls are that doesn't sound like fun. Call says funny. Willow, it's super helpful though, and then shit, I'm super helpful sometimes, but helpful. But sometimes girls just want to have fun. Oh, love that. Nina, I see Nina backstage. Nina's gonna come on. Yay! This is going to be great. Okay, so I imagine. Okay, Nina's still getting her phone set up. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go, Nina. Yeah, a nod. You heard me.
Yeah.
There she is. Hi, Nina.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Is it fine?
Yes, I
Cool.
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds great. Wonderful. Okay, now are you the same Nina that was talking to us last night about your oral tradition and oral history in your family?
Yeah. The other night.
Yay. Wonderful. So, who are you, Nina? Where did you come from, and how did you hear about this? And what brings you
Who
to the show
am
tonight?
I? I'm
Yeah.
friends with Aria, and she talks to Zach on Instagram. And I think that's
Oh,
the
cool.
extent of it. Yeah.
All right, that's the connection to here. And then, what brings you on tonight? What are you interested in talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Like Zach said, you guys didn't have anybody, so I was like, I can do it. That's fine. I'm open.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. That makes the whole show. We want more people to be able to just pop on and do that. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
So let's dive right in. Please tell me your understanding of the oral history. I mean, really, you have a platform here. Anything you want to chat and talk about, but if we're going to start big questions, that's a great place to start.
So where did you want to like start exactly? Because
Okay.
there's a
I do
lot.
I do have a good broad frame question, I think. So maybe explain to people, to us, to me, what it's like growing up in your family where oral history actually has major value. Because I didn't grow up in a family like that. I didn't grow up around families like that. It's just kind of what you learn in school, and maybe there's stories of ancestors, but certainly no pretty long alternative world history through your oral tradition. So I love that it sounds like you have that, and would just love to hear how it was growing up with that and what that means to you.
Yeah, so my parents were like the first generation in America. They like moved over here when they were in college. So they're from Iran originally. So I wasn't really raised like American, not knowing it. But and I've also been like raised spiritually from the beginning. So
what did that look like? What were the spiritual practices that your family was involved in?
there were no like practices. My mom was just like very open, and she is also a child psychologist. So
wow,
that was a very
cool.
interesting dynamic. Yeah.
No doubt. Did that work out in your favor, or was your mom always like psychoanalyzing? You're like, Mom, stop it.
Oh, it's like half and half.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Good with the bad.
But like when I first started talking about it, like in high school and stuff, like it's not like she ever gave me any ideas, but whenever I would like come up with something, she'd be like, yeah, that's right.
Cool. Right on.
So that was fun.
So how would you first hear about, differentiating between what you heard in school or what you heard growing up, and then you heard from your parents that it was a different history?
So during like recent history classes, when you learn about like 1970s and like the Iranian Revolution in particular was the first thing that I can remember.
Yeah.
And they like said like one line in a history book, and I asked my mom about it, and she's like, that's not even right at all. It was because of like like the oil companies were doing this and that and this and that, and like it's like shady stuff, because her dad like worked for Exxon, I believe, at the time in Iran. So like, and like BP owned all the oil. There's like some interesting stories she has from that part of the world.
I think we're
so
far
that was
enough
like
removed.
the first inkling I had into like history not being completely as accurate. And so she like told me more about their history and like the things that they know. She has some interesting religious stories too about like Jesus and Muhammad.
Please do tell.
I'm not as good at telling it as she is.
Oh, it's your oral history now, Nina. You got to learn. You're the oral historian now. Here's your platform. Do it.
Sure. There's just so much though.
Oh, you listen. We have like a 3 to 4 hour show, and we've gone longer. You really have the platform. Well, I'll try to help ask questions. You know, if you feel like you're getting stuck or whatever. But please, just share your life. And I would really matter. It means a lot to all of us, I think.
Yeah. Wow.
Hmm.
Is it working?
Oh, it's working. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just tuning in, waiting if you were finding a story or something. But I can ask a question if you like.
Yeah.
Okay. So when's the first time you heard a story from your parents or family that you're like, holy shit, that's not just like interesting, that's like, what the fuck? That's a totally different deal. Like, what'd you say, Grandma? Tell me again.
I don't know. Nothing really just seemed like interesting or out of the blue. Because like even as a child, I wouldn't like take anything people said for granted. So like there's a lot of stuff. I guess like that Jesus like lived after. That's really interesting. You know, like how Muhammad has like banker parents and like syphilis.
Wait, hold on.
There's just so much shit. Like I don't even know where to start. Like with
banker parents and syphilis.
Yeah. So like there's
Wait,
there's a lot
great
of stories.
place to start. Do it. Yeah.
So
we go, okay.
yeah, he comes from like the village he lived in. Like his family comes from like a lineage of like bankers and they like and like accountants, so they like had the money. I don't know, like translating it from Farsi to English is a little difficult.
Sure. That's okay. Well, I think we can put some pieces together. That that totally makes sense with a lot of things for sure. Keep going.
Yeah, and he had like 2 older brothers and then he was the youngest, I believe. And they weren't they didn't like pick up the books as quick as he did. He was like smarter than them. And he figured it out and he God, she tells it so much better.
No, the way you're saying it already is really interesting because there's similar stories with Jesus in the extra biblical texts, right? When he was a child, when he was younger, you don't get in the Bible where you hear that. I mean, you do hear in the Bible, which is interesting. You hear a lot more stories in the other texts, but in the Bible, it says when he was 12, he went back to the temple and that he was teaching the scribes and the Pharisees at 12, that he understood the language, he understood the Kabbalah, the mysteries, the depths of the language way better than them. They were all amazed that he understood it so well. So it makes sense that Muhammad would be a similar dynamic in that way, a similar form of incarnation or similar soul that just has a long soul history and picks that shit up real easy because they're able to bring a message. Like, have you seen the new the Netflix series Messiah?
No, but yeah, my mom was talking about that.
What'd your mom say? Did she like it?
She said it was really good. Yeah, if you want to talk to Jesus, like you want to talk to her. She says she walked with Jesus. So
tell me some of those
in like
stories.
a past life.
We have another question or another request here. So starting with Jesus. So tell us what you've heard from your mom about Jesus.
Wow. So they definitely took him down off of the cross. Like one of the soldiers took him down and they got him and they like snuck him out of the city. And that's why like 3 days later they said they saw him because like somebody probably saw him actually in a city somewhere. And they're like, shit, was that him? And then they like snuck into Europe and I don't know what parts. Like she's so much better at it.
It's all right. Yeah, even these little things.
And like he lived out his life with Mary and they had like 3 kids. Yeah.
Yep, well, it's true. There's a lot of Jesus bloodlines going around. Some have been snuffed out, some have been protected. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and then they say like when he learned everything, he was just like learning from the older religions like across the Middle East, like on his like journey.
Yeah.
East.
Yeah. Well, Arya said Messiah is so good. So I've only seen a few episodes, I think, but the first episode, it's a dude who's like, I don't know if he's like 33, long black hair, and he's Muslim. and it's in a Muslim city, and it's all subtitled because they're speaking in the what? And what's the Muslim? It's not what's the language?
Arabic?
Is that what it is? Arabic, and the Quran's written in Arabic. Is that correct?
I believe so. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not
We
really
don't
sure
speak
either.
Arabic. We speak Farsi, so it's like it's
What?
different.
Okay. As a quick side note. Okay, we'll get into this. I'm curious what
Which is really interesting because
do it.
I Googled it like a few years ago, and you can't
Yeah.
even like find that word. It says it's like the Persian language. I'm like, no, it's called Farsi. Like, why are they even like covering that up?
Really? That's
What?
interesting.
Yeah.
Have you? Okay, so do you speak Farsi as well then?
I don't speak it, I just like understand it. And I
Yeah.
can't read or write it. But like
So
I
from
speak in English to my grandma and then she speaks back in Farsi.
and you understand.
Yeah, and she understands.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you noticed from being able to understand the language and being around it, do you feel like there's different words or concepts that are conveyed a lot better in Farsi than English?
Oh, completely.
Tell
Like
me.
English like doesn't even have some words for things. Like
Tell me.
even just like simple things like when your cat like you haven't seen him for a long time and he's like hiding in
Yeah.
a corner and like mad at you and they like look at you and then they're like I don't want to talk to you but I do want to talk to you. Like we have a word for that.
What is it?
It doesn't like translate right. It sounds like it's like pouting or like but not really. It like doesn't
No, but the
I don't
concept you
know.
conveyed is perfect. What's the
Yeah.
word you use?
I'm not good at pronouncing it.
Well, it's gonna sound amazing to us. We all speak dumb English and maybe some other languages.
Oh
What's
no.
Farsi sound
I'm
like?
not even
Yeah,
gonna
try it.
try. I'm like I've never like spoken Farsi in my life. No way.
Ooh, here's what we can do because we've got this whole multimedia platform. I'm gonna put the word into the Google Translate, and we'll see what comes up, and it should pronounce it too. Okay, do you know how to spell it?
No.
Okay, maybe it won't work. In English, the concept of a cat sitting in a corner. What is it in Farsi? All right, that may not work. Okay, so
Probably not. Yeah. It's like how the French have like so many different words for love. I think they have like 17.
Oh yeah, I bet. And the Greeks got 4 that they use even in the Bible. It makes a huge difference. I love cake differently than I love sex. There's a big difference, and love is a shit word for everything. Trying to use it, make it all okay. Growing up with your family, are there stories like folk tales or things that people grow up just from that culture that you grew up with?
There are, and I've only started looking at them recently,
Mhm.
like last year. A really good one is the Shahnameh. That's like got a lot of good folk tales.
Wow, is that a book that's full of folk tales then?
Yeah, it's a book. It's been translated. It's a little off, but that's good. And then like Rumi's really popular. He's a poet. He was gay. He was really gay.
And when he was really gay.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
His poems are about like erections and like having sex and sneaking away in the middle of the night. They're ridiculous.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what the context is of all. I know in the Bible, the Song of Solomon is a very erotic love story, to his beloved, and like there's a lot of parallels. But yeah, there's a lot of like consuming your fresh pomegranate or something with like the taste of a fresh pomegranate in my mouth. Like, there's some really erotic stuff in the Bible, man. It doesn't surprise me.
It's hilarious.
Is that one?
Hafez is really good.
What is
I
it?
don't know when Rumi was written.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did you say
Google's there.
Rumi?
Yeah, Rumi.
Wait, so Rumi's Persian?
Yeah, and Arya's
Oh.
actually doing a podcast on him. If she
Cool.
wants to say. She doesn't want to say.
Arya is doing a podcast. You can go ahead and put that up, though. We'll put that on the screen.
Yeah, she started today.
Cool, because he just passed here recently, too, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think
I'm
he
not
did.
very plugged into like I live under a rock.
Well, tell me what
Society or
exists.
history or anything.
Nina, tell me what exists under your rock. What is your world like? What are you interested in? What do you think about?
Everything
like-
and anything and nothing at the same time.
So what's that look like on a day-to-day for Nina?
On a day to day,
Yeah.
pretty much nothing.
All right. So what do you do in your free time? Does that mean you sit there and like zen out and meditate all day, or what do you mean?
Actually,
What do you do?
I don't really meditate. I just like started meditating like last week with you guys. Like I don't meditate. That's like
Cool.
not my usual practice.
No, no worries. I do all sorts of different meditations in weird, unique ways all the time. I don't have like a regular meditative practice. I've never been able to structure that in that way, like that. 20 minutes every morning or that kind of thing. I've always done different things. Okay, so you said you started like last week with us. Which meditations have you done, and how was that for you? How did you experience that inside your own head?
Yeah, they were like fine. I did the Arcturian one and then the two with Angela about the love and the thing. I don't know. I don't have a good like imagination like that, so I don't really go anywhere.
Oh, okay. When Angela's guiding you through or in the Arcturian meditation, do you just use the imagery that they're providing, or like how do you experience that when you engage it?
Well, I do like a lot of yoga, so I just like regulate my breathing and like adjust my posture and like check in with the muscles and those
Totally.
kinds of things.
And so as you're going through the meditation, you're just really aware of your body and the physiology and your positions and your breath, and that's what you're
Yeah.
experiencing?
And I go with like the prompts that they're going through, but I feel like everyone else is like, and I saw this and I downloaded that.
And you're like, damn it, what is that about? I didn't experience that. It was cool though.
Yeah.
Interesting. So a lot of it, so when you describe the way you do it, so a lot of the downloads and things, I mean, it's become terminology for people trying to come up with the words for their experience, right? So some people experience that differently. Data packets of information. So being able to say, okay, here's the download I got, and trying to articulate it is, sometimes that's unfolding that packet, and that's just the language for it. So sometimes, like when you're experiencing it, and just the physiological dynamics. So on a lot of levels, you have a leg up over a lot of people that meditate. It's one thing to just tune in and get to a brainwave state. It's another thing when you can have your physiology in alignment. Be sitting in certain positions, making sure, your bindis and the muscles and the cerebral spinal fluids moving and all the internal stuff, because it's directly correlates to anything spiritual. So any kind of mindset or emotional disposition, there's physical correlations also always. So when you can tune into a meditation, however you do, and a lot of it's time, like the more you tune to different types of meditations, do your own meditations, whatever that means, like then that's where I think a lot of the times then imagery can get added in your own imagination, your own internal imagery or feeling sensations in the body. It may not be imagery. At certain moments or certain things in meditations, you may feel something shift in your body. That could be a download or an unlock or an activation that people use terminology for, but it's really, it's just people using different words for things they're experiencing during their own meditations, their own internal engagements with energy.
Oh yeah, dude, I completely agree.
Yeah, and also that long story short to say you're doing everything right. That's great. You don't have to experience things the same way other people do, and that's part of us having this conversation right now and doing different types of meditations with different people, because it's very, I think it's part of the show and this dynamic and creating a context to be able to figure out what that means for everybody. What does it mean? Other people meditate. Wow, they see this. How do they see that? Why are they like that? Oh, maybe they have O negative blood because that's the thing. Or what they can have diagnosed as schizophrenia, or people just turn on and able to astral project and see multiple realms in their normal everyday life. Because they need a. So do you feel like that applies to you? Like you feel like you've been spiritually aware your whole life, or is that something that's newer?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's just like on all the time.
Yeah, you and your awesome Persian blood. I bet it is.
Well, my mom is like really spiritual too. She's not like normal Persians. She like learned it all from her grandma, and I think they come from like a line of Sufis, which are like ancient Persian like oracles, I guess you could call them.
Dude, tell me what you know about Sufis, or your understanding of Sufis.
That's like all I know.
Well, please, yeah, go.
No, that's like the depth of it.
Oh, what you shared? All right, cool. So check this out. So my understanding of Sufis, the whirling dervish, right? They'd wear the hats and the outfits and things when they'd spin. They're creating vortexes. I mean, there's a real physiological interdimensional dynamic to that, and creating different light patterns and codes and all the shit they're doing through dance, especially coordinated dance and things. And this is me just understanding the concept and a little bit about it because I haven't dove into it, but. There's something else the Sufis I think talked about, and all different cultures talk about that. One of the things they talk about is never giving away wisdom for free, that it should cost something. I mean, one hand you give for free, so it's not that, and sometimes the cost is just your time. So if someone's willing to come out and ask Sufi questions and spend a day with them, spend time, then you are giving something. instead of just like wanting the answers and we can Google everything. That's fine. It's the era we grow up in, but it's like the value, them understanding the value of wisdom and the things that they're conveying, and that it costs something to learn those things, even if it's just your time, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, so what gets you super excited, Nina? Like Zach's thing is unity, right? Zach loves unity. If you're gonna put it in one word, one thing, like do you have certain things or things that you really just love or passionate about?
My current kick is laughter.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's the
How
best
so? Why?
medicine. That's like
How'd that
what
come to your life?
that's like what like my mom's always taught as well, like what she's been taught, that like laughter is like the ultimate against the lowest like frequency and vibes, because it's the highest frequency and vibes, like quite literally.
Hmm.
Like laughing in the face of fear, like idioms that come from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What experiences have you had recently with laughing in the face of fear?
I haven't really, but that's just one that comes to mind. I've just been
Totally.
laughing at everything. Like everything's been super hilarious.
Like what? Like what?
No, like literally everything. I can't.
Yeah, totally. So like just like a lighthearted, being able to see everything from an additional and funny perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's not good to take things too seriously.
Yeah, no doubt. Even with serious things, I mean, you can get too serious about them, and then it just sucks the life out of you. Jasmine says everyone is different, and we just learn along the way how to trust ourselves and attract the right people and teachers. That's why we are all here on this platform, to expand our inner standing. And I would agree with that completely. So expanded understanding,
Yeah.
that came to me like 7 years ago, or a while ago, which is true, because I expanded my understanding until I expanded out from underneath or outside of any construct or those things, and still doing that. But understanding, I heard Seven Bomar say understanding, and I'm like, damn, that's way better. He's got it.
Yeah, I feel like I've been like my ultimate teacher this whole time, you know? Like,
Totally.
you know, in like elementary school, they're like, who's your role model? I'm like, what's a role model? What do you mean?
Yeah, I got one. It's in the mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you ever? Okay,
Like,
do it.
I don't know, like most of my ideas, I don't really like read any of the books, you know?
Mhm.
And I don't know like any of the stuff, but I know all of the stuff.
No
If that
doubt,
makes
it's all inside of
sense.
you. It makes
Yeah.
total sense. Yeah. So what? Okay, what symbol sets? Let's ask it in the Zach way. So I really like that. So I grew up very much with the Christian symbol sets. I mean, that was the symbol sets I used to connect to spirit, to understand the unseen, et cetera, to understand how to forgive and to love, all those things. So what symbol sets did you grow up with, learning those principles in your life?
I guess like the new agey symbol sets.
Oh, okay, because your mom was really
Yeah.
open, and you were first generation
Yeah.
American, right?
You said Christian what?
Sorry, and you were first generation American over here.
Oh, yeah.
You were born here then?
I was, yes.
Cool. Yeah, interesting. So what in the new age dynamic, what really stood out to you, or what were some cool experiences you had?
Such a broad question. There's so many cool experiences.
Do it, man. Start with one that comes to mind and tell as many as you like.
Man, I don't know. The plant herbs are always great.
Tell me about it. Which ones? Why? How so?
They just give you like the connection back to body without like anything in between,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah, I like the way
Like
you
the
said
veil
that.
is gone.
How do you?
Well, it's
Which
like
herbs?
the ultimate sense of the body, because like you're not aware of anything else but what it's doing and everything around you.
So do
Very
you
interesting.
when you engage herbs, do you fast, or is it just do you put your intentions into them before you engage them, or you just really feel like you're really sensitive? So when you take any kind of herbs in your body, you're very sensitive to what they're doing inside of you and how they're interacting.
Oh, like I'll definitely fast, but I don't plan a date for it. Like I just always have it around, and then the date will just be like, today's the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What herbs do you like to work with?
Mushrooms.
Oh yeah, fungi.
Yeah. They're fun. The laughs.
Totally. Okay, what did you find funny on your last
They have
experience?
so many laughs. They were showing me like all the cities like raising up and down like on the earth and like different locations and like
Mm.
how everything just like burns and destroys. And they were like, there was a holy shit, they said that there was a virus going to come. I just remembered that.
See what happens when you have space to talk about your
That was
experiences?
like a year ago. I was like, oh shit.
Interesting.
Well, I guess that happened. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny. I was like, yeah, sure, right.
Like, virus is funny, cities burning down funny. Yeah. It's interesting because the mycelium have been around for billions of years. So that makes sense that that's a lesson they can teach, right? Because they've been around a long time. So this happened to, and we take mushrooms, it connects you to your own neurology.
Yeah, and
So
to them, they're a very interesting
yeah,
creature to talk to.
no
So
doubt. What
funny.
are some interesting conversations you've had?
Whatever they tell you, it's just like whatever they're talking to you about. Like they said we were the parasite. That's what they were saying.
Mm.
Shit, I'm like remembering more of it now.
Awesome. What else they say?
Yeah.
What else they say?
I don't know if I can say it.
How to articulate it, or something you don't feel like you can share right now?
Yeah, maybe it should wait.
Yeah, totally. Fair enough. So that's part of it too. So knowing like some things you can share and like feel right to articulate or share, and other things are for you or for processing later or for another time. Yeah, right on. So when you say the mushrooms, when they talk to you or when they tell you things, how do you experience that? Is that visual? They show up as characters, or just you feel like it's another voice in your head, or how do you experience that?
Well, I was doing it like with my male friend, and he saw it like more like visually, as in like images, and I like felt it more in my body because I'm like a woman. I was like, that's interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, because so a lot of so I'm learning to develop both because so being born with the left and right brain working simultaneously, I've been very connected to imagery and right brain things my whole life and emotions and that dynamic. So I definitely very, very much feel things, but then connecting that feeling often is it's gotten to the point it's usually pretty effortless now, like bridging the gap, actually, literally the corpus callosum to like logical constructs or actual images and things that make sense to me. But I think I mean every experience is different, right? So whatever works for you. Like for me, I want to fill out like all my senses of perception. So feeling things, seeing things, perceiving things, astral projection, like all of it. I want to expand all those senses of reality layers of existing and perceiving reality in different levels and areas, right? But whatever works for you or for anybody, like if you have a way that you connect to energy more readily, then focus on honing that or refining that so you know very nuanced when you have a feeling in your body very specifically what it means or what it connects to instead of general feelings, like learning to hone that in. Like Paula has done, like actually in Joe Dispenza, who wrote this book.
Love Joe Dispenza.
Oh yeah. And he wrote this book, You Are the Placebo, which I talked about a bunch on the show. And his spine was shattered and he was bedridden, and Kala too was bedridden for months. She had to map out her own body, and she'll be doing a segment and stuff on the channel and talking about that more. Just talked about it last night, I think, as well with Paula. But learning to map out her body internally and then find ways to engage that energetically to bring healing and to actually heal the physical body, you know? So every experiences stuff totally differently. It is very
Yeah.
interesting.
I feel like as a kid, like you play more with your body, you know, and you like grab your feet and you do like stupid shit and you
Yeah.
like mess around, and then as an adult you like lose that sense, you
Totally.
know?
Yeah, 100%, man. Dude, I love so mushrooms. Yeah, a lot of that. Like, okay, so a recent experience I had. Okay, I remember making like an impromptu, just in the moment. So I call them like placebo belief catalysts of the moment, where just coming up with stuff in your throughout your day or in the moment that has meaning to you, right? So I set up this little mini altar setup with crystals, and then this framed picture I happened to have in the van with me, and had this thing set up, and it all had like beautiful meaning. The picture had these meanings, and as the mushrooms are kicking in, I'm just like crying with how happy I am because everything's awesome and it's amazing that I have hands and look that my hands can do shit. And like I remember leaning my head on my steering wheel and I was so thankful for my steering wheel because it supported my head, right? Like everything was just so it really helps. Mushroom Scream, I feel like really help bring that childlike wonder just to your own body, not just things in life. I mean that too,
Yeah.
but like just to myself, like it's me and I'm really cool.
Dude, that's the best.
Yeah. Because
I
we
do that
are,
all
man.
the time. Like I just live that way. Like you can ask
Come
Aria.
on.
I don't know. I can't. I'm not like looking at the comments, but it's like fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So like what? Tell stories.
Just like running around for no reason, and then like just saying stupid shit and like poop jokes, and it's fun.
Totally, man. Awesome. Yeah, right on. That's why we're doing that thing this long form too. So a lot of that shit can just come out. It doesn't have to be like one topic for an hour and like we're done.
Yeah.
That shit's life, man. Frank was talking about on the show, like I don't know, the second or third episode, like early on, I think, we were talking about that concept about being able to play and being childlike, and he remembers as a baby, he had a memory come back to him, being like this fat little baby and being able to stick his foot up like near his face, and just
Yeah.
put it up his face.
I
and
was
just
here for that.
Yeah. Dude, I love that. And Frank's like hardcore
That's
Bronx badass motherfucker, right? And he's such a softie, man. Were you here? Were you in the chat last night for Frank talk, or no, 2 nights ago when Frank was talking for like 3 hours and he was on mushrooms the whole time?
I got the second half of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. I think I remember you popping in the chat. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, totally. I completely
Yeah, Frank's
agree.
great. He's got some good stories.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Frank's got great stories. Been
But
following
like that's
Frank
what
for-
yoga teaches too, is like that childlike behavior.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Like all the teachings just a lot of them correlate. Like it doesn't matter where you get like the information from, but it's like they all just overlap.
Yeah. Totally. Well, that's symbol sets communicating the same truths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, be childlike. To be into the kingdom of heaven, you have to be like a child. And a lot of that's that simple stuff. And we did a meditation thing on one of the earlier episodes, or it was part of the episode we played an Alan Watts video. Do we read there for that? Where he's talking about being like a child, and then check your belief systems at the door, and all your red means red, blue means blue, just leave it at the door, and be like a child again, where they would go and spin around until they get nauseous and dizzy, and they try to make sounds with their mouths like right, because this world is weird. Like shit doesn't make sense. It's just weird, man. And so going back to that childlike state where red isn't red, blue isn't blue, this word doesn't mean this word. And if you get scared or whatever, at any point you can pick those belief systems back up. They're waiting for you. It's fine. But just, put all that shit aside, how the world works and jobs and all that shit, right? And then just experience you, man. Experience. And that mushrooms are great for that. But even without it, just sober, like being able to find ways to tune that shit out and enjoy every moment.
That's exactly what life is all about.
I agree, Nina. I'm glad you're on the show.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
All right. So Willa says, can you talk about Palo Santo and different ways to cleanse energies and spaces? Do you have any experience with any of that, using sages or Palo Santo or?
No, I don't.
Like
Aria does. She has like all of the herbs, probably like 100. I don't know.
Aria,
she uses
you want to
Palo Santo and sage and all the everything.
Okay, so send Aria the link that you used to get in here. Just to tempt her to come on.
Let me figure it out.
All right, yeah, do that. Throw that on there.
I was just taught you can use anything to clear energies as long as you put your intention into it.
Yeah, 100%. And so all that, which is true. So it's like the highest technology. Just put your intentions in. You don't need crystals. You don't need sage. Really, just tune in, put your intentions in, clear your space, do your own little however you envision that, spinning, vortexing, white energy, or whatever the fuck you want to do or feel inside to know your space is clear. Right? That you don't need those things. For sure. I agree 100%. At the same time, it's a lot of fun, man. Crystals are fun. They have energies, they have focuses that you put intentions in them to use them as devices. So there's different crystals and setups that I have that do things all the time and then put my intention in them on occasion. So it's like setting up a tool or a device to do its thing, so I don't have to give constant attention to it. But then it's also engaging in relationship with with the whatever it is, with the herb or with the scent or with the, it's tradition to a lot of the different fragrances. They're not just marketing shit, which there's that too, but a lot of them are ancient smells and things. So activate your epigenetic expression, or they'll, they can do things not just energetically in the environment naturally without having to put your intention into them, but you always get tremendously more out of it when you do. So like being able to smudge or sage or Palo Santo, which I love Palo Santo, just the smell of Palo Santo, which is just a wood stick that you burn, and the smell that comes off of it. But
a really popular thing I use to cleanse negative energies is salt spread in the doorways and windows.
Totally.
That is really good and like easy to get your hands on.
Yeah, and like around here, Costco sells like a 5-gallon. I don't know me. I've got a bunch of them. I just don't have one in arm's reach. They have a 5-pound tub of Himalayan salt for like $7. So I've gotten tons of those and done like salt circles, all sorts of stuff. The salt, which is because not only is there a tradition in it, and it's in a lot of movies and things, it's been around a long time, but salt with the negative ions and the massive negative ion charge in the salt will neutralize a lot of the negative energies and demons, those kind of things. A lot of the lower level ones are different ones. A lot of it's you put your intention into it too, but literally just by doing the act, it will literally absorb those, especially at the portals or the doorways coming into the home, the windows and the doors. So there's a lot of there's tons of ways to use a million different little things to build your own a life that you enjoy, that you feel safe, that you feel comfortable, that you enjoy. I like all the different smells. I use incenses all the time and resins. I really enjoy that. I enjoy the way it makes my place smell. I know the interdimensional effect of that as well, so it's a bonus. But a lot of it's just about, to me, it's just about relationship with whatever it is that you're using.
Yeah, as long as you make it yours and have fun doing it, that's all that matters. And I have 200 crystals, so that's also a thing. Crystals are the best. It's not a gimmick. It's not a gimmick.
True. Yeah, real shit,
God,
man.
I have a really great crystal story, actually.
Tell me. Yeah.
If this has ever happened to anyone, I want to know because it's fucking interesting. So my parents were selling the house, so they packed up all the stuff and packed up all the small crystals and things. And it had been a year and it didn't sell. So last year we started unpacking them because we were okay, let's not buy any. Let's just unpack the shit that we already have. Yeah. And I'm pulling out the first package and I put my hand on I reach it in there inside of the bag and I grab the crystal and it's an orb. I can feel it. Uh-huh. And I'm this is mine. I don't know why. I just said that. They're all literally my mom's crystals. So why would I say that?
Yeah.
And I pull it out and it's this crystal orb that she's had for 30 years. And she picked it up on the side of the road in Arizona out of this guy that sold crystals in the back of his van. Specifically pulled this one out for her. And he showed it to her. He's this is a really special crystal. It's going to do things for you. It's amazing. And he gave her this whole spiel and she looks at it and it's a perfectly clear orb with a perfect pyramid phantom in it. Wow. And this crack on top that's got 3, it's spread into 3 perfectly.
Cool.
And so she's had this for 30 years and I'm pulling this crystal out and I'm looking at it and I'm just silent. I'm dumbfounded because the phantom pyramid had risen up and there were rutiles silver just wrapped in the bottom of it.
Wow.
And it had never fucking looked like that before. And I was
cool.
Dude, how does this actually fucking happen?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I put it back in the thing. I was no way. And then I pulled it back out again. I was nope, that happened.
Yeah, I've had crystals change over time also. So different, working with them for a while or different energies or whatever, they'll totally change over time. I've got actually, let's see if I can grab it. There's a cool change. Oh, whoops. Okay. So I've got, I can show this on there. I show things. So I can do a lot of, so these are gigantic magnets that have a big opening in the middle. And then this is for the Fibonacci shell / pyramid dynamic. And I've got some copper and then I've got some other stuff I've made So like, this has got a bunch. It's got a bunch of magnets wrapped around a quartz crystal, or a double terminated quartz, and this quartz over time. Let me show this real quick. So you can see the what are they called? The occlusions and stuff. It's sorry, it's not showing it super well on here, but actually, I can actually make my camera better. Hold on, let me go 720p. Upgrade. There we go. All right, now you can see my giant face and my crystal. All right, so this has gained all those inclusions or whatever they're called since it's been in those magnets and inside of there, because it was totally clear beforehand. So it's really interesting, and there's a lot of
I love that.
yeah, isn't that cool? So anyway, that's a good example of like shit. So like I just put, and I've got a silver dollar at the bottom here. I've got some salt. I've got some other stuff in here. It's just like I make these things that it just makes sense to me as I'm doing it. And I love doing it. Like it's super exciting. It's fun. Like I'm making some new technology that has energetic qualities and effects that I put intentions to. Plus there's like, it's just cool shit, man. I love it.
Yeah, quartz is my favorite crystal.
You have a lot of quartz?
Can never have enough clear quartz. Every other crystal needs a quartz buddy, you know? You need something to like amplify it.
Dude, Collie's got tons of. Actually, you know who am I kidding? I bet everyone in here has a ton of crystals. Also, by the way, just for everyone that doesn't already know and hasn't figured it out from our chat, we have, I think it's 82% of our viewership is women right now.
Seems like it.
Apparently. Yeah, well, it's funny because if we're going based off of the fact we're doing long form discussions, not just like a 1 hour topic or whatever, doing long form interviews, if you will. Jordan Peterson's been doing the same thing for a couple of years, and other people too, long form interviews, long form discussion. And his has been interesting because a lot of it, I think initially was women, but then it started to be like 50-50 men or something. But yeah, I don't know. I think the men are coming around. It's more just like not looking for quick entertainment, but actually being a part of a group or a discussion. I think that's changing in the culture at large.
Yeah. Ari and I were looking at analytics the other day. Apparently, like women have return engagement and long-term engagement, and men don't. They just like search a specific topic and they move on.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'll figure out how to rope
Shows how the mind works.
Guys in. Yeah. I gotta figure out Zach and I gotta figure out how to rope the guys in.
He's gonna make those like bite-sized chunks, right?
That's true. Watch the male viewership change after it start making all the tiny little micro content clips, and then that's what pulls guys in. Dude,
yeah, exactly.
Did you see? Oh, Zach, what's up, man?
Hello.
Speaking of pulling the guys in, am I right?
Am I right? Dude, you came in right at 1:23. We've been live for an hour and 23 minutes and 46 seconds, actually.
Here's how you pull the guys in, Aaron. You put a screen share of a really nice booty on there. Boom, guys galore. We'll have like 100 viewers in like 5 minutes.
Is that all they like? My brother is asexual, so I don't understand.
It's not all they like, it's what most of them like. So it's really honestly that simple. That's the whole reason why marketing has used the sex sells thing as much as they have, is because most, if you want to talk analytics, most dollars come from male purchasers, or it's a male dollar in the long run. So they cater towards that. You know, that's why it's not the Budweiser dudes, it's the Budweiser girls. You know what I mean?
It's the Budweiser Clydesdales. That's what I'm into. The big horses in their Christmas commercials.
And they are huge. If you've never been around one of those horses, they are huge. It might as well be an elephant.
Yeah, I'm 6'6", and I'm pretty sure I haven't been on one, but I've been told that I'd barely be able to straddle it. Like, they're gigantic.
Yeah, they're pretty damn big. I don't know about all that straddling business that you're talking about there, but you know,
like,
they're pretty big.
Ride it. Dude,
that's for sure.
I'd have to ride a Clydesdale side saddle. That's what I'd have to ride a Clydesdale side saddle. That would be funny.
Yeah. Now, there's a lot of topics that do pertain to men inside of spirituality, but really the best angle to go about it, I mean, you kind of got to focus towards those things, and you really, well, both Aaron and myself, I personally think have kind of a feminine spin on a lot of things. We don't really like, we're not the guys that are like, join the Lions Club, increase the power
We
of
love
your
the
roar.
Lions.
You know what I mean? Like, and this is the shit that sells to guys. Like, you get like, you know, your logo's like a shield, and it's got like a skull on it, and it's all black and silver, and it's called like, you know, Militia of Masters or something. I don't know. I just made that name up, but like,
Yeah.
that would be fine.
Or alpha males have conversation. If we title it something like that, we get all these bands. Yeah,
Alpha
males.
Ascension, and then it's got a dog. It's got a dog on the logo.
Alpha
Boom,
Ascension.
right there.
Good.
Now we're sucking in the guys really good, but we have to teach them the right things. You know what I mean? And that's the you have to cater your content towards it really. And if you just cater standard spirituality and what people are interested in, women have a much more open mind. So.
And Nino was saying once we cut out the micro content, that might draw in a lot of guys too. Some of the small stuff instead of the big long podcast.
Yeah, we also have that issue there too, is that I think we know more girls than guys, and our advertising sucks because our ad guy sucks right now.
I asked my male friend to join. He didn't want to join.
What?
He loves all this shit. He knows every.
I don't know. It's all right.
Fake
They'll come
history.
around. It's okay.
Eventually. Bring him to
Soon they'll have things on the channel where they can come and interface with other people, and then they'll watch that show instead. That's how that works.
Willow wanted to make sure that we understood boobs are better than butts.
I completely was thinking the same thing.
I mean,
read my
we
mind.
can do video,
'Cause,
okay?
like,
So we
women
can
like
switch it
boobs
up.
too.
We can switch it up. You know, we just rotate it.
You have girls come on here. Just tell them to wear like a low cut shirt, and like that's all you need.
Oh, trust me, I have studied this in depth through the Twitch platform. How does a girl that does nothing on screen make enormous amounts of money? It's a very interesting thing to study. It turns out thighs are actually better than those other things on most platforms because thighs never get you banned, ever. Butts and boobs sometimes do. But thighs arouse enough curiosity.
We're back to like the
that'll do.
1800s, like the ankles are what's happening.
Yeah, you kick your feet up on the table and just your ankles are showing just barely.
That'll do it. You've been skin deprived for a generation. The ankles will turn you on like a motherfucker. I can see it for sure.
Well, I mean, like the new thing is like video chat. You've been like bottom half deprived for like years.
Yeah, you forgot what people's legs look like.
Yeah.
No.
Joseph said no, but boobs are not better than butts. Wrong, Atron.
Wrong age.
Atron, Aaron. We got to figure out, dude. Even if we never get that video back up that got banned, actually, so tell us what you like, Joseph. What should we put on screen? What would attract the most guys? Ankles? It's ankles. Joseph's in ankles.
Joe likes dudes, so that's why he's already here. Yeah.
All right. Good. We're enough clickbait.
He's here for you. That's why I made up little pet names for you and stuff, Aaron.
Aw, thanks, Joe. Joe. So we get. Oh,
yeah. No, it's just all about catering towards them, and in the long run, I will definitely be making like micro content that caters towards both things as I try to gather as much interest as possible. But yeah, all right, guys.
Okay. So I think that the clip that got cut, the Comedy Central clip the other night.
Mm-hmm.
So because I'm fully aware that I was not muted on my mic and laughing along to that skit, which creates its own hilarious thing I think to listen to. Like that was he's holy Zach, I have my babies.
Yeah, told you he's here for the dudes.
Hey man, technology's come a long way.
It has.
There are a lot of
there was an Asian guy that actually carried a baby to term and then had it taken out by a C-section or something like that.
So where did they put it? In the abdominal cavity? Like where the fuck would it go?
I do not know.
No doubt.
I do not know.
I don't feel like that went well. I don't think that man carried to term and that baby was healthy. I feel like it was a success. They maybe pulled the baby out like 3 months of C-section and then intubated or something or whatever. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't kept up with the story too much, so I just read about it once. Yeah. See, Joe's right. He just knows the truth. Our kids would know how to fly.
Yeah.
So
it's good partnership.
It's true. They would know how to fly. It's a good hustle. So, nevertheless, yeah.
Okay,
Mm.
so you know Arya. Arya knows Nina, but do you know Nina before tonight?
I've talked to Arya and Nina at the same time on a phone call before.
Nice.
Kind of. Sort of.
Kind of.
Not
No,
really.
same thing.
Little
We're
bit.
on a phone call, on a video with people in the chat.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah. So now I know her a little bit more. And I've talked to her on Instant Messenger a little bit.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. So no, not really. Is the real true answer? Nope.
Does
So
anyone
Hi,
really
Nina.
know me?
I'm Zach. Does
Oh,
anyone
no.
really know anyone?
We're trying.
No,
We're trying.
You only
we're
know
trying-
parts.
I know, and we're trying to pull parts out, Nina, so you can share.
Oh, I'm like terribly shy, so this is a lot.
I know. I've asked so many.
Well, it's good for you then.
I've asked so many good interviewer questions, and it's like, okay, another dead end. Let's try again. It's good though. You're like, it's good. It's good engagement. It's good for you to be able to engage this way naturally, so you can just have conversations because, just your own life experience and perspectives is awesome. Like, please come on the show anytime and chat. And it gets easier as you do it. And then we have a lot of shit to chat about. Man, it doesn't always have to be like some, fancy, meaningful, spiritual topic. Like, shit, you have a good joke you heard recently? Got a good Persian joke? Tell us.
No, you need my dad for that one.
Mm.
What kind of jokes did he tell? Did he tell like Persian dad jokes?
There's like this one like stupid guy, they have the name of him and they like rhyme jokes with his name about like how he like falls down a cliff and he does like stupid shit.
Because it rhymes with
And
his
it's like
name?
yeah.
Awesome.
Is there a difference between Persian dad jokes and like American dad jokes?
No. He knows all
Huh?
the American dad jokes because they called him like boob in college because he like would say all the ridiculous like PG jokes.
Okay. Yeah.
Did your parents have to learn? Okay, since you're first generation American, obviously you grew up. It sounds like English is first language. You can understand Farsi, you can't speak Farsi. So did your parents have to learn English as a second language when they came over here, or they already know English in Persia?
They knew English in Iran already.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so
My mom was raised Christian because my grandma is Catholic, and my dad was raised non-practicing Muslim, like on a farm.
Okay, I was gonna ask. So they grew up in Persia. I mean, I don't have much of a worldview. I haven't been over there, so it's stuff you pick up from alternative media, mainstream media, whatever. What's the religious culture like in Persia? I mean, it seemed like everyone in the Middle East is, if you're not in Israel, you're Muslim. But what's like if your dad grew up non-practicing, and that was okay? He wasn't like shunned for that, or like they're not encouraged to be very strict practicing Muslims?
Okay, so the timeline. After World War II, they renamed Persia, they renamed it Iran,
Okay.
and the Shah was in charge at the time. And then in the 1970s, they had the Iranian Revolution, when like the Ayatollahs came and overthrew the Shah and made it like a Muslim practicing country. So before that, like, you could be whatever the fuck you wanted. Like, you could be like Zoroastrian, you could be like, my mom had like Jewish friends, like they were Catholic, like you could be like Muslim, they had like gypsies still that would stay in like my great grandma's like backyard. They had like it doesn't
Cool.
matter.
Yeah.
Like they didn't care.
Interesting thing about Persia is that they didn't really have like one solidified religion that was their thing. I think their primary practice, at least in like ancient, was Zoroastrianism, but like it wasn't like you're this because you're Persian. Is that accurate?
Yeah, like you could do anything before the 1970s.
Yeah.
So is that when did your parents leave and come over here?
They left like in the 1970s. My dad
what-
came a little bit earlier, but my mom came like right around like when the Iranian Revolution was starting.
So why'd they leave Persia? Why'd they come here?
Because it was being very controlled and they were killing people and there were riots and there were fires and you had to like start wearing hijabs and they would like jail people. Like my uncle was in jail because he was a communist and he wanted to go like in that direction, even though he
Yeah.
was blind. And
Wow.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it was not a good
not a lot
time.
of freedom post 1970 in Iran. It sounds like.
no, not really. They like they would like turn the electricity off at night and they like stopped all travel and
Wow.
it was intense, yeah. And like the propaganda got really heavy also.
Yeah, I
Like
bet.
my mom can like explain like the schemes they used like before the revolution actually started, how they like implemented people into the education system that started talking about like Muslim this, Muslim that, and then they went on from there. They like talked about the news. They're like, there's going to be a riot here, and they're like, what do you mean? Like nobody planned a riot, and then there was a riot because the news said there was going to be a riot. So people
Mhm.
like, it's very interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's a good thing things like that don't happen these days, am I right?
Yeah.
Wait,
Good thing we're in America and we have very honest journalism because we're
It's been-
Americans
It's
and
been 50 years since-
we have objective perspectives on the world because we're a good country and we don't have a corrupt NSA and CIA that's gone and killed innocent people in other countries. We have a trustworthy media system. You can trust our media system. And it's not like North Korea where you have it on 24/7. You can only turn it down. We do it by choice in America. We put on our mainstream news because we're educated.
You can watch
We never
any
turn it
channel you
off.
want. Any channel you want.
You don't want CNN? You have MSN. You don't want either of those? You have America First News Network because that used to be Fox, but they needed to rebrand because all of them are so credible. They needed to rebrand.
My friend worked for CNN in Atlanta here, and he said like the footage that comes in and the stories they make out of it and the footage goes out is just like it's ridiculous. He had to quit. He's like, I can't look at this.
It's crazy. I understand in certain situations to like make the story more impactful, but when it comes to actually bending truths, like that's kind of ridiculous.
Or like,
You know,
like showing the hospital in Italy and for saying it was New York.
Oh yeah, obviously that's just not good. That's just not gonna work. Like that's not.
Come on.
It's not journalism. I don't know what you're doing there, but that's not journalism. That's storytelling. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Doubt.
When it breaches from journalism to storytelling, it shouldn't be there.
Yeah, but, no doubt. Or at least with the caveat, that was a fact.
Yeah, people tried to lynch Anderson Cooper and CNN a while back because during some like hurricane footage, they had him standing in some really deep part of water, and like the camera crew was not in the deep water, and somebody got a picture of this. And they're like, oh, trumped up news. And it's like, I mean, well, it is. But like in this situation, they're really just showing like how bad it could be. I mean, like it's,
yeah.
There is a lot of water here, guys. It's flooded everywhere. Like there's no arguing that. They're not like, oh, no, everybody's house is fine. He's just standing in a pothole. That's not the reality of the situation at all. So,
yeah,
I mean, there's, you know, making the journalism more impactful, so it really hits home with the viewer. I understand that, but that's where you're fucking riding the fine line with storytelling. And yeah,
I love Anderson Cooper. He's so cute.
I mean, you know, yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Adorable.
I love the story they've narrated around his life to make him more likable to the American people. It is very cute.
Yeah.
He's not like a reptilian or anything.
Maybe.
Good looking one if he is.
My friend's a reptilian. She's great.
I bet. And there's great reptilians.
Well, that's why I like Anderson Cooper. I mean, it all adds up now. That pre-1970s Iran is a little too free, you know?
Oh,
man.
Actually, since you brought it up, Nina, because I think you mentioned in the comments the other night, so you heard a different story or different experiences with the reptilians based on the way you grew up and the stories you heard or your own experiences. So please elaborate.
Reptilians are like fairly new to me. I don't really know like a lot about them. I know What's His Face says it as like, some people say it as like a negative vibration, or some people say it as like aliens, or some people say it like, there's like so many different things for that. And it's fun to like use the term to play around with, but I don't think it's like a concrete thing that like actually defines any of those things.
Sure.
If that makes sense. But the things I know from like is just like Alexander, or the different stories that I know in history.
So tell us, what are they?
So how do you guys know it? Because I don't know where to start. I need to see like what's different.
Okay, all right. So no, specifically what?
So, like,
reptilians
his
or
dad-
Alexandria?
Reptilians? I don't know either one. I don't care. What are we talking about?
Well, okay, we were on Reptilians. Then you brought in the Library of Alexandria stories. So those things, why don't you go with that, and then we'll ask questions if we feel like there's clarification. But the stories you know about that.
To us, Alexander is like a reptilian, because they like wanted only like destruction and like the negative things and like all the money and all the land and all the manipulation and like killing people and all of those things. And in like Persian culture, whenever they would like conquer land, they would just like go to the cities and be like, you're going to be a part of us now. Like, this is what's going to happen. You're going to integrate. And either like most of the time they would just say like, yes. And they would do it like diplomatically and they would like talk it out and like these sorts of things. And that's how they like expanded and like conquered and like traded with other people.
Yeah.
That's why they could have like all the religions and this and that. But like the Romans just wanted to like burn and take over.
Alexander wasn't Roman, by the way, but
yeah,
Romans did want everything to burn.
After him. Okay. Yeah. But his dad taught him pretty much everything, right? Is that how you guys know it?
Don't know Alexander well.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely has a lot of influence from Philip Antigonus, but he's also influenced certainly by Philip's generals, especially the higher ranking ones like Ptolemy and the others that kind of would have sat on the companion cavalry, as the story goes in Western culture at least, because he was very young when he took kingship. He was only 17 when Philip was killed or whatever.
Yeah, 17, so the way
I mean, it's young to be like, okay, you lead a fucking army in a country and shit now.
They start teaching them like as soon as they can comprehend, you know. It's not.
Sure, like, yeah, and he was taught by Aristotle.
Years.
Yeah.
So yeah. He did have a lot of good teachers.
I think
to our knowledge, he was like taught by someone that if you want to destroy a culture, you destroy their knowledge. So that's why he burned down the libraries. And like the Persians were all about knowledge. Like we had like paved roads and planes and we sailed and we like conquered the world like 3 or 4 different times before, like in the span of history.
Yep.
So it's
true.
So he's a reptilian.
I love the connection you just made. Okay, so contrast that with your best friend is a reptilian.
Oh yeah, one of my friends, she's a reptilian. She just says she is, like probably like the alien race kind, like the starseed kind.
Yeah. How is she different than your normal friends who don't claim reptilian heritage?
I don't know if it's just her personality, but she's just like a lot more energetic and out there.
Sure.
And like more liberal with her energy, I guess.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Very extroverted.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean,
that's interesting because in the terms of like psychology and the reptilian part of the brain, it inhibits us from being things like that. So the affiliation with being more reptilian is less of that activity, which I can definitely see like a case being made for, right? Like we have the technology, but we don't know how to use it. If you're more tapped into it, then it would you would realize like it puts these limits, but you're not really just supposed to listen to them or however that works. I don't know, but
that's why I like to differentiate between like starseed reptilian and then like reptilian brain, like lower vibrational, like more totally. like
yeah,
like what you're describing, Zach. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it is very much so like the same energy, though. In my own personal experience, I fuck with reptilian shit on so many different
like
levels.
Star seeds that are like the lower kind, but there's like, I have this alien book from like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's like a Russian alien book, and they have like 40 different alien races, and it was written like 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, there's
the
Russians
have you seen it?
And the U.S. government have books like that for hundreds, if not thousands, of alien species. I haven't seen the documents.
Yeah, exactly. So there's like different types of like reptilians. There's definitely like the slimy, grimy ones that like fuck you over and like want to get like under your skin and ruin everything and like take all your soul. But there's definitely like the ones that like worked with like people and like worked with the other like alien races, or like if you want to believe that. If you want to believe that, if you don't want to believe that, like I don't know, nothing's also true.
So in my experience, though, 100%, like there's good and bad of everything, right? So there's the draconian reptilians and the queen and all that history and like all that shit. But
I mean, they're just like term sets for like different energies.
Yeah.
honestly.
Well, and
yeah.
if we're gonna pick an actual, let's say there's an actual race, reptilian race, because I haven't seen them in person physically. I know Frank and a lot of people have had a lot of encounters with them. You say you've had a lot. Zach, I've had a few interdimensional encounters and in those regards, meditative encounters. And it definitely seems to me like anything else. There's good and bad, if you will. There's ones that have their own agenda. You know, everything you're saying, the draconian, reptilian, domination, control shit. But there's plenty of others. I mean, if one species, one faction gets here and takes over, and we call them all bad, that seems a little ignorant, right? There's probably
Yeah,
lots
like
of
humans are not all bad and we do bad shit.
no shit, man. Americans aren't all bad. And look, man, I'm first one to admit that little narrative, the little sarcastic or what's it called, the satire narrative we were doing, dude. America's done some of the worst shit. So I have no patriotism to my country. I appreciate we have YouTube and a free stream and we can do all this stuff. And I appreciate the rights that I'm granted and they should be allowed rights, freedom of speech, all that for people on the planet, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no affiliation to a government or a country. Those are human rights, you know? And when countries do shitty things, they need to own up to that shit. And a lot of it's been exposed the last 20 years and whatever, but yeah.
Reptile's a super vague term. We try to like isolate it to one thing, but like that's like basically saying, you know, mammal or like plant, right? Like it's super vague, and in that, like it's just an aspect of consciousness, and you can apply symbolic overlay to all kinds of stuff that you experience. But you know, like, well, what's a dragon to you?
Oh, dragons are great.
Tell us about dragons.
I painted a dragon without knowing it. That was fun.
It's interesting that you say that dragons are great. Alexander was called great. And great actually means something of a large magnitude of power, which is what people generally associate the dragon thing to. So even when we put like a positive spin on it with the tonality of like, it's great, you could be like, the problem is great. You know what I mean? And it would still like have the same thing. It just, that like means it's powerful. And that's kind of like the thing with the dragon, right? So we say like, oh, the queen's a dragon or a draconian, right? Like dragon is just something we associated with very powerful. Yeah. So we do it with bears too. You know, like not as much as dragons. It's not as powerful as a dragon, but it is a symbol of strength. And so we do it with bears all over the place. Yeah. So
the dragon energy, the like engaging in that symbol set or that terminology though,
wow,
is really intense. I mean, it's its own thing, you know, like counting dragons or whatever. And there's different ways. I mean, I think a lot of it's anthropomorphized to our own symbol sets of mythology to see a dragon in the way we traditionally have seen dragons. And I think there are those. But there's a lot of dragon energy stuff that's very interdimensional and really cool. I've had a lot of really cool encounters with, you know, I guess what I consider my dragon or different dragons or fractals of self, but totally different experiences engaging intentionally a dragon energy.
Yeah,
like 7 dragons like circling the galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, I mean the dragon thing is something of great magnitude. Yeah. In reference to your relative perspective at that time, all the time. You know, but there's just so many different kinds. I mean, like Elizabethan dragon that we're talking about. You know, like it's got wings and it breathes fire, big legs, big body, flies through the sky. You know, this kind of stuff. But one kind of dragon, you know, the whole Chinese dragon is quite different than that one. There's the whole idea of sea dragons or leviathans. Right? These are all very different.
I love all of them. They're all wonderful.
Yeah. But even when we say like a dragon very smart, right? Like it's just wisdom or knowledge of a great magnitude. And oftentimes when we tap into something that is what we perceive to be a great knowledge or of a great magnitude of wisdom. I thought the one in Neverending
Story, I thought he was lazy. Didn't he want to sleep all the time?
He was a doggin. And dogs sleep for like 16 hours a day.
It was a dragon.
That's the lazy part, though. That's because they sleep for 16 hours a day. Yeah, Falcor, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, he was a wisdom dragon because he was a food dragon. Really, he's a Chinese dragon. Just they have fur on them as well. Like if you look at their face, they have fur oftentimes. And so he's functionally a food dragon. Their dragons are generally wisdom. You know, these ones of like draconian, Elizabethan kind of dragon is like destructive power, force, right? Strength, power, fire dragon, right? These kinds of things. So they're different, you know. So all animals have been tapped by people for the powers that lie inside of them, you know. arguably, well, what we say is the oldest religion or ideology on the planet is animism. It was probably plants before that, as Joe
Love
would
plants.
more than happily tell you. Plants probably took over the world before anybody else.
Oh,
And
for
plants probably
sure.
rule the world right now. You know,
They
the
were
only
so
argument
big.
before that would be like mineral kingdom or something, if you want to call that a conscious being. I would, but yeah. So yeah, to
You know,
me,
like-
dragons represent freedom, power, magic, knowledge. Yeah, freedom is very, very important. High magnitude power, high magnitude magic, high magnitude knowledge, high magnitude. Like these are like these are some of the most important things, right? Freedom, power, magic, knowledge. Like those are huge things. So yeah, be careful,
Hey,
them
so,
dragons
like,
though.
what do you guys practice personally? Like, how do you like live your magic? Does that make sense?
Basically
fun
through
question.
technological metaphors based on light and sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I make machines in my mind, pretty much. I don't buy into other people's symbol sets, so I build my own stuff based off of my experiences and what I think is like what I've liked from it. No gods.
Yeah, but
None
you
of
were
that
raised
business.
like spiritually as well, though, right? You said your mom was a hippie.
Yeah, my mom was into Buddhism. My mom had spent a time going through, she was very into just ideological doctrine, and she had spent a lot of her life already looking at that. She had spent some time of at least a year or more practicing virtually every standard religion, with the exception of Islam. But like Judaism for even
Islam
longer.
is fucked.
Yeah, and like my mom would not fit in Islam at all. I totally understand why she did. My mom was the opposite of Islam, for sure. But
I did not tell those
nevertheless,
stories yet.
like by the
Please
time that
do.
I started, like my mom was really even talking to me, she was past like religion and she was now in like the spiritual ideologies, right? Like Buddhism and Confucianism, these kinds of things like this. So I was very much so presented right away with things that were like I was more indoctrinated into ideological concept. I've studied a lot of religions on my own because I like their stories have a lot. They're rich. Their stories are very rich, and I like basically deciphering them. So I like them, but in my own personal practice, I don't really play with what you would call gods, right? Like it's a bunch of mind machines, really.
See, like I find like that very similar to the way I am, because I like just pick up whatever I like in life. It's like, oh, that sounds like that makes sense, or like that sounds like that's right, whether it be from like a science fiction movie or like a fantasy book, and you're like, that's kind of like what relates to me. Or you're like at an antique store and like that could be a totem.
Yeah. When I was more into like the idea of protection and kind of running a more battle metaphor in my life, I had come up with a lot of good logical reasons why that unique variance was actually very, very powerful. And so I think if someone is experiencing life from that position, then they would probably benefit to have their own unique variance. It's just like it's hard to solve a puzzle that you do not know what it is actually a picture of. It's much harder to solve that than one that you do. And when you have unique variants, it's almost as though it's just like a puzzle of an abstract painting. It's like impossible to put together, right? So it's an uncrackable safe. And
I love abstract painting. That's what I paint. But if you want to like go off what is it? Can you see this one behind me?
Not enough to like analyze it, but I can see it somewhat. We're gonna make it full screen.
The
yeah, that's super
off
cool.
of protection,
Cool.
I find that very interesting because like I've noticed a lot of people around me that have like opened up into the spiritual realm. They always like focus on like protection a lot and like building that and making sure like things don't come in. And like as a child, like very, very young, I was always very guarded and very shy. So like I built that wall like so early on to like make sure that nothing comes in. So like I can recall like 5 years old. So like it's really interesting to me how like other people have created that.
Sure. I don't really think in the long run it's actually the best modality to have the idea of the protection. I think it's really in the long run like not knowing your own personal power or a fear complex. Although like I think that one goes very, very deep.
No.
There was like so many dimensions of me not thinking that I was doing it out of fear before I got to a place where I realized that like me being in a space that is 100% love tries to give everything a hug. It's not afraid of anything. So like I don't protect against anything anymore. You know, it's basically like a come on down type of situation. Everybody can come hang out now. So, but there's certain things that just don't work out in my space. And my space is very, I would say, aligned to what I want it to be. So it's just my way of operating, though. Like there was a time where protecting my space, I felt like it had to be done. Like I must do it. It was so important to my life. It's just kind of melted away over the last year or so, I guess.
It's not melted away, but integrated, so you don't have to focus on it as much. It's just present in your reality.
I mean, I guess you could. I don't feel like I'm protected anymore. I feel like I'm not in danger.
Yeah.
You're confident in your hunting skills now, and your defensive skills.
There's nothing out here trying to hurt me.
Mastered mental karate.
We're not hunting. We're not fighting. There's nothing's out here to hurt me.
But what she said though is right. Mastering mental Aikido or Judo, I guess if you will. I don't know. The nuance is different. I know Alan Watts mentions Judo at one point, but Aikido.
I don't know any of them.
So the concept, as I understand it, it's using the least amount of energy to redirect any energy coming at you in an offensive manner. So and I think that's what Zach and I do on the show, right? So that's why no topic is off limits or no awkward dynamic, because really it's a matter of spinning it back around again, making it neutral, discussing it, and then sending it back out. And so whatever comes into our space, knowing you can do the same thing, if you want, it comes into your space. You have the right to study it. You can vortex it up, seal it up, put it in a box, study it, do what you want with it, love it, send it away.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I don't know. I don't think any way is bad. Like I was saying, I think your own personal unique variance is exactly the way to do it. And everybody else just has their own way to do it. And if you listen to them, their context is probably off. They're probably not at the same place that you are. They probably don't have the same wants or needs as you. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't really like, it's interesting. I get asked a lot, like, what would you do in a situation? And I don't really feel like whenever anyone asks me that, they actually get any kind of functional advice for their own life. But that's what they say they're trying. That's what they're pretending to try and get, you know? Like, well, what would you do? And I'm like, not what you would do, but here goes. Like, here's what I do. It's weird. It's my own thing. So I think that's a problem with like embracing our uniqueness, is recognizing that like what we do, other people might be like, that's stupid. That's never going to work. And you're like, no, it's exactly what works actually for me. So
that's funny. I don't talk to those kinds of people.
Yeah, I talk to all kinds of people. So no one tells me that they think like they would never be so forward as to be like, that's stupid, or at least I haven't seen it in a really long time. But even if they did, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, it is. It's just as stupid as any other belief. You know, it's something that's subjective to the perspective which holds it, and outside of that has no weight. So yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, everybody's opinion is stupid outside of their own head, technically. So I don't mind using God as a figure of speech, but the idea of worshiping a God doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I mean, the word worship, if we take the time to like break it down, that's a weird interaction with a God, you know, or what you're considering to be a God. That's
well, and so in the Christian dynamic, worship it's just living your life. I mean, living your life in awareness and gratitude. Everything you do is an act of worship, depending on how you look at it. And so, but yeah, actually giving, I mean, when you're giving credit to an external being, an external entity, an external symbol set, you're sending that energy and intention away from yourself. So knowing, I agree with what you said. I mean, I can understand the term, and depending on where people are at, it helps. Like with my mom, you know, when I'm talking about those things, it's, you know, praying to God, just that's the terminology and the symbol set she uses. But I'll use my own too, like meditations or visualizations, and you are God, but whatever. It's like bridging that gap with her. So I'll use those words interchangeably at different times. She knows where I'm coming from. I'm honoring how she sees the universe and her connection with spirit, and it just becomes a way of like trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Masterfully use other people's symbol sets to have connection, to connect with them and meet them on whatever level, so you guys can have a conversation.
Yeah, it's great to meet people where they're at. Like, don't go anything too far over their head, or else they're not going to understand. But like, on the topic of worshiping, like, you don't have to bow down to anything you don't want to. But if it's fun to do it, like, why not? Like, like
Yeah,
Bast is fun. Like, I have this cat thing that my mom gave me. She said it reminds her of my grandfather's in it. She says, she could be Bast. I don't know. I think it's a fucking cool cat figure, and it makes me happy to look at it. And like,
Totally.
I give it like crystals that I think it might like to look at, and it's like hidden between the plants here, so it's like hiding, and it's like, I can fucking worship that if I want to.
Dude,
It's so weird how these energies end up projecting themselves, because that's exactly what Bastet would want you to do.
Exactly, but like, does it matter as long as it like gets me to a point of like where I'm in my vortex and like my vibration is high and I'm doing like my ultimate goal? Like, that's all that matters. Like, you can use anything, or you can use nothing. Like, if you want to meditate, if you want to visualize, if you want to use a thing, if you want to draw it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're
Rituals
all just
of
like
confidence.
tools to remind you. Yeah,
Because you need belief that your shit's gonna work, and so sometimes you do like a lot of things to get yourself into positions where like my vibe is right, my this is right. They're really rituals of confidence in the long run. You can do anything with nothing, or with a lot of things, or with only a couple things. Like, it's really your choice. So
exactly.
One thing that's overlay inside of the Christian or methodology of worshiping God is that they don't talk about the other kind of worship, which in the things that sit behind them, like Kabbalism, for instance, there's worshiping God, and then there's worship of Kahin, and Kahin is the external God, and the God that we talk about in Christianity is the internal God, but we make him the God of everything, and then people project all their worship outside, which is worship of Kahin, and says inside of their own books, basically, that will never lead you anywhere. So external worship, according to the Kabbalists, not going to do it for you. But that's their belief. I personally agree with it. I've never found real law benefit by putting the power outside of myself. So.
Yeah, you just got to be self-centered, right? Where else should self be?
You can't. I think the thing is the realization that you can't possibly center yourself somewhere besides self-centered, right? Like, it's impossible to do something else. So, yeah, it's real because you believe it. Absolutely, right there. Like, this is the real fundamental key to reality, and it's just always unfurling to you at another level. Like, right now, we're talking about whether or not this or that kind of ritual is real, but we're not talking about the fact that like we're in a real body, even though like technically that's just as real as we make it as well. So
I mean, if it's real, if you don't make it real, then it like fights back with you, right? It gives you like diseases, or my aunt's teeth are falling out, so that's fun.
Well, I mean, if you make your body unreal, then it might not be real anymore, which probably means that you're going to die, and you probably don't want your physical body to die, so it's very real to you and important, and you need to take care of it. But all of those needs are completely predicated by the identity of I want to stay as a human body, So, like, need them, well, I mean, you need them to do that, but if you believe yourself to be something more than the human body, then technically you do not need them. You need them to do something, or to stay as something. So, Hindus talk about this, that you have to worship all of your bodies, otherwise you lose contact with them. And there's even a story of a guy who basically had completely ascended in all ways, except for that he decided to be, like, he was completely unenlightened when it came to food. And so he had this wife, and he was the nicest, most loving guy ever with everything, and helped everyone. And then when he got hungry, he was basically like, bitch, give me a sandwich. Like, you know, that's not exactly how their story goes, but it's functioning what it was. He was very
He
rude
was
about it.
hangry.
You could
Yeah,
say
no
that, but
doubt.
he was hangry on purpose because he had let go of physical reality entirely, except for that one thing.
Mm.
Because if he would have let go of that, he would have dissipated out of this reality. But he wanted to stay here. At least that's their story, right? Like, this is really just saying that, like,
Isn't
you
that
can
what the
stay
gods
wherever
do
you
in
want.
Dragon Ball Super? They just like want all the good food and they like ramen the best. Hilarious.
Yeah, yes, they do. It is an awesome parallel storyline that goes along the whole series. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel attendant that is way stronger than Beerus, even though nothing's stronger in the universe than the god of destruction, who can destroy from existence things at whim. But yeah, they super like food, man. So it's what keeps them alive for a long time. Bulma and them keep making them really great dishes, and then they train Goku and all them. It's fucking great.
Well, you know, you gotta give your offerings if you want to fulfill your contracts, I guess. So
Yeah.
that's the thing, is that people buy into these things because they want to have some kind of power, but then they're stuck inside of functionally a contract where maybe that contract is just, I have to put this crystal in the right place, right, in order for the thing to happen. But the power is based off of the contract. It's not just theirs. It's aligned with that because it has this agreement inside of it, which is fine. You can navigate just fine with all kinds of agreements. But no, I like amorphousness. I'm all about the
Yeah.
void and
Yeah.
amorphousness. I don't want attachments really to anything at all.
Stuff
So-
is fun sometimes. But
Yeah,
the
but you
void
don't have
is
to be
great.
attached to it. You know what I mean? And all of the stuff comes forth from the void, really, in my mind. So, you know, the void's like the space for everything to happen. And if you keep too much stuff happening inside of it, then you don't have any room to make new happenings. So you gotta let the stuff go sometimes. So
Very true.
Yeah. we see this on a very human level, just with our life and stuff. You know, as you want to have time to do this, that, or the other thing in your life, but you can't do it because you need to do this, that, and the other thing. It's like, well,
Who's
I mean, are
doing
you really?
that?
All
What
kinds of
people are you
people.
talking about?
It's like everybody on the planet in their own dimensionality.
So I don't think those people are at this conversation, you know?
So I'm literally sitting right here. You know, I do that
there's still
myself.
things that do that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody,
Oh.
honestly, my personal opinion is like completely straightforward, is that if you think that you don't do that, you're lying to yourself.
That's really interesting.
There's some dimensionality that you do that. You think you see the top, but you just don't yet. So you think you do the thing, but you don't yet, because if you did, you wouldn't be here. So we're still doing the thing. Like I find I've caught like every single problem that I ever talked to someone having, I've had like 28 times. And it's not because I'm a retard. It's because like
No, it's a
I got it,
trend.
and then I got it again, and then I got it more, and then I got it more, and then I got it more, and now I realize like I'm never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Like there's an infinite more to go into, because there's just it's like the fractals on the screen. There's infinite abstractions. If it takes me longer than 0 time at all to look at all of them, then I missed some. So I'm never gonna know.
Yeah.
You know? And that's great. I love that, because I like learning new shit. Not because I want to know a bunch of stuff, because I like learning new shit. I just like learning stuff. It's fun. But
Very interesting.
I honestly am certain. I've had contracts with learning shit, man. I told myself from a very young age that like I was here to learn, and it became like a job. And I missed out on something that was like, it's one of my greatest joys, because I was then in this place where I was like, I constantly had to be researching and learning this new thing and sculpting my knowledge on this, that, and the other thing. And it was like my mission on the planet to learn all of the things, you know?
That's so cool. You know your mission.
That was not my mission. That was a fucking parasite. That was not my mission. No, not at all. Your mission changes all the time anyways, but like that might have been my mission at one point in time, but like it was a parasitic mission that like basically just like the fractal on screen doing right now. It's going down a infinite, impossible to figure out logical rabbit hole, believing that I was going to get to the end of some kind of knowledge that unfurls faster than I can even possibly look at it.
There's
It's
so much
like-
knowledge you don't even know about, dude. Like, there's every
Exactly.
possibility, like,
Exactly.
imaginable.
There's whole
Like fucking
realities that I don't even
unicorns.
conceive, right?
Yeah.
Like, and they have their whole timeline, and then everything happened there, and I don't even conceive their existence.
Yeah, if you
So-
want to learn all that, that is definitely the farthest path to go down.
I was actually so pretentious that at one point in time I thought, well, if anybody can do it, it's me, so I'm going to give it a shot.
Nope.
So,
They, like, even history is long and how, like, old the earth is. So that's.
sure, yeah, and I mean, like, it's, talk to someone who's talked to me for a long time. History, I've read it. Like, I've fucking read it from literally like both sides. The guy who wrote it and then the guy who talks about it that says that guy has no fucking idea what he's talking about. So, and they all do the same thing. Every single historical story is exactly the same. One guy says that it went this way and the other guy says that it went this way. They're both liars. They have half-truths. And the real truth sits in the middle, and it never changes. There's not a single story on the planet where that isn't the case. Even when it's as simple as, like, a story of, like, how my day went at work and I interfaced with my manager in this situation. I tell the story in one way, and my manager would tell it slightly different. What really happened somewhere right in the middle of that. So
Yeah, what I've heard, like the diagram of time is like the funnel. Like, the further you go out, the more possibilities there are.
Yep.
In the
This is
past
why
and the
anxiety is such a
future, because
problem.
it correlates, but it literally doesn't matter. All of the things are true. Like, it's just
They-
whatever you want to think about and focus
They're
on.
all true at some level, you know? And then if you
Exactly.
take it to go like, oh no, like this is how it played out. Specifically, 27,000 years ago, there was a battle taking place. And above that battle was a cloud that was driven in by a man named Krishna who was blue. And he summoned up a general from one side of the field. And then while the battle took place, they sat in a state of no time on a cloud and talked about understanding the battle as a fucking metaphor for duality and understanding of self. And that's a thing that really happened. And if you think that that's a thing that really happened, I have a ton of land that I think you would be very interested in. It will be very profitable. And you should talk to me about it because that's ridiculous.
It
There's no
probably
way that happened.
Yeah, it
in
probably did.
somebody's psychedelic trip or something, sure. But
Okay,
like,
hold on.
yeah,
In
No
metaphors,
way.
for sure. Yeah, because we
in
had spaceships
metaphor.
before. Are you telling
Yeah.
me we didn't have spaceships before? We totally did. We've conquered this
we
world
have a spaceship right now.
like
What do you think
8
Earth
times
is?
over. That's all it is. They're just like coming
Earth is a
over with like a
spaceship.
plane or something with some other technology that has been long destroyed. So
Eh,
of course it could have happened.
we can
All
think that, but we ain't got
All
no proof.
Does
All
it
right.
actually matter? There's no proof on anything. Like, history from 50 years ago is already warped, so who the fuck cares?
Right.
Like, I like to
They're
think
stories.
that all of it's true and none of it's true, and it's just a good fucking laugh at the end of the day, because it doesn't really influence my life. Like, it really doesn't influence today. It doesn't influence the way the world is. So it literally doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter how we got to this point. Like, it's totally fun learning all of it and figuring it out. But
No,
like,
the past doesn't matter. Your choices in the present matter, and if you allow
Yeah.
the past to influence them, then suddenly the past influenced the
that's
present.
what
But the present still is the only place that matters. Because you can't, past doesn't, like, so, you know,
there's a
you,
great
you can
Eckhart Tolle
completely
quote.
remember some way that you experienced something a totally different way and just keep cycling that in your brain over and over and over and completely change the storyline of what happened in your life to be something non-traumatic. Like this,
Yeah.
people do this as a disorder called pathological lying. They do it on accident. Okay, like it's not like it's even hard. It's actually not hard. You could do it on accident. So, you know, like, how true is the past if technically the present is always just whatever story you're telling yourself?
Well, and
There's
also
a great
being in,
Eckhart Tolle quote that talks about now, and it's like, you can't think about the past but only in the now, and you can't think about the future but only in the now. Like, it's only whatever you think of it literally now.
Yep, those other spaces can't exist. They're just a big illusion that we make up.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it's funny because
Completely.
most people can't do like complex multiplication in their head, but they try to project into the future and determine what that's going to be. It's like, this is an enormous probabilistic equation. It takes like a supercomputer 20 hours to run. But you can't do complex multiplication in your head, and you think you're going to figure out what happens tomorrow? Come on.
It depends what you've learned. Like if you're like a very intuitive person, then that's what you're good at, you know, if that's like what you've learned from the beginning. Like my mom can like see the future, but she cannot fucking do math for fucking shit. She's dyslexic.
Is she capable of making logical use of that divination of the future to ensure that her life turns out exactly the way she wants it?
Oh no, she goes with the flow. You're not supposed to think about the future. That's not the point.
That's what they all say. That's what they all say.
The truth.
Honestly, I'm a fucking seer from birth, and I don't do it either.
No, but for real, like, what did you imagine 5 years ago, Zach? Like,
what did I imagine?
Yeah, like, what did you imagine your life would be like today, 5 years ago?
Let's see, 5 years, 2015.
Did you imagine this would happen in 2020? Like, where you would be?
Not exactly this. We're definitely saying not exactly
something, this. Right? And you manifested something similar to this that has like similar energies in that, but you could have never in a million years fucking guessed what's happening today. Like, you know what I mean?
Like I wouldn't have precisely written it out.
If you can manifest whatever future you want, you really can't manifest whatever future you want. It's literally impossible.
That's because you're trying to manifest futures. You got to manifest nows. You can't manifest futures; they don't exist.
Yeah, but you can't like ask for a white elephant and have it just like pop up in the room. I'm really good at doing it with shopping. Like if I want like a pair of black boots, I'm like, man, I fucking want those, and I like describe it perfectly in my head, and I forget about it, and the next time I go shopping, they're right there, on sale.
But
and it's
beautiful. This is just, the whole white elephant problem that you bring up right there is just, to my personal knowledge, like kind of a lack of understanding of physics. If you think that in this reality, in this time frame, that instantaneous creation of matter on scales of elephants is going to happen. Like that's just not the way that reality works. But you can, however, close your eyes, visualize the room, and place a white elephant in it immediately. So technically you can make the thing exist in the room immediately. You just can't have it in the physical dimension that you want it in. But that's because down steps don't happen instantly from thought to matter. That's not how that works.
Actually,
so
in this
if
day
you
and
think about the elephant long enough, every single now, you will eventually get a fucking elephant and put it in your living room. 100,000%.
I was literally thinking, actually, in this day and age, you can manifest it because it'll just like show up on your phone. You're like, I was fucking thinking about that. How did that ad algorithm know?
It's baffling to me that you think it's showing up on your phone is any different than it's showing up in your mind, and that it can't show up just right there. Like, it's so weird to me.
I don't have like that visual imagination like that. Like, I don't have that. Like, that's not like I don't use that part at all.
So for you, though, you could feel an elephant in the room, right? Feel what it would feel like, the actual presence of a giant white elephant. What would it feel like? Feel it in your body, because your body is the magnetizing agent that creates a manifestation. So if the thought is the prayer that sends out the electric signal, the vision, the desire, the feeling in the body, magnetizing it into your vessel creates that manifestation reality around you. Even if you don't visualize it, you should be able to feel it based on the way that you perceive energy naturally.
Man, is it awkward in here?
I don't know. Is there a white elephant in there?
I don't
know.
You
feel it? Yeah. See, the white elephant got into the room even though we thought it couldn't exist.
I agree with you, Nina. Like being in an age where manifestation happens quicker and sooner, and it's more manifest and real. And I think what Zach's saying, the actual scientific steps, really, of creating manifesting from thought to matter. There are steps in between and different realms of phase conjugation. I imagine different ways to actually bring that to a physical manifestation, which just isn't as easy because of the density that we're currently living in. But that's changing very quickly. I think that's the biggest part of the inner work thing, is that people, when manifestations start to happen more quickly, more physically, people have a lot more responsibility for their thoughts and their emotional internal disposition, their feeling states, because they are manifesting their reality. We're already doing it, but people don't make the connection to their external environment and circumstances being a reflection of their internal worlds. So
yeah, exactly. Like the next step is the inner work to the outer work back again.
Totally.
You're responsible for what you're aware of. I think Frank said that like last night or the other night or whatever.
Frank Castle. Yep.
Yeah. And it's absolutely true. Like we don't want to expand our awareness because it makes us more responsible for our reality. That's why we turn a blind eye to a variety of different kinds of things that happen in the world. You know, there's atrocities that go on all over the world all the time, and people don't, you know, they keep their mind off of it. Basically, they could spend their time thinking about it, but then they would have some type of responsibility to either deal with the emotions or actually come to a physical level of dealing with the problem, making a change. So instead, they're just like, you know, actually today I'm going to focus on my own life, pretty much. And it's a smart thing to do, in my opinion. But, like, they're just not looking at it. You know what I mean? It's still there.
One, by focusing on you in your life, you're clearing out your own creation space, your own void space. So it's empty, or at least it's not filled with things you're not aware of. And so then from there, then you can create intentional manifestations. Because you've created your own, you've worked on clearing your own creation space within your own sovereignty, within your own bubble, within your own reality.
Yeah. Well, I think this is everybody's problem with the law of attraction, is that this requires a lot of focus. You got to keep the same thing in the mental space. You keep it in there, and over time, it negentropically coalesces. Eventually, that fills up with enough energy to become matter, and then it pops into your reality. It's a scientific fucking practice. I literally use it to develop my entire life. So, I mean, anybody could say that it doesn't work, but it does. And
it does work, but it shouldn't
does.
be hard. You know, like it should just be like automatic. Like you think about it, you release it, and it comes to you. Like
Well, so
it shouldn't take more than that. Like you shouldn't have to like think about it and have it get weighed and like all the things particles come
you
to you.
say
and, like,
that, but that's a very intuitive and right brain way of saying it. And mine is more left brain for sure, but the balance is actually the answer. You put it out there and you allow it to come in, but if your focus is not on the same thing, if I'm trying to live a good life, but also in this moment, sometimes I'm like focusing on the bad parts of my life, and then I'm focusing on the good parts, and I'm on the bad parts. What I coalesce into my life is a mixture of good and bad shit, not a good life. I don't make an actually accurate creation. It has variance. And if you want non-variance, you need focus. And you need to do it on purpose. And you need to keep it inside of your mind all the time. Not some of the time. Not like I'm going to do it now and then I'm going to go to sleep. Fucking dream about it. Program your dreams to dream about it.
The steps after you've done the inner work, you know? Like you have to know how to do the work before it becomes automatic.
This is not automatic, and I'm not of the belief that the inner work is ever done.
Of course it's not ever done, but you know how the cogs work and you know how to like put the oil in it.
Oh, you know there you go.
You know how to like
we're not being very
use that neurogenesis.
There we
right?
go.
Like that's all it is. Like as long as you're like keeping everything like greased properly, then it should be instantaneous and spontaneous and easy and light and.
Okay, so I agree.
It shouldn't take a lot of work.
I agree with you 100%.
If you've learned how to do the inner work, like the process is the same. Like the steps might look a little different. It might be like jealousy, or it might be money, or it might be like loss, or it might be rape. Like it might all be different, but like the steps to get through it are like the same.
To my perception, keeping a thought specifically focused in my mind is exactly zero work. It does not require energy at all.
Just choice.
So you say like she says like it should be easy, it shouldn't be any work, but it doesn't take me work to leave something in my contemplation focused running all the time. That's not a thing that takes work. I do it with literally hundreds of things all the time.
So here's the thing too. So I understand what you're meaning about should be. Like the ideal is these Ferrari skin suits that we're in, all the buttons work, all the controls work, and we were taught from a young age how to use our car and how to use different features of the car or this body and these technologies. Well, a lot of us weren't. The manifestation thing, we grew up in a world full of chaos and full of disorder and disunity, and the news and the things we grow up with promote all those realities. So that ingrains into our neurology. So the things that should, had we grown up into a world, let's say 20 years, 30 years into the future, growing up in healthy families, much healthier worldview around the world, a healthier reality, and then learning those things at a young age, where then the children coming in will have much less, they won't be all this complication of figuring out techniques and how to manifest our reality and clear our space. Like a lot of that stuff will be done for them more innately. Like they're going to grow up in a world that'll allow them to have that expression at a younger age. So we're doing the hard work, if you will, not just the inner work that's always going on, dealing with our emotions on behalf of ourselves and the collective. Every time you heal yourself, you're also healing the collective. But I do believe it'll come to a place where we've internalized the machinations and the things that, like Zach's talking about, in our own ways to manifest energy and into 3D reality, not just our life and the things inside of it, which I think is first and foremost for everybody, but even white elephants, or I want an ice cream cone, you manifest an ice cream cone, or I light my cigarette with my hand and my lighter. Like, I think those things are absolutely coming, and that will eventually be a part of our normal reality. But that's I think what we're trying to usher in and trying to work towards, because that's the layer in between we're in. There is a lot of groundwork that needs to be laid, and things have to be understood and conveyed and internalized, and getting groups of people like this together. How does everybody else internalize? How do you manifest? How do you clear? How do you do your inner work? You know, I think that's doing the work, if you will, but we're just sharing our stories. So it's not, and that's that dynamic too. It's not work at this point in that way. It's sharing our interactions and stories, and we all build off each other's different ways that we do these things from internal, unseen places.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's with this, everybody needs focus. If you're distracted off of what you're trying to create, you'll make mistakes in your creation. It's really as simple as that. We have a lot of distractions in modern day, whether it be like all the sensory input around you, or the smell, all the sensory input, all the intuitive input. As you become more aware, there's actually even more potential distractions. All the energies that, like, I deal with empaths all day, every day, and all the energy that comes through your reality, if you're really empathic, you don't want to deal with almost all of that. There's no reason to bother with it. It's literally just reality flowing through you. Like, let it go through you, you know? There's no reason to be interfacing with it, because you need to stay focused on what you're trying to do. If you're not focused on it, you can't drive a vehicle without focusing on the road. Otherwise, you might run into things and crash and cause problems.
Until you drive a vehicle so often, you can reduce your energy capacity down to programs, autopilot, and algorithms. So I drive with 10% of my energy, and I put everything else into anything else I want to do consciously.
You're driving a Tesla.
That's only because what you're driving with requires a small percentage of the focus that you're capable of harnessing at one time.
Totally.
If that was the only amount that you were able to, you'd have to put 100% focus to it. So through enhancing your ability to focus, which can also be said as diminishing your ability to be distracted, you diminish the amount of effort that you have to put towards remaining focused on one thing, and allow yourself to focus on many things if you want. But 100% focus always gets the best result.
Totally.
Do you know what I learned recently? Like,
what?
When you're trying to form something that's automatic, like a habit. So when you're like coming up with new ideas, it's in the prefrontal cortex, and like habits will move from that part of the brain to the basal ganglia, which is like by your pineal gland. So like quite literally, your brain uses less energy to form something that you've practiced for a very long time, and it becomes automatic and easier to do and closer to your intuitive gland.
Yeah, the whole thing is trying to push things to autonomy. Right now we have metabolism, for instance, very complex process, completely autonomous. And what we don't have autonomous is like our thoughts, our focus, things like this. And so that's why we deal with all the left brain, right brain talk all the time, divine union, twin flames, psychology, like it's all the same thing. Everybody's in the brain space, and we're resolving the brain space and trying to push that dimensionality of self to autonomy. But it requires a lot of learning to do that. We did not metabolize without effort at one point in time. At one point in time, we were a single-celled organism that's whole job was to metabolize. We put all of our energy to it.
There's a quote here, if people knew how hard I had to work to gain my mastery, it would not seem so wonderful at all. Which is the dynamic of, and there's another quote that I thought of, I was looking up, but looking for, it's something to the effect of, when something you have to think to do eventually becomes thoughtless, then that's mastery. When it eventually you've incorporated so well that it's just a part of your reality, then that's mastery.
Yep. Autonomy.
Autonomy.
When it will do it on its own. And that's why we lean into the habits so much. I mean, habits generally prime autonomously. They do the same thing again before you really actually get the chance to see where you have them. There's the brain transmission sitting in the basal ganglia. Part of that reason, you have to learn tools or whatever. It becomes autonomous also to put the space in between that as well. But you have to learn tools before it to enhance that space and to make sure that your brain also has habits for increasing the space in between occurrences, so that you actually get to choose rather, so you can act rather than react inside of that space. If you're bop, 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 quick experiences, you get caught in a chain of reactions. Chain of reactions, got to pull from that shit. So unless you've completely mastered your mind and made it so you have zero influences of trauma whatsoever, or zero basically disorders, things that could cause a lack of order in a situation that you're in, then if you fall into a chain reaction space, you're inevitably going to end up hitting one of those things. So, and the idea that you're completely purified of all these things, like it's utopic, and I hope everybody reaches
impossible.
it. But
That
yikes,
is literally
that's a lot
impossible.
of stuff.
You would not be human if it was perfect.
That's how I feel too. You'd have no reason to be experiencing this if there wasn't something to
No,
learn
yeah,
from
you
it.
want to
And
be
that's
on the
like
other
what
side. You
we're
want to go
learning.
be part of the void. If you want to go be part of the void, that's fine with me. But there's
Yeah, I
nothing
mean, there's
there.
different layers of experience than the human one. That's just the one that we have as a consensus right now. There's all kinds of tools that a person can use or learn how to use that can push them to different states of existence, and they'll see that reality is just as much reality in those spaces as it is here. They just don't stay there, you know? Like you could be staying there instead, and that's probably what you would be if you didn't want to be learning human things, you know? This is like goes into my astral travel thing. You're astral traveled here. You're a human and you have human problems because you want them. It's what you do. It's what you want to be doing. This is the amusement park, and this is the ride that you chose to ride on. The problem why you have such a problem with the ride is because you don't believe you want it. If you understood that you wanted all these things that you're doing right now, the ride would be significantly more enjoyable. You know? All of your problems, you want all those. It's much easier to navigate your
You
life
do
if you're
want
just
the
like,
problems.
wow, I want all of this.
The problems are good because then you're like, fuck, I don't want to do that to myself again.
It's how you evolve from basically the pressure of these problems. You know, what you call a problem is literally just a pressure a pressure encouraging you to evolve.
It's another totem or another god or another crystal just reminding you of that thing.
Functionally, yeah, in a certain way.
Yeah.
And you could argue that like our worship of a god is just a thing sitting behind it going, no, be more, keep going. You know, we have all these problems. Take on our problems. Deal with our problems. I pray that I will not have to deal with this problem anymore and that God will deal with that problem for me. And now God's like, oh shit, I got a problem. God deals with it. God refines. God gets bigger, you know. Like you're technically just a thing behind God, the same way that God could be in front of you and things are behind you. You call them problems. Wonder if God calls us problems, you know? Could. Like, oh, my perfect creation, and you guys are down there like, you know, warring and arguing about dumb stuff that doesn't matter, you know, like
just gonna send something out to make sure a lot of you guys die.
Sure. And like, well, that's Old Testament God right there too, right? Like you're fucking up my creation, hellfire and brimstone coming your way, buddy. You know?
Yeah, what's happening right now? Where are we?
I'll destroy your whole city. You're not doing the things I want you to do inside of my creation. I'll take the whole city out. So, you know, and I don't know, that God kind of does operate that way, it seems to me. You know, it's all or nothing, really, you know, inside of that ideology at least. So, yeah, Jen says here, you wouldn't do it if you didn't want it. Like, if you really didn't want that thing going on in your life, you'd stop.
You didn't know any better, right?
Yeah, and part of that not knowing any better is that you don't realize that you want this thing, so you sit there and you fight against what's not even actually the problem. You know?
Yeah, I've manifested everything I didn't want. I could tell you a time where I'm like, I want this, and then I got this. It's like, no, I don't want this.
Yeah. Manifestation, a very dangerous tool, like, because you're technically in the large scheme of things, we're ignorant. right? So we're like, we want this right now. That's what I need in my life. And then we get it and we're like, oh shit. I mean, I didn't need that. Like, this was helpful for this thing, but I wanted to look this way. Actually, this isn't the right thing, you know? But you would have never known that if you hadn't like manifested the broken thing. So I guess I just have I have different approaches on like manifestation and astral travel than most people. I think you're always manifesting and you're always astral traveling.
You are. Exactly.
It's actually impossible to not be doing those things. When you take a manifestation or an astral traveling class, all you're doing is gaining awareness of something you're doing all the time. And when you become more aware of it, you interface with it more. And so there's more control over it. So, but like, I don't know. I've had so much lucid dreaming in my life, and so many of them were like such a standard human life day. Everything was totally normal. And like I know I'm in a dream, and I know I'm controlling myself in the dream, but I'm like, I might as well just be awake. Like, this is a Tuesday, you know, I mean, it's not special. There's nothing amazing about it. It's just another reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's just like showing you more concrete evidence for you.
Yeah, or something, you know? So what's the point, really, you know? Like, technically, what's the point of any experience except for the point that you derive from it? You know?
What's your point?
There is no point ever.
No,
that's the
like,
point.
What is Zach's point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have that actually, because the thing that comes to mind is I'm like, what do I actually want to accomplish? And honestly, the only way I word that is like this infinitely falling thing. It doesn't actually have a point. It seeks out a point, but like inside of that point, it just wants to get to the point again, to get to the point again, to get to the point again.
To like not think about the point at all.
Yeah, there is no point. It's just an infinite collapse. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't see why there has to be a point.
No, exactly. I've been feeling that lately. Everything feels like it's up in the air. You know?
Sure.
There's going to be lots of new points.
I think we're at a position where, like, everybody's confused. I think part of the reason why we can't instantaneously manifest is that most of the planet believes that's impossible. And so it is impossible because functionally we are in a shared hologram.
That's why we're getting rid of some of the planet. We need to like lift the weight, get rid of some of like the generational old vibes. Sure. I don't know. I have some really crazy ideas. I'm not very like pro humanity, but
a lot of humanity does weird shit for sure. Yeah.
I am pro Gaia.
They probably could make better choice.
Pro Gaia.
Yeah. So I wonder whether Gaia is pro humans or not.
It is not. The mushrooms say no. The mushroom says we're a parasite that's we're taking over and we're destroying the world and we're like putting too much trash on it. So like we need to like change what we're doing. And Aaron was saying it, right? The next generation will be set up for greatness because we're becoming more aligned to set up the new people. And it's 100%. It's really funny to like look back on like our parents and our grandparents and their parents to see like they were raised this way and it raised us this way, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. I think every generation thinks they're doing that, you know? They try their best, or at least some portion of them tries their best to leave the world as best they can for the next generation after them.
The way that they learned, it's really,
they don't know.
Like our parents like raised us to like go to school and do this and do that because it was good for them, you know, like what society says. And then like their parents raised them that way because they didn't have that opportunity to go to school, and they saw other people going to school and they're like, this works for them, so it's going to work for them for you. And then their parents, our great parents were just like, you guys have to do this normalcy thing because like we need to do everything by the book, and we need to go like make sure we still eat and we still like stay living because like they just came out of a war. So it's just like seeing the whole like generational mindset shift to our point of view when like our parents were like not raised like shit. So like they're like big children and we had to like fucking figure that shit out for ourselves and raise them in the meantime.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
It's fucking interesting.
you can only do the best that you think you can do at that point in time. If
Exactly.
you can't expect them to, like, our grandparents weren't going to teach our parents about manifestation. Nobody was fucking talking about that. Like,
Oh, my
not in this
grandma
country,
did. Oh, you missed that.
you know. So in the United
country.
States, people weren't talking about that at all. They were talking about, you know, like the value of hard work and you know, how honorable it is to get an honest day's pay and stuff like that. That was like this gradualist scientific mindset was emerging and all of these things, and that's not what people believed at all. You know, like my mom taught me about manifestation. She sure as hell didn't learn from her mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it's just like that you do the best that you can, but even the way that we're doing it right now, what we look at, we go, oh man, if everything was done this way, it would be just perfect.
Oh, it doesn't.
And then if we
matter
got it
how
exactly
things are
like that,
done.
our fucking kids or whatever, the next generation would come along 2 generations from now, and they'd be like, those idiots, like, why were they doing all that stuff? Like,
Yeah,
none of
for
that
sure.
stuff was such a bad idea. You know?
All right,
Good.
so
Like, they should say that. If that's not happening, then they didn't do their job. You know, if you don't think
Exactly.
that your parents are idiots, then they didn't help you learn very much. By the end of your life, your parents should be idiots in comparison to you. They downloaded everything that they know to you as quick as they could, taught you everything that they knew, and tried to
weren't set
provide
up
you with
for
a place to learn
success.
even more. You know, like, you
Right.
should outpace them. Why wouldn't you outpace them?
So the game then becomes, to me, how do we honor the generation that's gone before us, right? Because their experiences are valid and the things they've been through, and even the light working community, or the ones who have been working to change the world for decades. You know, people like Angela and other people, and lots of other people have been working to. And Angela's a nice mix between both generations. She can bridge the gap, right? Not all can. And I plan to be one of those people too. I mean, we're trying to reach all audiences, all age groups. I mean, so it's not, the show isn't for anybody, but really all age groups. We're all human beings. We're all remembering who we are in this life, because this is all that matters. So integrating all the DNA, ancestors, external things, whatever, to make this life great now, to honor our ancestors for what they've done, so that the floor they provided for us, even growing up in the systems of domination control, can be the ceiling they provided for us can be our floor. And then we're not doing it by trampling over them, but by honoring them and figuring out how to incorporate their worldviews into our own symbol sets as we transition. But we're also incorporating the next generation, because we're intentionally trying to bridge the gap and be the gap while we're figuring out our own shit.
Yep. I can only tell you the contract that I have with my ancestors, really, which is I'm always doing the best I can, and I'm always getting better. This allows me to recognize, like, they were doing the best they fucking could, but we're better now. Like, it's not their fault. We got better. You know?
Yep.
Good. Thanks.
Yep. One way to say it. Yep.
They're honored now, right? Like, thanks for what you did. It wasn't perfect. Neither will my legacy. My legacy also will not be perfect in 2 generations. Hopefully they say thanks also. Yeah. Like,
no, absolutely, as a general truth, and just that, and then as a personal dynamic, like finding ways to honor, or when it comes up, like being aware of that concept of honor, knowing that, like, there was time this summer, Angela and I were talking, and I began to honor her for all the work she's done in her life, and the people like her and in that generation, the unseen people have done all this energy work and done all these things and work on themselves and all this thing. And like, I went on for half an hour, 45 minutes. I mean, she was sobbing, because it's a beautiful thing to take the time to honor people and their generation, what they've lived through, what they've been through, the work they've done with their own lives. Fucking good for you. Thank you. You changed the world for me so I can be where I am now, so it won't be as hard for me to bring in the concepts you were trying to bring in. Thank you.
Sure. Really.
You know?
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm so much more of an action than words guy. I feel like that's totally what it is too, because like I see the value in that. I totally do. And I'm also like, well, every moment that I'm doing my life, making sure that I'm taking into account what they learned to make sure I'm doing better than them, thus setting the basis for the perspective of, haha, those stupid idiots, what were they doing, is actually me honoring them, because I'm building off of the platforms that they set before me, and not being dragged down by the things that they realized dragged us down. So 100%. Like every moment is through action showing this honor. But I don't take much time for words. I gotta admit.
Well, we're each like different, have different focuses, and we learn by contrast. So I mean, that's for me learning the things that have mattered to me or stuck out to me. That the actual taking them out, like something I'll figure out how to incorporate it in when we regularly get in there. Maybe the people who come on the show. Maybe I'll start doing that. Let me take a note. But like things like like writing handwritten notes to everybody who's come on the show, just taking a few minutes, or an email, or like a direct message nowadays, I guess, whatever. But a handwritten note, ideally, just because can take 2 minutes to say something unique and simple. You take the time to handwrite to send someone. It shows a measure of honor, gratitude, and in an action. It's into just the regular interaction. It's like none of them are wrong. It's just those things have always stuck out to me, and I can see the benefit of. I mean, if you want to take it down to just a social, what would it be called? Social study, I guess, a study of social human dynamics and the most effective way to engage with people, and a very effective way to engage with people, so that there's reciprocity, there's a desire to then be have you they're thinking about you in extra positive ways, which sends you positive energy, a positive remembering of their interactions with you, so that it helps create your own vortex, because there's positive things coming back to you, not just your engagement with them, but the additional things you may do to acknowledge the engagement or whatever. But then that also opens doors in the future to have interactions with them. Who knows what that looks like? It's not like you're doing it just to gain profit, or they're a really valuable person. It's like anybody. So Nina, if I actually fall through with this, expect a personal written message, because it matters, man. Like it's just a cool thing to interact with humans and honor the community and honor the interactions. And then I don't know, it helps create a foundation too. I think that helps makes it more people are more open to coming on the show or having been on the show. They feel valued. It's not just something we say and have them on the show. I don't know, just little shit, man. There's a million. There's, like I said, there's endless things to learn. There's endless things to focus on. There's shit that each of us have spent decades focusing on in our lives up to this point. Now we have joint focuses in some sense, doing the shows together and having these conversations. But there's a million little nuances that make us us in this life anyway. And that's cool, man. It's fascinating. We're all learning to love ourselves and other people and fucking do cool shit in this life.
I love that. I can't wait for your letter.
I'm writing it down right now.
Yeah, there's no right way to do it. There's 1,000 trillion billion ways to do something. The right way is only defined by whether or not it got you the result you wanted without more of an outlay than you were willing to give. So
yeah, I mean,
do how the fuck you want, man. Be free, for fuck's sake. Please take your damn freedom. Like, freedom is not given to you. It is chosen. Right? You could say it's taken, but you have to make the choice to be what you want to be, no matter what anybody else thinks about that shit. Otherwise, you are not liberated. You know?
There's a statement. Do I have it on me? Let's look it up. About freedom and free will choice that Andrew makes in some of his contract revocations. That's worded really well. Let's see. Sorry, if anything comes up, you can feel free to talk about it too. We'll see if we can find it. There's actually a quote here from Jordan Peterson I found too, that if you're not willing to be a fool, you can't become a master.
Yeah, no doubt. That goes hand in hand with, like, I don't even know where it comes from, but there's a quote out there that's basically the idea that the difference between the master and the student is that the master's failed more times than the student has even tried.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got to be willing to fail a lot if you want to just do whatever you want, especially. If you want success, it's built on top of a mountain of failure. You have to learn to want that failure because it's leading towards that thing. I like failing. You don't learn shit through being successful. You get a result, sure, but you also get results through failure. There's a different kind of results. So,
well, the trick is not going into shame or regret or blame or wasting energy there. It's just like whatever the failure is, find why it failed. Figure out the equation and change that shit.
Well, you have to change. That's why, like, I think you have to change the normalization of how you approach the failure, right? Like, you have to look forward to it. Like, a lot of people worry about failing. I expect to fail. That approach works a lot better to me. You know, well, maybe it doesn't work for them, but
like practical dating advice too. Like, you understand that was it like 7 out of 8 times you're going to get rejected, or sales. Just that you expect
Who
that.
gets rejected in dating?
I don't know. I think that's a statistic somewhere. I don't know, but it's like having a point is having the mindset. Well, trying to approach a girl. Let's say you approach a girl, she's not interested. She kind of rejects you, turns you down, doesn't want you to buy a drink. I don't know, whatever shit that like any guy or girl can get all nervous and insecure and scared about. But you just understand that may happen. It didn't work out. No big deal. There's other human beings on this planet. There's other girls in this place you're in. You're probably fine, man, but expect that that may happen. So if it does, you're prepared for it, and you can literally shrug it, learn to shrug it off, or learn things about that engagement. Maybe it's the way you approached her. Maybe, you know, she's having a bad night. Maybe you said some douchey line. I mean, I don't know, whatever. Just like it gives you something to analyze and learn about yourself. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt sometimes. This is the ideal, right? You operate this way in different areas of life. Doesn't mean things don't hurt sometimes or whatever. But as a generality, trying to understand that failure is a part of learning and part of growth, and there's nothing to be afraid of or ashamed over, let alone have it stop you because of fear of rejection. That's the worst. I never even try.
Yeah. I mean, the best way to get over that fear right there, like going up and talking to women and worrying about that rejection, is literally just to go up like expecting to miss like 1,000 times. Just go hit on like 1,000 girls that you find interesting and fail. You literally just get over it. Like you don't care anymore.
And who knows, during that time, maybe somebody falls in love with you, you fall someone in love with you when you stumbled over yourself, said some stupid shit, or you were totally candid in yourself, and you know that's how it goes. The point is you won't know if you don't try. Like with different dating profile things that I'm on or whatever, each one of them is like its own interesting, nuanced experiment. I word it in a way that's just interesting for a way that I'm expressing or feeling, and seeing who responds or why they respond or how they respond to that, or like, you know, it's really interesting.
Sure. I mean, you never know what's going to work. Like, especially when you're going up and you're interfacing with another person, doesn't matter whether it's like a you know, romantic type of engagement or anything. Like, you don't know who that person is yet, so you don't know what's going to work. Like, this is why really like the best format of going up and interfacing with someone in any engagement is going up and asking a lot of questions about them. The quicker that you learn about them, the quicker you're actually going to be able to manage this engagement to get like at least what you make it work the way you want it to work, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to learn about the person and see what they actually like or what they want out of it or what they're looking for.
Okay, so
that's really interesting because I feel like when like the right, like it doesn't work out for a reason, and when the right person shows up, that's why it works, you know? Like all those other things was because like the universe was like, no, it shouldn't work. That's why it doesn't work.
Well, and in the meantime, like whether it's like because you know, girl number 27 was like the girl, but all the things you need to learn in the meantime. So that may have been the number. It wasn't the whole point was to just get 27, shut my eyes, hold my breath, grit my teeth.
No, you learn other things.
Yeah, totally.
You learn other
Tons of other things. Yeah, which is the beauty of the multidimensional reality of us as being infinite beings. It's really about our perception. I mean, how much richness do you want to get out of any moment in life, which you know very well, Nina, and finding joy and enjoying every moment of life pulls massive more amounts of data, if you will, out of your environment, more awareness of your surroundings and of yourself.
Oh, definitely. Like all you have to do is just observe everything and take every clinical, like even like emotions. They're just things that are coming to visit, like the Greeks say.
Sure.
I like that. Are you in front of the computer, Zach?
Not right this second.
Okay, I sent over a page to. Actually, Frank and I were talking about doing this too, and we could do it on the show too at some point or whatever. Going through some contract revocation. So it's a way to do meditations or affirmations, if you will, but they connect. Well, let's see. Actually, here's his description of these contract revocations, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so on here.
Contract
for free.
Like past life contracts.
Well,
like,
so okay,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, let me read the definition. Then when Zach gets in, we can throw one of these up on the screen. Okay, so contract revocations. Actually, let's do this fancy thing. If I spell it right. Revocations. Okay. Boom. There we go. Up on screen. Okay, so meaning and purpose. To revoke is to renounce, retract, annul, and erase. What are we erasing? The contracts that have bound us into bondage. What are we renouncing? The idea that we were ever anything less than divine. And what are we revoking? The fear that has kept us in place for far too long. These soul contract revocations are a way to use the power of your voice to break free from the energetic chains of the past, present, and future that have been knowingly and unknowingly created. They are tools to remember and reclaim your sovereignty as a free-willed being of the universe with power and full autonomy, which then releases the hold that the Matrix has on your thinking and allows you to be a conscious, multidimensional being. You're challenged to say them every day as a declaration of your freedom. Freedom from your own self-imposed limitations, freedom from the very ideas that once held you in the comfort and illusion of safety, and freedom to become the greatest version of your highest ideal. Challenge yourself to reveal this highest ideal within you and live in the full passion and expression. This is a step in being your own savior, your own hero, and your own source of wisdom. Will you give yourself this gift? Challenge yourself to freedom.
Oh my God, dude, you like literally explained when I broke up with my ex. Like that's exactly what happened.
Please tell me. Let's pause. Please tell me the story.
Like literally, like all the energies you explained of that. Like he was just like of course I had like asked for that. Like that's what I wanted, but I did like a past life regression meditation last year, and I like saw him in like this past life where I was in like Ireland, and he would like go out to fight. I guess he was a soldier, and I was just like at home, and I would take care of the home, and we never had kids, and I was like happiest when he was gone, and I could just like go out in the field and do whatever the fuck I wanted, and I could like it like takes you to your deathbed, and on the deathbed he was there, and he's like, but I loved you and I cared about this and that, and I'm like, why the fuck are you here? I was like, what is this shit? Because like I would remember like being in the kitchen in my past like cooking like with my pot in my fucking hand and like doing this shit in like a 1-bedroom fucking shack, you know, and just bitching at him the whole fucking time. And that was our relationship, was him bitching at me the whole time. So it was like mirrored. It was like, it was so fucking hilarious, like during that regression, but the relationship was not funny. But no. It was so bad. It was such a bad fucking relationship. And I was like convincing myself, I'm like, I'm so good. Like I am flexible. I can like give in to myself. I won't do anything I like because he gets angry. I won't see any of my friends because he gets angry. I can't like come home later than like 5 minutes from work or else he'll get angry. So I had like no life. I would just be home all the time. I had no hobbies. Like it was just like death. And I just like left him one night. I was like, no, you're not fucking, I was like, this is not fucking happening again.
Like, wait a second, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I'm out of here.
Oh, he compared me, he like woke me up in the middle of the night and he compared me to his ex to like cheat on him again. I was like, whoa, like we've been dating 3 years. Wow. You haven't been with her in 4 years. I'm like, no, not again. No way. I'm leaving. And then all that shit you said with like the soul contract thing, like having him in my past life and not having that happen again and like severing it and like coming into my full self, like that happened like a year and a half ago.
So check this out. So Nina, if you're comfortable reading, I'm gonna have Zach pull up on screen. If you can, Zach, pull up the Divine Feminine contract revocation or revocation for the, what was it? It's not on there. It should be on there. Yeah, for the Divine Feminine. And then Nina, if you would read this through out loud, and then just I think it'd be great to have you read it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Where is it? I see Zach's contract revocation.
I'll have it up on the screen in a second.
Zach's doing his wizardry.
Page is not super optimized here for loading.
Great, thanks.
I don't use a computer, so I decided when computers started like coming out, I was like, I'm not going to use this thing. I'm not going to devote my eyes to a screen for multiple hours a day. Okay, your hands get cold when you're like doing that. I don't understand how people use computers. Like
how often do you use your phone during the day?
Probably all the time, but my hands don't get cold.
So it's not a computer because her hands don't get cold. And she has it on her everywhere.
I'm not like sitting at a desk. I can like lay down. I can do whatever I want. It doesn't matter. The phone is fine. Like Nina, it should just be like integrated into my skin at this point. Like why are we not there? Like why do I have to hassle? Like why is it like not in my eyes by now? Like why are they holding back technology? It's fucking ridiculous.
Nina, I love the way you live your life. I really appreciate you. Okay, so Nina, it's on screen now. Zach's gonna do an awesome job of keeping up with your reading pace and scrolling along as you read.
Oh God, that's really tiny.
Are you on? Oh, you're on your phone. She doesn't have a computer. She's on her phone.
I don't have glasses on either.
Oh wow, Zach's even making it bigger. Is that? I was gonna say we were
Oh,
gonna send it to you
wow.
maybe, but if you can read it.
Can I make it bigger?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I call to all spiritual contracts that exist within my past, present, and future beings, selves and existence in this dimension and time stream, and all time streams above and below the Earth-centric since wave of coexistence. At this exact moment, in this ever-present co-creating moment, I summon all DNA lineage ancestors to create a unified, proper spiritual court of equity so I may find remedy and resolve with all contracts that have inserted fine print during the pre-birth and birth process. I call forth the proper spiritual court of equity to hear my decree of contract removal. I revoke all spiritual contracts with earth-based religious cultures, belief systems, and industries that dominate and control the divine feminine power in our world and create an energetic imbalance that affects every man, woman, and child on the planet. I call forth all ancestors of all soul relations to hold space in this spiritual court of equity. I call to Mother Earth and all her light denizens within all inner and outer space to come forward and occupy this spiritual court of equity. O great mystery, who is the source of all power, I call to you. Come with your sacred synchronicity so all beings may hold space with unity consciousness. I hereby revoke contracts of all religions and cultural belief systems that place the feminine in a dominated position of inequality. These include the projections of unequal pay, the inability for a woman to earn a living, own land or a business, or receive an education of her choosing. I do not consent to the feminist movement that was created and funded by the CIA. Sorry, that's really
Good.
funny.
It is.
To separate a woman from her divine feminine power, foster a hatred for men, and create separation and division in the soul family unit. I hereby revoke all cultural belief systems that create the expectations of a woman's duty to hold an unrealistic burden alone and suffer in silence. I do not consent to all social policing systems that have been put in place to make a woman feel like she is too sensitive, too emotional, or out of control in the attempt of gaslighting. I don't like, that's new. A woman's soul to make her feel like she is unstable or insignificant. I hereby revoke all contracts of cultural belief systems where female children are murdered at birth, sexually mutilated as opposed to rite of passage, sold it's behind the air off into billion-dollar child pornography industry or trafficked as sex slaves. I do not consent to the porn industry that has been the porn is fun. Breeding ground for sexual perversion, spiritual contracts, and the exploitation, degradation, that stuff's not fun. Victimization and bastardization of the divine feminine power. Okay. Sorry for my commentary, people in the comments, if you don't like it. I hereby revoke the following spiritual sexual perversion contracts that are targeted at separating a woman from her divine feminine power, all group sex and polygamous programs that are all perversion of divine sexuality aimed at making a woman feel that she is somehow not enough. All double standards in cultural belief systems where recreational sexual promiscuity, multiple wives, harems, mistresses are allowed and celebrated for a man, but cause social ruin for, I mean, if you want to do it, why not? All programs that create projections that men put on women while masturbating. What? As well as perverted fantasies that are used as a barrier between the heart space of a man and a woman in a sacred sexual bond. I do not consent to these spiritual sexual perversion contracts. You have no power over me. I hereby declare that Earth Mother Gaia, is in domination with me.
No, Dominion.
As well as my Dominion. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, maybe, domination might be fun too.
Well
I would
done.
like to dominate with Earth, dude, yeah. As well as my soul family and my ancestors. I declare that I am now clean from these projections of sexual perversion, and I return to the source of innocence as a divine feminine sovereign being. I hereby revoke all contracts and concepts created in innocence or bliss-free ignorant states of being. I hereby declare a new form of spiritual and physical cleanliness. Is that the end of it? No. Okay. I revoke all previous self-created concepts of cleanliness and any perverted attachments to myself. This new invocation of cleanliness removes all previous concepts of sacred sexuality, sensuality, recreational sex. I bring them all back to the 0 point of the fetus in mother's womb. I reconnect all my DNA strands to that of the heartbeat of Earth Mother. The sacred feminine is connected to her heart in her sacred feminine space and does not deny her menstrual cycle. She accepts it as a time of introspection, retrospection, and reflection. I hereby revoke all spiritual contracts with the entertainment and advertising industry that has created programs of self-hatred, low self-esteem, self-medication, self-mutilation, eating disorders, etc. I hereby revoke all spiritual contracts with the medical industry that have damaged a woman's health and ability to reproduce according to the natural laws of Mother Earth, birth control drugs and other chemicals in our food, water, and air that cause sterility or over-sexuality, as well as clothing that is damaging to a woman's health, such as bras, heels, corsets, bound feet, and tampons. I love corsets. I revoke all birthing contracts created through C-sections, pregnancy drugs, prenatal x-rays, vaccinations, incubations, children who are not put on the mother's heart after birth, removal of the placenta, and cut of the umbilical cord, which can stay intact up to 4 days to allow the child's heart bond with the mother and father. I revoke all contracts that force women to carry and birth a soul that is not of their collective divine choice of their selected or bonded sacred masculine. This includes rape victims, teenage pregnancies, and forced or arranged marriages. I return to Earth Mother, the natural incarnation grid. I now permanently delete the reincarnation grid from my soul existence. I do not consent to all programs aimed at making a woman feel too fat, too thin, too old, too young, black, white, ethnic, rich, poor, or any projection at all that makes a woman feel that she is somehow not good enough. I hereby declare that I am more than good enough. I am infinite consciousness. I am God, Goddess incarnate. I'm a sovereign being, and I hereby reclaim my divine feminine power in the spiritual court of equity. I call forth the ancestors to honor this reading of my free will and enter it into the Earth Akashic record for all sentient kind to understand our freedom comes with the ease of free will at all times. Is that the end of it? Who wrote this?
That's him right there at the bottom, Andrew Bartzis.
That is like very interesting, and like a man wrote it. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these things that he says are like very like old points of view in my mind. Like we shouldn't stick to like these kinds of thoughts. Also, I don't like the not and then having things that should not be there, because that's like the universe doesn't see not. That like equation doesn't work. So you're like invoking things that are not good, which you know.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and then there's like a couple things that like I completely did not agree with. You know, like
tell me.
Oh, there was a lot. That thing was huge. I can't remember all of it. Like the period
It was big. Let's take a moment to honor how big it was.
Yeah.
It's so big.
Whoa.
Okay, so parts of that, like anytime I read through anything like that, right, that seems effective as an effective template for certain things, it's easy to use as a resource for other people or dynamics. So I've gone through layers of those things. Several years ago when I came across them, they were a lot more meaningful and effective for clearing certain energies and aligning certain things within myself. Okay, but even then he gives these out, and he made these in like 2013 too, so they are older frameworks. Yeah, but their frameworks that he says and like things we talk about is make your own framework from it. So change the wording, change the thing, see the dynamic that's trying to be accomplished, establishing. So some of the paradigms in there, it's not saying porn in itself is wrong. It's talking about the different dynamics of like the porn industry and the things they've done and contributing sex trafficking and a lot of those dynamics that have marred the perspective of divine feminine in certain ways. So not that
I
porn
mean,
is
it's
wrong,
like
but the industry
whatever you
can't-
make it, right? Like, no, we don't want children on there, but like, you can still make a lot of money from porn if you.
Right, totally. Right. So a lot of that are 3D examples of higher level concepts, and even the CIA creative feminist movement. I mean, that's true. There's truth to all that dynamic of trying to mar what people grow up with. They think is divine feminine. It's not the power to go sleep around with any man I want, and I go sleep around every night, every weekend because I have power and I'm a woman. I mean, you can if you're doing it from a place of like genuine power, but not because the culture has programmed you that is what a strong man is, and that's the mirror of it, or whatever that effective.
I feel like we should see what the male one looks like.
Yeah, do it.
The
wonder if
female
it's-
one is
Why don't you read?
Equally
Why,
is.
since you're scrolling, Zach, why don't you read through that one as you scroll? You scroll it.
I would love to do that. I'm sure it won't be long at all. So
What did they think of that read they did? I hope I didn't invoke all that. I was reading it clinically, not.
Yeah, no, it's great. I'm glad you read it. As of never having read it, I'm glad you had your own commentary. That was awesome. I mean, part of it's like it's being able to discuss these things. These are symbol sets. These are things people use. So being able to break it down and seeing the pros and the cons and the nuances and the different dynamics, I think it's great.
I mean, it was just like a basis of like the outside influences of the world at the time. Like you shouldn't be influenced by anything, like at the core of it.
Totally.
And like also the period thing, they always say rest. That's so not true. You need to keep moving. It makes it worse if you rest. That's like complete. Yeah.
I could see that, like in terms of purgative things. I certainly don't know, but in terms of purgative things, usually getting it to move around is better than letting it lay there and not move at all. Like even if it's like you're trying to rehab a knee or a foot, you know. But so here we go with the male one. I'm gonna leave this other stuff on the screen since somebody doesn't need to like follow along it, and it's small anyways. Oh, it's so small. I call to all spiritual contracts that exist within my past, present, and future beings, selves, and existences in this dimension and time stream, all time streams above and below the Earth-centric sine wave of coexistence. At this exact moment, in the ever-present co-creative moment, I summon all DNA lineage ancestors to create a unified, proper spiritual court of equity, so I may find remedy and resolve with all contracts that have inserted fine print during the pre-birth, birth, and puberty process. I call forth the proper spiritual court of equity to hear my decree of contract removal. I call forth all ancestors of all soul relations to hold space in this spiritual court of equity. I call to Earth Mother and all her light denizens within all inner and outer space to come forward and occupy this spiritual court of equity. Great Mystery, who is the source of all power, I call to you. Come with your sacred synchronicity so all beings may hold space with unity consciousness. I call to Great Spirit, who lives within Great Mystery, you, the powers of Mother Earth manifested. I call to your wisdom in this I am moment. Bless me as I walk this sacred soil. Bless me as I breathe your sacred air. Bless me as I warm myself with sacred fire. Bless me with your sacred waters of life. Bless me as I learn to walk with personal power. Today I travel the great unknown. Grant me the wisdom to be humble. Grant me the wisdom to love, even when love is not returned. Grant me the knowledge to balance my way of being, so I may heal my family, my tribe, my nation, and our Mother Earth. I am ready to invoke my natural rights as a sovereign male being born to Earth Mother through a womb of a sacred feminine who is also born this way. I invoke my natural rights as a being of Earth Mother. I was born under the natural laws. With this wisdom of my natural birth, I now reclaim my place in the natural world. I revoke all energetic contracts with all people I've had sex with that was influenced by propaganda-based mass media or pornography. Okay, he got into the things that I was wondering whether he was going to get into. I've learned what I needed to learn. I return myself to the 0 point of the fetus in my mother's womb. I revoke all contracts with all perverted sacred masculine mystery schools who have operated with false information or who have created a patriarchal dominated society. I cancel, cure, or delete all contracts that perverts the sacred masculine during the birth canal phase of life. I revoke all spiritual contracts that create a sense of competition between the male species when dealing with any sacred feminine expression. I revoke all cultural taboos that create emotional distancing from women. I revoke all perverted spiritual contracts that place me in the incorrect sex that I chose before my birth. That one threw me for a loop. Sorry. I revoke all contracts that create perversion of the male expression of sensual behavior. I revoke all contracts that house, hold, or store my sacred masculine energy to promote male-dominated sports, activities, or entertainment that demoralize or degrade the sacred feminine. I revoke all systems of patriarchal domination of the family unit. I return all definitions of family to the Earth Mother so remedy and resolve can be endeavored between all families now healing the patriarchal concepts. I revoke all cultural contracts I incarnated or reincarnated with that create a male-dominated society structure. I return the sacred feminine to its right and proper places as equal partners in this co-creation experience of life. I revoke all spiritual contracts with all religions I have existed in that do not give full rights, duties, and responsibility and total equity to the sacred feminine and masculine. I revoke all spiritual contracts that retain me in any way, shape, or form, or force me via soul contract to serve in war. I delete all patriot programming that creates a lust for war. I revoke all spiritual contracts that define the male as war-oriented. I revoke all spiritual contracts with all governments that I have served in during all times of war. I revoke all spiritual contracts that create a war-based, male-dominated military industrial complex. I revoke all contracts that create a male-serving, servicing sex industry that dominates women in any way, shape, or form. I revoke all spiritual contracts that create a sense of uncleanliness within my sacred masculine expression. I revoke all contracts that keep me trapped in shame, blame, or guilt created by perverted masculine or perverted feminine personalities. I revoke all contracts with the incubus and succubus grids I may have dealt with in all of my past, present, and future lives. I hereby banish the entire incubus and succubus grid from my reality for all eternity. I hereby revoke my entire citizenship to all representations of kingship, dictatorship, religious monarchies, religious councils, or representative government concepts. I hereby permanently remove myself from all dreamtime societies interwoven with the system of domination and control that caused the erasure of our oral teachers / historians throughout the entire indigenous world. I hereby revoke every decision I have ever made while in service to the system of domination and control. All decisions made for me by a male soul contract holding representative of government are now placed in a proper spiritual court of equity with all ancestors present so we may find remedy and resolve, not justice or judgment. I now state with full sovereign conviction that I am now fully present in the mighty I Am Self. I declare from this point forth, I'd like to point out that I am not fully currently present in the mighty I Am Self despite what I have just read. I declare from this point forth, I now operate with a permanent spiritual court of equity when relating to healing the divine masculine or feminine, so perversion never re-enters my field of expression. I hereby declare that Earth Mother is now in dominion with me for all forms of interpersonal relationships for all sentient kind existing and coexisting on Earth Mother's realms. I call forth all the ancestors to honor this reading of my free will and enter it into the Earth Akashic record for all sentient kind. To understand our freedom comes with the use of free will at all times. I agree with
some of it.
Most of it.
I get what he's doing there. He's like breaking down like the oppressive things that the structure has built on like human spirit. Like I get that. Yeah. Like that makes sense. But like I feel like at this point we shouldn't live in that kind of mentality and we should see that as like an old point of view and like take the next step.
Yeah. I really feel like if we're going to get like this in depth about things too, we could just go super vague and be like, I revoke all contracts that do not currently align with my choices and spirit.
That's literally all that matters. That's what he's saying. And he's like breaking it down to whatever like this guy sees, which they're all very relevant. And like, I know like they influence somebody at some point, but like at the end of the day, like those things shouldn't exist anymore. Yeah. And I don't choose for them to exist.
This one section where he does the revoking contracts with the incubus and succubus grids, and then on the next one says the all representations of kingship. This is perfect example of how I feel about this thing. I totally I think the incubus succubus thing. This is a blame complex to me. Like that's not a real thing. That's me blaming other people for me not having my own power. And then I really liked that in the next one he was like representations of kingship, because like I'm not with the idea of king, queen, that thing. That's not my
Yeah.
jam. And so I
We're
was
all
with
kings
that.
and queens.
Totally, abso-fucking-lutely not. I am not a king nor a queen. I do not buy into that concept at all. I completely
Nina,
agree with
Nina.
revoking my entire citizenship to all
Nina,
representations of
me
kingship.
and you, hey, me and Zach see this thing totally differently. We haven't talked it through or whatever, and it may just be agree disagree thing. But I'm with you. We're all kings and queens.
We're all
except
kings
Zach,
and queens.
except for Zach and other people like Zach. So not
Of
everybody.
your own realm, right?
I mean, you can say of your own realm, but the entire concept of the word has an etymological uncleanliness to it, where you worship a patriarchal domination society, and it has always been that way. And not only does your king, but also your coins comes from all of that. And your entire money and control society that we live in right now comes out of the concept of the Ka, or the Khazar, or the Khazarian mafia, who were the original moneylenders and the installers of the patriarchal society through way of esoteric mystery schools, and then branching out into religions that they still have control over today. If you think your religion is free, they're not. So all of these things have been influenced by that, and that directly sits inside of it. We still worship it today when we say, I'm a king, I'm a queen. We say that, and when we honor that spirit. That spirit is literally the thing that I am opposed against on this planet. That's why I agree with most of what he said. I really am totally for the whole, like, men don't treat women right. I totally agree. I think it's because we don't honor our own sacred feminine aspects. We don't see the androgyny in ourselves. I very much so do believe that that is basically a thing that has been installed in the way that we operate, and it is defunct. But part of that defunct nature is giving it that's where this comes from. It's literally that thing comes from there. Like, and you think that we get outside of these concepts and we talk about things about like Merkabas, right? Like, I mean, like, you know why the Ka is the Ka inside of Egyptology? Because the Khazars were there before you got to read that history. So that's already there. Like, Pharaonic Egypt was not special in any way, shape, or form. Pharaonic Egypt did not build pyramids. Pharaonic Egypt did not even build special structures. The entire indigenous society that was there before them, known as Kemet, it built all of that shit. It built all of it. It's a completely different orientation of society, and then a group of people come in and overlay a society on top of it. It's happened in literally every indigenous space in the entire world. And it's just a thing that we live with. But that's the kings and queens.
Yeah, that's like the way you see it. That's fine. I think kings and queens
That's the
fun.
fucking way the language was written, my friend. It's a history book.
It doesn't really, I don't really think like it matters. It's like whatever, it's just whatever you want to. I like the idea of wearing a crown and fur and velvet and like all the
Your crown is not supposed to be made of gold. It is supposed to be made of fucking clear light. That's your problem. You're going to put the gold on your head, and then that's going to collect all of it inside of the gold. Exactly what the Khazars want you to make for them, because their money lending system has always been based around that and getting that. Taking control of the material realm through people's belief of energy exchange, which they call money, or they call gold. So they tell you to put gold and precious gems on top of your head and wear your crown. That fucking crown sucks. That's a piece of shit crown.
Does it suck for you?
Garbage.
I think it's fun, dude, because like I love that box full of costumes and I want to dress up every day into something different, and it's going to be like fucking Halloween all the time, dude. It's just like a costume game. Like, I don't really take it that seriously.
I know. Everybody, I've been saying it to everyone for 20 years. You think it's a game, and now you stay locked inside of your house, just like I told you would be 20 years ago, with your freedom slowly being pulled away from you, just like they have been everywhere else. And you still think it's a game, and you still think it's not serious. I know where I'm going, but I also know where you're going. Like, that's the thing, man.
In my house.
It's not serious. You're not locked in. You are. They are encouraging you to stay in your house right now. You know. But if you live in the United States, you are a hop, skip, and a jump from martial law. We can shoot you in the fucking face if you come outside. It's all there already. All of the legislation is there. It's literally legal. If they just, all they gotta do is say, nope, martial law instead of this. You walk outside, completely legal for the army to blow your fucking head off. Completely legal. No one will ever get in trouble. Your life means nothing then. Only the security of the country by order of the king. So,
Oh, we lost Nina.
yeah. I mean, it's a parasitic concept, man. Like, I understand that a lot of people buy into it, and the people that buy into it oftentimes are very high level. It's a very high level concept. I get it. It's a disempowering concept with the way that the spell is crafted. King and queen has a thing in it. And if we're going to talk about contract revocations, realize you make contracts all day long with yourself with the way that you use your words. You're always making contracts all the time. And when you choose to identify yourself as something that has a meaning that you don't know, you still identify yourself with that. Your limited knowledge becomes your bondage. This is written inside of the Shiva Sutras, which is another format of bondage, but Jananam Bandaha. Okay? Even if you don't know, what you don't know is what keeps you in prison. Not what you do know. What you don't know. That's why you should always believe you don't fucking know, because if you start thinking you do know, then you got this whole space that you don't know, and that's the walls of the prison. So it's these are not good words, man. They're actually very bad words. Very bad words. They're much worse words than the other things because they're completely, there's no understanding of this concept. There's a couple other people out there on the planet that are riding with me on this already, but the same people as the usual suspects, man. You go listen to Stephen Bomar. He's got a lot of great things to say about the word king and queen. It's the same thing. It's the same story. He tell you the same story that I do. There's a very, very, very old controlling culture that has pulled strings on an awful lot of things. And they still pull strings on everything now. You might call them the World Bank. You might call them the government. You might even actually be a couple steps beyond that and call them some other things. But really behind it, it all started one place. And that's where it came from. So, like, it is like... that's fucking what it is, right? Like, oh, there's not chemtrails, everybody said at one point in time, you know, but well, what are they now? You know?
Yeah. Nina's back. Nina, were you listening?
Yeah, a little bit. I caught like yeah. The end of that.
So, I mean, we got another one out there that everybody would disagree with me too. Everybody loves the word divine.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm a divine creator. You mean you're a divided creator, because that's what div means. Every word that comes off of div means divisive, division, divided. There's actually no divination even says to see beyond. Beyond what? That's separation. Every single word that has div in it means to separate yourself from it, but you're going to be a divine creator, a separated creator. That's interesting. That's not my understanding of what that is at all. It's actually completely androgynous and inseparable, entangled, negentropic, unified. It's not separated, therefore there's no way it's fucking divine.
It's really interesting to hear you talk about like your definitions on these words, and then also yesterday you said you would definitions. Like you would make up definitions for words, right? That was you, right?
Yep.
Last night, and you're like, whatever the word was, if you didn't know it, you would just make it up.
Yep.
So like what would you do like as a child then when you like heard the words and you didn't know the meaning? Like what did you believe?
Oh, that was just a game. I don't believe shit if I don't know what it means. I go and look it up in about 17 different dictionaries, check out the etymology of it, learn where it came from, what those words
but when you were a kid.
No,
like,
man. No, man. When I was like 8 fucking years old. I'm telling you, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, people interface with me all the time, but like, if I wanted to like gloat about things, I tested in the top 0.01 percentile in the entire United States in 4th grade. I had a beyond college level reading level, beyond college level mathematics level, beyond college level social sciences level, literally all of it. I was already doing all of that stuff back then. Well, then you were also looking through 17 different dictionaries, studying the etymology, looking into the history of those words, where you didn't really want to know. That's what I did back then. Like, I didn't believe okay.
So, like, no, there's this really good example that's like, you know, when you like believe in the god and you're like doing an invocation to the god, and like my version of Hera is not your version of Hera, if that makes sense.
It's the version of Hera because that is an identified thing that is
So
in a
like
shared
my
hologram.
version of king and queen is not the same as your version of king and queen.
It's the shared holograms though, and you live in the
It's
shared
not.
hologram.
It's not. It's not a
You
shared hologram.
seriously, how are we interfacing then?
I mean, it can be like overlapping, but it's not completely shared because like
How
the
are we
only
interfacing?
dimension
Explain it to me.
is
And give
in
me
within
any kind of
yourself.
scientific credibility that says that this is happening some way other than a shared hologram.
I don't believe in scientific credibility, honestly, because
That's
like
just because you're too
whatever I
leveraged into the right
believe
brain. They're both true.
is whatever I believe that's true, and I'm very, very observant. You can't just say I'm right brained. So the very observant part of me, I know the clinical, I know what's happening, but like whatever somebody says about something, that's what I don't believe. I don't believe what somebody says about some kind of word in some kind of history book and some kind of shit. It's whatever I feel about it and however I want it to be. If it's a negative point
So
of view,
why don't
I'm
you
not
use
going to
words
agree
like
with that.
Kofluba
Why
that have
not?
never been used
Dr.
before? If
Seuss
you're
did.
making it up all new,
I
Dr.
love
Seuss doesn't
Dr.
make up
Seuss.
words
He's
at
my
all.
fucking favorite. Yes, he does. All his
It's-
animals are made up. They're all made up
But-
words.
these are proper nouns. I mean, these are names, not technically words. But you know, if we want to get into that, also we do got names being words too, and that's a whole nother layer of thing that we could talk about. But apparently, words don't actually mean anything over time. There's just tons of correlation that you can
They
draw,
don't.
and they never change between societies. They mean things, and we get all of our logical thoughts into reality through them, but they actually have no meaning inside them whatsoever. We can just
They
redefine them
don't
all
at
the
the
time.
end of the day.
But we
they're
choose
literally
to
just
use
a
the
tool.
exact same ones over and over just on accident because we're lazy.
You
like
choose to
we're gonna
because
come
you're
up.
in that
I-
and you're
I
in that
I want to
framework.
call myself something that means something amazing, but I'm not going to make up my own word for it. I'm going to call myself king. Like that
Why
doesn't
not?
already have a meaning.
Why not? What does
Because
it matter?
I'm a
Whatever
fucking
it means to
creator. I
you.
call myself something besides that. I got way
Yeah.
cooler names for myself than king.
Yeah, but like, isn't it fun to be like a fairy pirate witch with like a little bit of this and a little bit of that? Like, it's just a fucking
Not
costume,
anywhere
dude.
near
It
as
really
fun as
doesn't
it is to
matter.
be Zach.
But it's just
Okay.
fun. It's just a
Okay.
costume. Like for me,
So-
it's like a childish game. Like it doesn't mean
Okay,
anything.
so let me jump in here. So I think so.
it's
Zach's
two,
describing.
two, two.
Okay, Zach's describing the reality, the morphogenic field around the word because of the everything he just laid out. That's science. It's real. It's energetic. It's unseen. It's seen. It's reality. It's neurolinguistic programming. It's DNA activating. All that shit. It's interlineage. It's been around for a long time. That's all very real. What I think Nina's trying to express is in her reality, she changes all that shit. It doesn't mean that to her. She's playing king, queen, and she means what hers is a symbol set for her to connect with some part of her and to enjoy and play and even play the role of king and queen. But it's like that's also fine to engage in life. That also is not wrong. I don't feel like there's a one of these answers is correct. I mean, they're both correct. And my point is my point. It's like, yeah.
Maybe we just disagree.
Right. I think so. I mean, like you're both pressing the points, and that's fine. It's making for a very interesting conversation where I rarely get to just sit back and listen,
It's
which
totally
is great.
fun.
Great. I'm glad you're engaging. It's fucking awesome. Will said it's 2-2-2.
Yeah.
And Will's saying too, so I agree, but I think it's helpful because the planet is bound by dualism. So then also in the set of like, so I agree with that, Zach, ultimately that we need to come up with new structures and words and frameworks, and we are, and we have, and we do, and get away from older frameworks that are not beneficial. Like it's not beneficial anymore because culture has progressed to presume that if someone's wife is busy, that she's in the kitchen, for example, right? That whole mindset needs to go, right? Like just gone. So there's as culture progresses, certain paradigms need to go with it. I agree. The king and queen concept as a way of seeing our framework of our reality and governmental structure in a way, and also ourselves, eventually needs to go. I also do think it's a very good stepping stone, though, right now.
On that, I
in a
agree
framework.
with. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not going to taint the word because of it.
Well, so Zach's trying to point out that it is already tainted because of its actual origin, historical usage. But I hear what you're saying because I agree.
So is the word taint.
Well, so it's like if you think about good morning and good comes from God, or like 7 breaks it all down, and like just saying the word God gives energy to the entity that is Yahweh, that it, that whole dynamic opens up portal. George Cavasso gets in that. Like there is truth in the power of
like
words,
that
whether
guy
we're
was
aware of their
tainting
meaning or
porn.
not.
I'm not going to taint porn.
unless
like
it's
who cares?
Hey, Nina, unless it's
Unsafe
taint porn, right?
Well, yeah, because Jesus ultimately says if it's harm, then that's not that's not godly. That's all he said.
Right.
Other than
Something like
that,
that.
like, who cares?
Was that
Like,
what
as
was?
long as
Hold
we're
on.
not harming, then who
Yeah, that was.
cares? Like, I want to be a queen. Like,
The-
why not? It relates to people.
Again,
it relates
this
to
is
so
all
many
just-
fucking people on this level that like are trying to like raise up and feel more empowered. So like, if that's how like my generation wants to fucking see that word, then why not give it that fucking power? Like, why not change it and make it so they can like take that next step for inner self-awareness?
I agree.
Yeah,
Zach?
I mean, just because we're not aware of the effects that something is having doesn't mean that they're not having the effects.
I agree,
So,
but I am
mean-
fully aware of the effects they're having. I still choose to use certain words and symbol sets that give power away, to other things. But that's where I'm at personally in my life, and that's where the world's kind of at right now. Eventually, I'll stop saying Jesus Christ so much; it won't be relevant. Right now, it feels really good. I came from the Christian dynamic, the whole space Jesus thing, and it fits. I enjoy saying it. It's great. That'll fade. I honestly don't even want to give additional power to that construct or that name by saying it so viscerally. I know that I am in a sense, but whatever. That's the culture we're in. It's funny. It's relevant. It's whatever. But eventually, I'll phase that out of my terminology probably completely, unless it's a historical reference.
Yeah, and even like I'm not like everyone's calling children kids, but it's not like we actually mean baby goat. Like it's not really relevant anymore, is it? I mean, it is for like the people that
Fair
are
enough.
sacrificing them. That's why they're using it for like the thing. That's
I
why
mean,
it
if you really want to
makes
get
sense.
into it,
If we're
technically
getting
it
into
actually
that
is
way,
super
then
fucking relevant.
yeah. But
Yeah.
if you want to
There's
get
a reason
into it,
why
that's
it's
what
called
I'm
a
saying.
kid, and that's a baby goat, and a goat is a fucking technically
why
a
they
ram,
take
and a
them, and that's
baby
why they-
ram is
mhm.
exactly what you are, and the same
Like-
reason why we also tone our solar plexus with the fucking tone ram.
Do you
So
want to
they're
know
all the
all
exact
that?
same
Do you
thing.
want to like live in that dimension, or do you want to live in like another dimension where that doesn't exist? Like as long as it, like
Yo,
I feel like
like-
you're just bringing power to it. You know what I mean? As long as you're still thinking about it, if you haven't like moved past that, then it's still like then it still exists.
No, you
Like,
believe
giants
that
don't
you live in
exist
a reality
anymore.
that doesn't actually interface with anybody else. It's the only way that your thesis works.
No. I disagree. She's saying she does live in
No.
reality just like we all do, and her morphogenic field affects the field of everyone's shared hologram.
I want to
and her-
manifest one where that doesn't exist anymore.
Right, and,
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying.
0.0000000 tons of zeros, 1% of the morphogenetic field seeing something as one way doesn't change the shared hologram. That's not a critical mass. It has
You
no
want
fucking
to change
effect
food
whatsoever.
for all? What's the difference? I want to change a world where nobody gets fucking raped and mutilated and eaten anymore. Like, why can't we manifest that? Like, what's the fucking difference?
Well, because we keep going around saying stuff like king and queen.
No, because you're saying it's king
That's
and
what
queen,
you
because it
say.
really doesn't
That's
matter.
what you
hold on.
say.
Hold on. I disagree.
You don't think there's any power in words. That's the actual thing here.
As
You
long
don't think
as
that your
there is
voice has
no
power.
harm, as long as there is no harm to the other human being, it really doesn't fucking matter.
So you're saying that there's no harm to a patriarchal dominated society that we live in right now.
I mean, if there is harm to that, yes, but that is not the core. That is the effect. That's not the cause. That's just the
Well,
face to the core of it.
But you're
Let me-
worshiping
let
the
me-
cause every time you
let
call
me-
yourself that.
Hold on. Let me
No,
add a,
you're
let me-
not.
let me add a new age metaphorical layover here that might apply. So the difference could be here in energy between what they would say an indigo and a crystal child. Indigos need to understand everything, how it works, why it works, the way it works, all those shit. So I definitely relate to that if that's what's true about indigos. I know Zach does in a lot of ways. And then crystals are more so the feelings. They just want their reality to be what they came here to experience. They don't have a responsibility in their soul, in my opinion, many of them, if they don't feel it, to stand up for their rights and do all this other shit. They're going to slide under the radar during this COVID shit. They don't care about that shit. That's not why they're here. They're here for the world that's coming after. So I think they live in a very different world, a lot of people, and it's okay. They're not the transition generation in the same way that we are. They are the next generation in a lot of ways, and we are clearing the way for them. So they don't need to conceptualize these things the way we do. They do not need to give weight and awareness and do the study on kings and queens and etymology. It fucking
No.
doesn't matter to their reality.
It
really
doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. I have literally not read anything. Like, I don't read any of the religious texts. I don't read any of them.
And you play
I don't
dress up
need
as
to
king
read
and
any of
queens,
them.
Yet you live your life in joy. I'm not saying like you're the example of a
And
perfect human
I
being,
know
but you're a
everything that
very
Zach
good
is
human
talking
being.
about just from what everyone has shared with me. I know exactly what Zach is talking about. I know exactly where Zach is coming from. My friend Matthew is the exact fucking way. Like, he likes to break down the words, and he likes to do this and do that and do this and do that with the things, and like know all the histories, and he gets like the fables with the one people where the ice giants like came down, and like how that one, okay. I know all of those things, but it doesn't, Like, it doesn't fucking matter, because knowing all of those things and the way that
Yet,
the
alas,
past was,
you still cannot instantly manifest a white elephant.
Yeah, but you
So
can't
you
do
clearly
it.
are not done.
matter on how the future is going to work out if I want it to be better than that. Like, I don't cling to those things. You
Just letting
know?
go that the paradigm.
We're going to label this a psychological operation show, ladies and gentlemen.
All
We
right.
got another one here with the indigo and crystal children. This is PSYOP, 100,000%.
Yeah. But okay, that's
Definitely
fine. Dive into that as long
feel
as we're not.
way more crystal than indigo.
Yeah. So as long as we're not losing the value of the
Neither of those things.
metaphorical.
Nobody's
that?
either of those things. Those things
Nope.
are psychological operations, and that's exactly why they want the crystals to ride underneath the wave, and they don't really
Who's
care what's
riding
going
underneath
on,
the
and it ain't
wave?
no big deal. Like,
I
that's
feel like
the
I'm
thing.
talking a lot.
That was what Aaron said that the crystal people like to do. They like to
That's
just,
what they
you know,
say.
don't worry about it. The COVID's
That's
not a
what
big deal. It's not
they
part of their
amorphous
reality,
people
whatever.
that nobody actually hears about, the they that doesn't exist. Like, I'm actually, I don't know a single person like that. Like, personally, I don't know a single person. So I don't think they exist.
Single person like what?
Like those people that talk bad or think bad or can't get to their innerness, or like any of those people. Like, I personally don't have any of those people in my life or in my sphere, or that I've met. Like, people are way better than that. Even at the grocery store, like, no matter what, like, I've never interacted with that kind of person.
Right.
That,
Well, there's
like,
only one king in the
oppressive.
kingdom. There's not 50 fucking billion
It's
kings.
not even a king. It's just a fucking. It's just propaganda. Like,
No, the
you
point
can
is
believe it or
that you
cannot
don't
believe
you don't know the kings and queens of society because you are a pauper. You would not be talking to me on this show if you were not a pauper. The pauper doesn't hang
pauper?
out with the kings and queens. So you don't know anybody like that because you know the common folk, just like me. You know the common folk. And the common folk don't control the fucking world. Have this exact same conversation with the Bilderberg group while you sit as a fly on the wall, and you will see that there's an awful lot of people who talk about this. And as a matter of fact, they also have an awful lot of employees. They also have a lot of resources, a lot of land, and they're totally capable of manipulating huge markets, including your entire economy and the entire thing that you feed yourself off of. And in fact, they are doing it to you right now. And that is all because of that same thing. You don't know them because they're a small percentage of people.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to make them minuscule. That's what I'm saying. I don't know them. They're such a small percentage of fucking people that they don't matter. And so we can overpower them.
No,
if we think
they
that
actually
they are so
do
minuscule.
matter when they have effect, and the other people don't do something about it. They think that just by believing that their words don't matter and that nothing matters. What does rise up mean to you? What does someone do when they rise up?
Just own yourself and be your innerness, like we've talking about this whole time. Like, that's all that it means.
So what are you
just have to be yourself. Me. My realm. That's all that matters.
But your realm is directly interfacing with other realms, no?
Confident in my abilities to handle whatever comes at me. That's all that matters, right? And not question yourself?
I mean, that does not guarantee that you are going to get a consistent result. No, confidence does not generate consistent results.
Consistency? I don't know if we're looking for consistency. I thought we were looking for flow.
Flow is consistent by nature of the definition of the word.
No, rivers are not consistent and they flow. Some places are slower.
Actually, if it didn't consistently have water flowing through it, it wouldn't be a river. That's literally what makes a river.
Some places are slower and some places are faster. Sometimes there's rocks, sometimes there's
and there's a consistent flow of water. Thus, we call it a river. And if that consistency is lower, we call it a stream. And if there's consistently a big pool of water, we might call it a lake or an ocean or a sea. But it's all
that lakes, like there's big rivers have like lake-like parts, the big floating parts. I mean, you know, what that's the Wenatchee River. I was just trying to differentiate the parts of the river.
Right. But the question here is whether or not flow is consistent. And flow is consistent. I mean, proper flow is actually a nice, consistent movement. It's always doing the same thing. Ebbs and flows are consistent. They are just on a larger fractal. They are consistent. That's exactly what we can predict what time we can predict what time the waves are going to come in the ocean 2 fucking years from now. Right now, what are you talking about? They're chaotic. There's no fucking chaos in them whatsoever. They do exactly the same thing all the time. The only random waves are the ones when random particles go through in a boat and create some small wave, which is nowhere near the exact same thing that's happening with like an oceanic wave. It's exactly the same all the time, and it stays exactly the same, consistent.
If it was consistent, then you would consistently know what your life is gonna like. It's like the same thing. Like the universe is not consistent. It's never been
That's
consistent.
why anytime it changes,
And it never
we can
will
always
be
map it to
consistent.
some type of force that was the genesis of that, whether it be a storm or it be some type of earthquake
Oh,
or a
you can
volcano.
always,
That's the
with
only thing
hindsight,
that ever changes them.
with
But that's
hindsight.
why, because they are consistent. So when there's a difference, there's always a reason. That's why. Like that's why the everybody knows that. I can't even believe I'm actually having this conversation. The ocean is consistent.
No, dude, I agree with you, but I don't agree with you. Like I know where you're at, but like I just don't choose. I like know all of those facts, but they don't matter.
But you also don't think that flow is consistent. It's random.
It is random. Can you guess what's going to happen to you? Can you guess like what's going to happen when you drop a pendulum? It's literally always different. That's what the butterfly.
I mean, yes, I can directly guess what's going to happen when I drop a pendulum. It is going to move
actually
in the inverse of the direction that I dropped it from.
No,
that's what happens with the pendulum.
When you swing a pendulum,
pendulum divination is bullshit. Everybody fucking knows that. Get out of here with that.
I'm not talking about divination, dude. I'm talking about the butterfly effect. They've mapped the pendulum, and every time they drop it, they can never predict exactly where it is going to go and the path it's going to take. It never takes the same exact path. Literally, not any single time they've ever fucking done it, dude. Just look it up. Like, there's a basic, like, 10-minute YouTube
That's because they're not taking into account a variable.
And if you do 2 pendulums, like, it even throws it off even more. It's never consistent.
And if you pull, like, 7 pendulums out with a board and drop them off, they do the exact same pattern every single time. Your fucking thinking is at too small of a dimensionality. When the fractal gets bigger, you'll see what I'm talking about. That's the reality of the situation
not at all.
Can't chaos and consistency coexist? Absolutely. But sometimes you cannot see it because your fractal scaling is not good enough. So chaos looks like chaos, but actually it's order once you get to a fractal outside of it.
It's not good enough?
What's not good enough?
You just said that my thinking wasn't. That's fine.
It's not fractal enough. It's literally not.
I can see in all dimensions if I want to, right?
You can see in all dimensions that you know about.
That's just the visual. I believe that I know everything and nothing, you know?
But that does not mean that you do. That just means that you believe that.
Does it really matter, though?
I mean, actually,
yes. What I do with my day-to-day. Like,
okay,
let
me add an overlay here. Yeah, please continue to discuss. I am doing fascinating inner work watching you guys dialogue. Okay, Zach is my left brain for sure. You are my right brain for sure, and you're both fucking throwing.
Is this what you wanted, Aaron? Did you manifest this?
I guess, dude. You're both throwing bridges, trying to make bridges across the corpus callosum. Please continue. This is wonderful.
It never happens unless you get to some type of unity structure. And the entire thing for mine is that I've been trying to talk about a unity structure, but we only look at it in separation, and that is an inevitable byproduct of the kingdom complex. So it always happens with it. Like this is not the first time I've had the king-queen conversation and the fallout. It absolutely is. A kingdom is by definition a complex. It is literally by definition this. Like you can't just make up fucking words and try and communicate people. That doesn't work. Like a kingdom is an area of space. An area of space is a complex of land. This is what that is. Literally, we use the words for this.
I'm
so
sorry, Zach. You're gonna have to forgive me on exact definitions. I don't know exact definitions of words. I was raised in like a dual lingual home, and I don't really know like all of those things if I'm not like exactly on point on what the definition is.
You didn't care. It didn't matter. You said that earlier. It's not important.
Well, yeah, because it at the end of the day, like
apparently it is important to get your thoughts across because other people use the words because you're in a shared hologram, and not only your own reality matters when you try to interface with other ones, which is actually all the time. You think sometimes you separate away from that when in actuality that's completely impossible.
Can you just be a little understanding?
I totally understand where you're coming from. I just don't agree with it at all.
Okay, but like to like a 3-year-old that like doesn't know the definition of the word exactly, you're not going to be like, your definition is wrong. Like I don't know the definition. I'm sorry for that, but this is like the best that I can do on my level of English. I'm not as advanced on your level of English. So I know you can break down
this
every
entire
word for
thing
me, but that's
starts
like not
over
really
about
what I
how
need you to talk
maybe
about.
king and queen, you think it doesn't matter. I think it does.
doesn't.
Now we're talking about how your mastery of English isn't the same as mine.
'Cause, like,
This
I
entire
just wanna-
topic was based off of mastery of English. I don't understand why we're having this conversation at this point in time. Because,
Okay,
like, dude, words
that's
is my
not what I'm
thing. It's
talking
what I
about.
do. I have done my whole life. They mean something. There's a reason
I
why
didn't
we call
think-
them spells inside of witchcraft, because they're done with words. There's a reason why the Bible says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word is God. There's a reason why all the Hindu people utilize sound. There's a reason why all of the indigenous tribes chant. There's a reason why the Shipibo people think the universe is a song and everything has been sung. It's because your voice is more powerful than any other thing you have to create in this reality, and that's why your words matter. You just don't know that yet. I hear that. I know
for
that.
the narrative. It's okay. Like
The narrative. I literally bring my reality into existence with my words on a daily basis. I do this every day.
What I'm trying to say is like, we didn't come here for an English class. We came here to like raise our vibration, right? Like,
we came here to expand our understanding.
That,
You got it, Nina.
It just feels like really hard to talk about something that seems like really important to you when you just keep getting like dissected. Which is fine. Like I totally sound like right brain here for you, Aaron. Where it's like, oh, I'm being all like touchy-feely now and I'm like shutting down. But it's really interesting that you're like letting it dominate the conversation, the semantics of it. That's what I'm trying to get.
The conversation was semantic based to begin with. We could have just been like, I'm like king and queen, this, that, the other thing. And we're like, yeah, whatever.
It's like not semantic. Like I don't view it as semantic, and I want to come across it as like you just need to come back to it. But now it's all lost because it was just so interjected.
Sure. I believe in the power of redefining words. I just don't think it's possible to redefine words inside of the shared hologram. So
it's not a shared hologram. That's the beauty
provide
of it.
proof for your claim, please.
Well, the proof is that those words don't hold those weight in her side of her reality. So yes, obviously we're in a shared hologram. We're on YouTube. We're on the same time.
Yeah, I can redefine the word motherfucker in my life and say that it doesn't mean anything at all. But I go up to some random dude in the store. I'm like, "What's up, motherfucker?" And he's like, "What the hell did you just say to me?" Because it does fucking matter. It does matter.
It comes down to the observance of yourself and the way you interact with the world around you, and like the respect you have for like another human being. Like that's a little bit different.
No, I redefined it. It's the best thing I can ever say to someone. It means they're the greatest.
Dude, like you're not talking about the same thing like on the governmental level or whatever you want to call it, because my word's obviously not right, your whatever structure with the kingdoms and queens, and like someone on a personal level. Like I choose not to believe the story that I've heard from this guy and that guy and that guy and that guy that I've never met, like on the internet, where he says some fucking bullshit about like the way the past used to be or the way it is now about these structures and all the crime and all of this shit. It's like, I don't believe in bullies and like all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I choose not to believe in that shit, but I'm not going to go up to someone and like fucking cuss in his face and like punch his kid and like kick his dog just because I know that's wrong. Like, those two things are completely fucking different.
But you would walk up to me and call me a king.
Why not?
That's fucking derogatory. Don't say that shit to me.
But like, if somebody comes at you,
so you don't understand. See, you redefine it inside of your head. Then you go up to them and you're like, "Oh, look, I'm doing something nice to you." If you want to expand understanding is literally standing underneath someone. So you need to stand underneath that person and be like, "Which I have actually explained on this show, because I would have probably named it something different." You're not understanding
me. You're not understanding me at all. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure, I
You
am.
didn't understand
I
me.
understand it. I could literally sit right here, right now, if you would like, and tell you exactly what your position is.
Yeah, so here's the
And
thing.
you would
I'm not
agree with me
talking
when I
about
got done.
position. See, that's the thing. I'm not talking about position.
Okay,
What
well, no,
are you talking about then?
okay, so Zach, you're trying to bring home a point that I think we've all come in agreement with, your accuracy of what you're saying. What I feel like you're not conceding on is the reality anyone has within their own world to have words bring her joy that, yes, collectively may be offensive, just like any derogatory slur could potentially be offensive, or non-slur, just like, hello, sir, excuse me, I'm a zer. You know, or like I'm a trans, like, geez, dude, yeah, but the intention was a greeting of honor, a greeting of something that to her meant this. To you, it means more. And as one who has more knowledge, also has more wisdom and more patience and understanding, to not have to rail into a guest how wrong they are and how you understand their psychology better than they do, and you're
I'm not saying
doing
I
anything
understand it
wrong.
better than they do. She's telling me that I don't understand her point and that I won't see what she's saying. I understand exactly what she's saying. Exactly.
What am
Just
I
because
saying?
because I choose to
But you're
act
not.
this way
But she's
doesn't
telling you
mean that
those.
I
Hold
don't
on.
This
understand what
is
she's
fun. This is
Hold on.
like psychology. I love psychology.
Let's get marriage counseling ish on this, relationship counseling. If we're doing left brain, right brain, because I mean I'm not joking about that shit. All right, so you're trying to communicate that you understand her, or you hear her, or you're hearing what she's saying, but you're not listening to what she's communicating, right? Basic chick shit. Okay, but it's true.
I would not be able to respond without listening, so that is false. But
Okay,
That's actually not true.
okay, listening and hearing, same thing. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear what the Spirit is saying in this metaphor. Like, there's additional layers and depths to things being communicated. So she's trying to find words to bridge the corpus callosum gap. So are you, because it's not like anybody's doing anything wrong here. It's just really interesting. All right, so she's trying to bridge. There's a level here to her, or that side of the brain, if you will, that the left side of the brain's getting a little abusive, telling the right side of the brain how to incorporate how it should think about things, instead of letting there be balance between each perspective. And
without the other side pushing in on that way of looking at things, there is no balance. It's carefree and right brain, and just like redefines its own reality at will. Even though all logic says that something else is happening.
I understand. I think Nina would agree to a certain extent. What I'm saying is,
no, for the fact that you're on this call with me, you couldn't be doing this if we weren't in a shared hologram. You're literally using a device made through shared thoughts, talking to another shared thought through a platform created by shared thoughts on technology created by shared thoughts. Like, your entire life is consumed by a shared hologram right now, and you sit here and tell us that you're not in one. It's really just honestly a preposterous claim.
Dude, how do I know that you're just like not some guy that's like read all this stuff and is like faking it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, how do I know you're not like a fucking alien in a skin suit? Like, how do I know, like, you guys aren't gonna unzip your skin and be like, well, nope, I'm just like a cloud in a fucking, like we don't know anything on this fucking computer thing. Like it's another dimension in and of itself where it's mystery and wonderful and can do so many things.
Here's something I really appreciate about you, Nina, outside of all of this, but it's probably relevant to the dynamic. Okay, you literally live in your reality. I think that's wonderful. Like,
that's
when we're gone, we're gone, right? It doesn't
literally
matter.
You are fucking
No, she doesn't.
dead.
As soon as she goes outside of her house, she does not live in her own reality anymore.
But Zach,
yes,
I get it. Like, dude,
if I want to manifest traffic, I'll get traffic. If I want all green lights, I'll get all green lights. Like, that's it.
So, and at the same
time, white elephants.
At the same time, she does admit she can't do white elephants. Jesus, Zach, give her some common ground here. Like, I feel like she's trying to, like, she agrees with your definitions on words. She's just saying, look, I also live in my own reality. Like, to some extent, I feel like we've hashed this out so many times. When are you going to just say, cool, you do you, boo-boo? But you just keep hammering in. Like, no, she's contradicting herself.
He doesn't understand me. That's why.
You do you, boo-boo. Go ahead. You can live the way you want. It's not going to change anything.
For you, it's not going to change anything for you. That's fine. We don't have to live in the same reality. You know? Hey, Zach.
I mean, I said you do you, boo-boo, so there's no reason for me to continue on. So I'm done.
Have you listened to The Future? It's like, it's not really spirituality, but there's this one good episode where Chris Do, like, he owns the company The Future, and he is talking to the lady is asking the question, and he doesn't really understand it because it's like broken English. And some other guy tries, and he comes to like ask the question, and he's like, wait, guys, like, you can't just like do that. You have to make sure that you understand what the question is before we go ahead and answer it. And the guy's like answering it this, and it's that, and it's with love, and it's whatever. And then like Christo asks the girl, he's like, is that what your question was? And she's like, no. You know what I mean?
I mean, I cognitively gathered the metaphor that you laid out in front of me.
Yeah.
So you're saying that I didn't understand your question functionally.
Yeah.
What was the question then? I didn't know this started on a question even. I didn't even know I was answering a question.
No, but it wasn't like specifically a question. It was just the metaphor.
Yeah, so I think this is just another creative way of saying that I don't understand what you're saying. That's your
Yeah,
thing.
are you familiar with like Discovery?
Wait, what, like the channel, or like the process of discovery?
The
or
process
like
of
the
discovery where you like
space?
learn something about like another person
No, illuminate me.
and like their business goals. I guess it's
No,
more
illuminate
towards
me.
like brand identity.
I mean, I'm not like a business coach and spiritual coach and life coach or anything, but please illuminate me on finding out what people want from their life.
Yeah, so
You do
like,
know I do this as a profession, right?
Yeah, that's
like,
why I'm
I
asking
mean-
you. I want to know like what your process is.
Well, you ask them questions about what they think, but when they encounter limiting ones, and first and foremost, you're not my client. You're a person that's on the show. So
That's fine.
it's not the same thing. And we started talking about my own personal belief on the word king and queen. I don't care whether anybody else subscribes to it. I already know 99.9% of the world subscribes to the other thing. That's the same thing with a whole lot of stuff that I think. But I already know that.
Me too.
So I just don't like, you think one thing and that is fine, and I think a different thing and that is fine. I have
So-
all types of reasons that I could talk about all night long about why I don't think that living just that way is functional, because I don't live entirely left brain. I don't think that's functional either. I think there is a balance between the two things, and they must be managed. Otherwise, a person does not actually embody their own full power, and they generally then limit their dimensionality because of it. And I've seen this happen literally tens of thousands of times in my life. So I watched it happen with myself just alone 1,000 times. So, I understand you redefine your words, changes the way that you perceive reality. I get it. We interface with other people. They don't hear those things. They
So
see
if
something completely different.
99%,
The world operates very different based off of a shared hologram.
if
Based off
99%
of
of what you
collective
believe is not correlate with the other 99% with what other people believe, then how are your
That's not
realities
what I
the
said.
same at all?
That's
If
not
like
even what I said.
don't believe 99% of what you believe, how do we live in the same realities at all?
That's not even what I said. So I can't answer your question because I don't have the basis. I didn't say
Okay.
that. I said 99.9% of people don't agree with me on the king and queen thing, and there's a lot of things that I think that 99.9% of people don't agree with. But
So if
in almost
99.9%
all
of people
cases,
live in
it is
this
because they have
world,
not researched.
if 99% of people live in this world and you live in the 1%, like, do you guys live in the same reality?
This question,
and me live
this
in the
doesn't
same
have any
reality?
basis even.
It does have any basis because these are the people that are like living in the world around you. If these are the people that you want to influence the 99%, don't you? Or do you want to just influence the 1%? Like, I'm all
actually
about
not
the
interested in
99%.
influencing anyone. I don't like influence. I'm not interested in that.
Okay, we're gonna influence is like the specific term. Like, I want to help enlighten all kinds of people, whether they understand exactly how my word is defined or not. Like, if you are on like a first grade spiritual level, or you're just learning to walk, or like all the things about all the history and everything, which will literally be lost in like 3 generations. Like, it'll all be nothing. So like,
not
I'm not
according to what we
focused,
have
like-
retained so far, but we have no
it's literally fake from my point of view.
epidemiological proof for that, because
Like,
we
I
have more
know-
than 3 generations of history
I know
right now.
Muhammad literally bullshitted like all of the Quran. Like, it's not fucking true. So like,
Sure,
it
well,
doesn't-
history is always just a story.
Yeah, but like it doesn't like, dude. It's just so funny.
I understand the right brain thing. It's just like right brain. I've watched right
I
brain
don't know
thinking
why
for
you have
20
to
years
call it
inside
right
of the spiritual
brain.
community
I
because
don't
it
know why
is
you
the
have to
idea
call it.
that
I'm a
what
very
is it?
logical person, dude. Like, you don't know. Like, I observe everything. I know every nuance about everybody. I can fucking like observe all your personality traits, know what your triggers are and your traumas. Like, I can like literally observe everything down to like the fucking T about you once I like see you enough. You know what I mean? Like, I can like deduce like
You
anything
already
without even
well
fucking.
then
So it
please
doesn't like
school us.
it's
Tell
not.
me the secrets of the universe. You already know
Why would
everything, so
I?
fucking tell us all about it, man. Come on,
It only
tell us. Break
matters.
bread.
So, dude, like if it lowers your vibration, set it down and leave it. Like if you want to
What if it
why
lowers your
even
vibration, but you don't notice because you have no idea about that factor of reality?
you should
Then what should I do
notice.
with it?
That is the
But
inner
but
work.
but what
That
if
is
you
the
don't?
different level. That is the different grade level. That's second grade instead of third grade. Like that's just at a different level. That's just talking to someone at a different understanding. Like that's all that is. Like you just have to break it down differently.
Okay, there's many different ways to look at reality, and I'm more than happy to let you have your own. It's totally fine with me. You know, like I say things like this because I want people to be able to take more power over their reality if they wish.
Dude,
If you
I
do not
completely
care
agree
to
with
hear
you. I
that,
know
that's
all
fine.
of
If
those
you feel
things
you
about
have some,
history and the manipulation and the hiding and this side and that side and all of the things. I literally know. Like you can
you
go
literally
research
know
any of
everything.
it if
We've
you want
heard
to.
that
But
already
what's
now.
the
So
point?
like,
There's no
what
fucking
is the
point in
point?
it if you're
I've spent the
living in
last
the
10 minutes
badness of
trying to
it.
concede that it's fine that you think the way that you think and other
Ugh.
people think another way. And you continue to keep arguing back. And now you're going on these rants about how you know how to read every single thing and every single
No,
person and every single thing you've ever seen, and you know all the stuff. You're super logical. I know everything that
because you're
someone says.
saying I'm
Like,
only right-brained.
No, okay, hold on, hold on.
And
Let me jump in there because I brought the right thing in initially. Okay, so here, Nina, here's why I said that. So this is honoring both of you are your own left and right brain, your own masculine, feminine, whatever. That's all on us. Okay, that in general is a general, pretty applicable truth. Men tend to be more logically lined or thinking and use their left brain not as much. I know Zach does use his right brain a lot, very much so. So it's not like these are in balance. I just even on the show, I mean everything you said. I'm not negating any use of your left brain. I think that's solid. I think in the dynamic you guys were presenting, you were trying what I perceived. Zach very left brained on certain things, not catching certain right brain communications you were trying to give because you weren't using the right words in his understanding of not talking about King Queen. I'm talking about communicating what you were trying to communicate to him about the incoherence in the dialogue. So you would use words that then he would find he would want to clarify the definition of that word, basically, I think. And so that's where I think the loops and confusions were coming in part because you kept using words to try to convey this concept where I imagine if you guys were communicating telepathically, none of this would have happened because you could communicate a whole lot of nuances and things and feelings and understandings without the words that seem to be causing a spell in this whole conversation. It's not bad. It's fucking fascinating. I love this is going on. Nina, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate, and I know Zach too, you're choosing to stay engaged in this intense dialogue. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. There's
this
a lot
is
to be
fun.
learned just being in it.
I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, great. Wonderful. I am. This is awesome.
I hope everyone else is like, I have no idea what's going on in the comments. Like,
Well, actually, so here's what's interesting. So Jasmine said, honestly, I'm feeling uncomfortable watching this. I love this show, but I feel like I'm just watching it rain cats and dogs. Okay, and so I think on even what I just said. So part of this is like I think part of people obviously the three of us are, and that's good. I think part of it people need to learn to be with being okay with being in uncomfortable situations. It's fine, man. If you can stay present and if we can find ways to continue to dialogue or find common ground and ways to work the energy back down so there's not the tension or contention and find ways to shift pathways and whatever, we're doing that as we go. But you're engaging. You're a strong, normal human being who's trying to convey your perspective, and you're working with Zach, trying to find the places where you're disagreeing. So is Zach. Zach's doing that too. That's why this is continuing to go on. That's fine. I think I'm just pointing out certain dynamics, I guess, as we go along. I don't have the answers. I think this is great.
that's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But Jasmine says
Yep.
that.
Jacob said, Nina, I gotta say, I love your laugh. It's wonderful to listen to.
Yeah, you had that up before.
All right. Well, now you hear it again.
But like communication is a really big thing. It is.
Seems so.
And it's like really interesting to like see it like on a podcast on like a very like human level. Like you don't normally see it like hash out between two people, like unless you're like a mediator, like a psychologist or like something else. It's very usually just like a one and the other person kind of thing. And like you don't really get to see like it from an outside point of view and how people can like handle criticism or like misunderstanding if they do feel that way, or like having like two sides of view, like, you know, like arguments don't normally happen. It's usually just like covered up. And it's very interesting to like see it on just like a human level. Like this happens in normal life. Like, how are you going to handle what are you going to do, go through it? Like, yeah, it makes you uncomfortable, but like, exactly. You got to get comfortable to get uncomfortable. Like, yeah.
I agree. Well said.
Yeah, avoidance of discomfort is a good portion of the reason why people choose to settle for something less than what is really functionally their birthright. So,
100%.
I like hearing other people's points of views and having them like stick behind it and like get structured behind it. Cause like, you know what you fucking want, and that's fucking great. Like, don't let me skew you, and I'm not going to let you skew me. Isn't that like what the fucking point is? Like, right? Like, I totally respect where you're coming from, dude. It's just like, you're unfallible, and that's awesome.
well, I mean, in certain topics like this one, a lot of data would need to be presented to make me think that it didn't have an extremely detrimental effect on society writ large. And society writ large does not have any idea that it has that effect. But it's just because it's been outside of their awareness entirely. Like, there's a tribe that exists that doesn't have a word for the color blue despite having the word for 32 different words for green. And these people will never ever blame something on something being blue. They'll never have the blues. They'll never call anything blue. Blue will never exist to them because it's just outside of their awareness. You know, unless someone else brings along blue and they open up their, in this case, color spectrum enough to go, oh shit, a blue fits in right here, then it will always be outside of their awareness. And many things are like this inside of culture. That's kind of what culture is in the long run. We take these like groups of societal beliefs, but certain parts of them outside of awareness still have effect on the society writ large. And we all are one working organism. And we can't get out of the fact that we're a working organism. We're the humans on planet Earth. We're always going to be unified by that. And the way that our minds are being affected by the things that we say, like, words do have power. I mean, just, they do. And so, like, you know, like with something like this, I would need to be provided with a lot of reasoning that actually, you know, like this belief that like using that and buying into that same kind of structure, or that's like a good thing, isn't affecting culture in a negative way. Because there's a laundry list of fucking reasons or ways that it is, or it appears to be. And so, you know, like, I think we are creators of our own reality. I think it's very important that if every single person knew that they were just delineating their own reality, the world would be a much better place. We mostly live on a planet where people do not do even close to that. Like, not even 1% of create their own reality. They believe that everything it's all converging on them, and it's other people's idea and all this stuff. Like, and I don't know, man, like, I want to see society have a fighting chance, and I think in a certain way,
especially. You want to use the keyboard or not?
Use the keyboard or not?
Yeah, AFK. You gonna use the keyboard or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just want them to be able to have an actual chance if they want to have it, and I very much so, through my own research, have found that these words are doing negative things throughout culture. Every culture that's leveraged into them heavily, of which we live in one now, has the same effects happening to its populace. Despite the fact that, like, we're not the first ones to want to be kings, that we're not the kings inside of the space that we live in. That was always the case. And they always wanted to call themselves that. And they always played dress up in the king's gear at certain points in times because the monarchy was strong enough. If you did that and you got caught, they cut your fucking head off. But, you know, people always still did it. You know, it still always happened. But it didn't change the effects of the role of a monarchy on a culture and the things that happen because of that. And many of our freedoms right now, outside of the house, regardless of whether we live in our own reality or not, people's freedoms are being fucking straight trounced on, man, by a kingdom, by a monarchy, and it's fucking stepping on their shit. Like, it literally has military arms, and it's forcing things to happen. And you can, as much as you want to act like you're living outside of it, like, maybe right now, man, but like, this is not a good pathway that society is on or has been on for quite some time, you know? And there's a lot of things that need to be done to adjust that, unless it wants to head to a not so great place. I know where I'm going regardless, you know? So worst case scenario with me, I just die out of this body and then recirculate myself the same way that I always do. I know exactly what happens to me. I'm not worried about that, you know? But other people who don't understand plasma projection, you know, well, you know, they're, as the stories go, going to have their heart weighed against the weight of a feather just like everybody else, and the variance based of that weight will determine the reality that they come back into. And when they engage into cycles like this, well, they get negative effects, it seems. So, you know, nobody else has to believe me, but, like, you know, please.
Oh, I understand everything
research
you're
it.
saying, 100%.
Well,
Completely agree. Like, you can look up anything you want to. You know, the knowledge is out there if you want to know it and to expand your understanding, right? That's not sarcasm.
No, I know. So you did a beautiful plug intentionally.
But,
that was wonderful. Thank you.
It's just interesting to hear your point of view. I mean, yeah.
So I've seen kings and queens used in a context to help elevate people's perspective or vibration, if you will, in the context of that construct they're built within. They understand what it means to be king or a pauper or a poor person or someone in between or a royal or a stature in culture. So if you can help them understand as a peasant, you are actually a king. Your home is your realm. Your family is your kingdom. You know, to understand that you want to be a good king, you want to steward well, you want to treat people honorably, and you want to handle yourself with integrity, and you want to love people and honor people. If this is your realm that you have some form of dominion over, you don't want to be in domination. You want to be a good king, like Simba's father tried to teach him. You know, like, fuck, man. You want to be someone that stewards well in that system. At the same time, the women are going out and catching gazelles to feed to them. Like, do we condone like killing animals? No, but the context of the kingdom and the principles being conveyed with the words can be a major stepping stone for people to gain their own sovereignty. I agree. Eventually, all that stuff needs to leave behind, and it's easy to go once we figure out the equations for ourselves to go to A to Z, like just live in Z. And some people need to hear Z and X, Y, and Z. Like, that's all they care about. That's why they bail on the show when we do meditations, even though that actually is Z, right? But they want to hear the dialogue, the really rich, intense dialogue. Like, that's fine. There's really deep shit there. We figured a lot of shit out. We're still figuring shit out. But the kings and queens concept, to me, where you want to put that in the alphabet earlier on for people, can be a beautiful stepping stone to themselves. So to just jump on it anytime it comes up as some horrible thing, people shouldn't use it. Or, I mean, not that you do. You let it go at times. Obviously, you probably heard it and whatever. I'm just saying that the vehemency with which you hold that perspective, in a sense that you feel like you have to communicate it to the point that there's a convincing that you can do your way, but my way is actually the right way. Like, kind of in a left brain, right brain thing, even. It's like, I understand what you're saying when both of you are saying that, but my way is actually right. And what I feel like that's what you're trying to communicate earlier. Whereas Nina was trying to say, he was trying to say it's not so much right or wrong. There's something else I'm trying to show you that's going on in this conversation that I feel like you're not seeing. And then I keep using the wrong words, and then we keep getting in these arguments, but that's not actually what I want to say.
Yeah. Nail on the head. That's the term?
Yeah. Then here's the question is, so what did Nina want to say? I don't know, man. I know exactly what it is.
You know, at this point, like, I'm just a little far gone.
Yeah. So maybe that just that thinking about it in that way is, I don't know, it's interesting. Plus full moon
Yeah.
purging. People said full moon purging. That makes sense.
Is it? Are we purging?
I don't know, just the intensity of energy. Maybe that's cool.
I thought we were supposed to transcend the planets and the stars because they're just a grid to show us like the aspects of ourself or whatever, and then they're just like,
I don't need
it's
it.
just a game.
Does that work in your world?
I've only learned about astrology like 9 months ago. Like one of my friends was super into it, and so he just like drilled me like all the information about like, because he had no one else to talk to about astrology, and I just listened. But I don't know. I think it's fun. It's just like the Myers-Briggs test. Like it's fun. Like I get that it's real and it's a thing, and like they show you like aspects of yourself in like different ways because of like it's like the grid to yourself. You know what I mean? Like if you took yourself into points, they would be the stars. Like quite literally. Does that make sense?
Totally.
So like that's I mean it's just like, you know, you can take it or leave. You can take it or leave it. You can take or leave anything. Like at the end of the day, you can literally fucking take or leave anything, and we've been on 420 hours. That made sense. 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Nice.
So,
good catch.
That's it. Like at the end of the day, that's it. Take it or leave it.
Dude.
Like if it drags you down, like if it lowers your vibration or whatever terminology you want to use, like on that whatever word you want to use, like if it doesn't make you feel good, if it hurts you, you know, then leave it. If it doesn't, then take it. That's it. That's it. That's the message for everyone if you want to break it down.
And the words change for personal meaning over time. You know, I went through many names of the name God and Yahweh and Yahweh and Father and Abba and Daddy, and there's a lot of different archetypes or things that when I would put my energy in that intention, I use different words when I would pray because they carry different resonances with them.
Yeah,
you know,
like things can change.
Yeah, and I moved through them, and like some, you know, so they're more historical references for me now than actual modalities of me connecting to myself in some way, even though it was externally in some conscious context, but it all helped me connect to myself. So I do think there's higher levels of, I mean, just from my own experience and reflection, where myself, higher self, if you will, future, I don't know how all that shit works, right? Really, I can get down to certain dynamics, but was more aware. My intentions were more present than my subconscious or unconscious intentions were more present than my conscious intentions of connecting to an external entity. A lot of that I realized later, a glove was or a veil was removed from my understanding that was all my spirit. I was communicating with me, aspects of myself, right? So and there was a relationship there at certain times with this external entity, which is a whole other dynamic that I still have, a relationship. It's totally different now. But it's a real being. But the primary interactions, even though I thought they were external, they were actually with me. So the words, even though they're casting spells and I'm sending energy externally, I still connected to me. So on some level, like going into etymology and like talking about how bad certain words are, any word almost gives it more power when someone uses it lightheartedly. And then it's a word it's not like, you know, Nina's someone who's trying to, you know, in the monarchy, trying to use that word to oppress the world. But I get how any one person not being educated, it seems, can help affect a culture. But that's where words change all the time. And Jordan Peterson, I think, goes into it at length about how words change over time in culture. Certain things just fall away and certain things come in. So to impose a law, you can or can't say this, you know, then where's the line between being sacred neutral or being people ushering in the world with freedom of choice and saying, well, this is better for you, so we're going to make these laws that you can't do these certain things. You'll understand. And if you understood the science, you'd understand why. So this is now illegal. Like, you know, is that okay to do? Because where's the line? I don't think so. I think we let culture change naturally. You be the change. You create a community that uses the language and the energies and the things you want to work with and be around all the time. And people want to be a part of it, do it, it grows. And if they don't, they live in their own reality. Go live in their own city, their own community. I don't know. Thoughts?
Yeah, look, I completely agree with you. Like things shift and change over time. Like if you have something that like served you at one point and then it no longer serves you, then like, or it serves you in a different way, or like it inspires you in a different way. Like things always change. Like you can always put things down and pick them back up, like your favorite toy as a kid. Like you don't have to play with the same thing all the time, and things don't have to mean the same thing all the time. They're always transmutable.
You know, you were talking about this earlier, mushrooms, right? Okay, one of my favorite things with mushrooms is there are times like, and Zach, I don't know if you feel this way or with mushrooms specifically or just to have these experiences. I'm just so my whole being is exhausted with words, right? Words, concepts, frameworks, equations, right? Just like the fact they exist, and that's how I have to experience life and thoughts is through words, and you know what I mean? And well, maybe if you do. I'm like, to me, it's like, yeah, this is a very real reality here that I feel, sometimes. So like to be able to go on higher mushroom experience, grand mushroom experiences, and I'm so excited to let go of all those things, the words, the concepts, and move totally into a state of feeling and experience, and just, like really with music or whatever, just like beautiful, let go of all those things. Like it's so refreshing to my being in ways I can't even describe.
Sure.
That's really
You're
interesting. Because like my friend, when we were doing it, he was the one that had like all the words and the equations and like the thoughts, and he was the one that was like preaching in a sense, like dictating everything that was happening, and I didn't have any of the words or anything for it. I don't know if that has to do because of like our physiology, because we're like men, and I don't know about Zach.
I mean, I've been all over the map with mushrooms as far as that goes. I've had them
Yeah.
raving. I've had them not raving in more recent times. I almost all my psychedelic experiences in recent times are in just what I would just call void space, and there's not really feeling or thinking anymore.
How do you play in void space?
Very intuitively,
Yeah.
basically by what seems to logic as guessing, but you're not.
Your gut.
I mean, I wouldn't call it gut. I'd call it heart. I think gut is what we use as kind of more of our standard feeling, and then brain we use as thought, and this is more of a heart space.
Yeah, like the green energy.
Sure, green is what we usually associate with that heart at this, at least at this point in time. But
like the love energy, green or pink, or yeah, the symbol.
Okay,
basically all just about coherence. I mean, that's what I associate with the heart, really. Like you just coagulate what you want to experience.
Okay, can someone explain to me, and maybe Nina, I don't know how much you actually know about crystals, but Nina is a professed enthusiast. So, I understand why the heart chakra is green, because to me, and my understanding of the way it is in harmonic resonance with, or down the octave scale of the same green is on the rainbow is the same color as the heart chakra resonates at, the solfeggio or whatever, all that shit, that it all is in that harmonic spectrum or some shit. So that's fine with me. But what I don't understand is why the heart chakra stone, or one of them, is rose quartz. Why is that the stone? It's pink.
Yeah, apparently it can be green or pink. You would want to ask Aria that. Like I
okay.
Don't really
Come on the show.
believe. Yeah, I sent her the link like hours ago.
Yeah, Aria. People get
Yeah,
shy.
she's more agreeable than I am.
I mean, Zach, you would have been right.
She's like a people person. I'm not.
You would have been right, and the conversation would have moved on with nobody knowing anything half an hour ago if she was on the show, which is great, Nina. Really awesome. What an awesome personality and human being you are. Awesome. Do you understand here objectively, and Zach knows it too? That's like fucking broadcasting gold to have that long, intense debate dialogue, like totally organic.
Really?
3.5 hours into the show. Yeah, it's like awesome. Right on. We could probably I'm sure it won't be the last. We're doing these every night. We could do like a playlist of intense discussions, and we'll just clip out that like 1.5-hour segment.
Well, it's much better for people to talk about a position that they're willing to hold, even if it's just for the conversation, than hearing people being like, "Oh, yeah, okay, I'll just agree with whatever you say."
For sure.
We don't like mutable people. Is that a right word? People that change easily?
That would
so whatever is
word,
influences what someone else says, right? Like integrity, that's the right word, right? Infallible. Those are good words.
Authenticity. I don't know about infallible. I'm definitely fallible. I make mistakes, but I think
True.
authenticity is probably a choice all the time. And
See, I haven't sat down and break down every word. Like now I have to go back and go through my English dictionary and be like, is that actually what that means? Is that actually what that means? Is that
So,
actually what that means?
And this is where you can dive into in your own time. Zach and I have in our own ways many times over in many different avenues, and which is fascinating to see the overlaps and the nuances of how beautiful words are and how you can mastercraft language, you know, and beautifully articulate ideas and concepts in new ways or old ways, or string together ways that are in the moment profound and perfect in the delivery or the communication of that language and the flow of the communication itself.
I
Right,
love
but a lot
how
of
easily that just like comes to you guys, because like language is the hardest thing for me to understand at all. Like everything else is just like the concepts, like I can just like see it in my head as like pictures and like amorphous stuff, but like the words is
Okay, so this is how, let me give my 2 cents on this. And I know Zach's got a whole history on it of his own. That's awesome. So I've always loved words. I wasn't as advanced as Zach, but I was like at a young age, at college age, reading levels, read tons of books as a kid. For me, it was fantasy stuff. My family wasn't into all that stuff. He wasn't studying certain things in those ways, but learning words and expressions of words and usages of words and colloquialisms and cultural memes and those dynamics through just diverse reading material, right? Read all the time. And then in the last 4 years or so, super fell in love with words, just the expression of words and conveying concepts and just my own thoughts. I didn't have anyone to talk to, right? So I fell in love with like not my voice, but like trying to figure out how to say shit, you know? And just there's beautiful shit that I've got, you know, done, like my own spoken word shit, just beautiful, incredible shit, just from figuring out words on my own times, of doing like having mushroom experiences where I do articulate the whole time. And it's a beautiful, totally different experience. And that, you know, one of the times they said that they really like that I give them words, like the experiences. And so, where are we going with that? The value of words. Shit, where are we going with that?
that was good.
All right. Cool. Period. Next.
Words are great. I don't know how to use them.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm gonna say. Words. And then, so yeah, just dive
Like
into
in
words.
conversation, like by myself, it's totally fine. I don't need words, you know? Like the pictures are enough.
You know what you might benefit from, Nina, actually.
I watched this interview. This guy was like interviewing this girl. She like didn't have an internal dialogue. And he's like, what is that like? And she's like, you know, that's just the way I live. Like, it's just like pictures. And he's like, how do you read? She's like, I just see the sentence structure. And he was like so confused. He like did not understand.
Wow.
He's like, I don't know if you guys are as confused as I am. He like talks to the camera. And I was like, no, like I get where she's coming from. Like, it's just like, you don't need the words to have the whole essence of it. Like, it's just there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Words are a precision thing. All logic tools are about precision. So.
Well, it's precision and like, okay, so going into ancient Hebrew and stuff too, when I like, so like the prayer in the Bible and the Catholics say it a lot. I think the Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, that whole prayer.
Mm-hmm.
So when you like break down when you understand the words and the concepts and even the letters, it goes from being, and this is what like Greg Brayton tells these stories of like trying to figure out when the monks were doing their chanting or their toning or the bowls or whatever, that what's actually going on inside of them. Like, what are they actually doing? And one of the monks said that it's not about the tone. The tone is supposed to generate a feeling, an internal feeling state, right? So it's not, the tone is just to remind them or help them find a resonance or their own remember, you know, cellular memory or whatever, to find that internal feeling state that they're trying to achieve for whatever the group objective is in that dynamic, or internal objective. And then another time when this is African tribe, they're having a big drought, and one of the natives there asked if he wanted to go with him to go pray to their ancestors for rain. And so he went with them, and they took him to, he came to this rock formation, big rock formation. He went out in the center, the native guy went out in the center, and he stood there for a while. And then after a little bit came back, and he said, hey, he asked Greg, he said, okay, do you want to go get lunch? And he's like, I thought we were going to pray. He said, I did pray. He goes, but I just saw you standing there. And he said, yes, I stood there, and where the stones and the veil is thin, where our ancestors are, and probably the magnetic resonance. I mean, there's science and shit to it too, but whatever. A lot of dynamics there. But what he said was, that I envisioned that the rain falling on my face and felt it falling on my face. I felt the mud in between my toes and squishing it between my toes. I smelled the air after it rains, you know, that he like embodied the feelings and as viscerally as possible and just felt gratitude and that brain heart coherence and just that state, threw it in the vortex, if you will. And he's like, all right, let's get some lunch. You know, and then the next day, like they had in the papers, some of the presentation Greg's done showed like the next day they had the biggest rainfall they had in a long time. The drought ended, and that whole dynamic. So it's fascinating shit, man. There's their level where words don't matter, right? It's a feeling state, but there's always balance because we use words to communicate right now. We're not communicating purely in feeling states across YouTube at 8 p.m. every night. That's a layer that's there. But it comes in words.
Yep. I mean, articulation. That's the whole thing. Like, it's we don't have access to true telepathy yet, so we're stuck in the realm of trying to get other people to see what we mean through crafting pictures for them. So unless you want to carry around a sketch pad or a paintbrush and an easel with you, you're probably going to want to carry some words.
Yeah, you can't really understand abstract paintings that well, can you, though? Like, how can you define these things that we try to put words to? Like, it only comes just so close. Like, there are so many less words in the English language than there are in, like, other languages for, like, emotions and feelings and different types of things. Like,
well, so
it only just does so much.
Well, that's where, like, that's the beauty of the entheogen experiences, too. I mean, everyone, no matter how well you articulate your experience, I mean, still, I go back and I look as I articulate my experiences and stuff, like, yeah, what I said is true, a true synopsis per the thread of that experience I was trying to pull on to fit into my other thought processes at that moment. But if I really went back to that experience, there's still multidimensional shit that I haven't found words for or concepts yet that happened or experienced, right? That, which is great. It's like an eternal canvas or a palette, color palette to pull from, because I can go into those and go into them again and have repetitive experience. You see commonalities and threads and patterns, and you see overlaps, things you have more experiences in life. Then you look back with that as a filter and you see things you didn't see before. It's constantly unfolding life code. You can do it without entheogen experiences, just in your life. That's like where I started with all that, my own life code unfolding in a sense, but especially with those dynamics. So in that, there's like an infinite, the thing is what it does in a person and how they experience that. So when they communicate their experience from the void or from the unknown, especially those who, I mean, I think it seems like the people who do it more often, more likely could probably come up with words more easy. You have a consecutive amount of experiences. So there's some level of understanding cognitively what a consistent experience may or may not look or feel like, and then finding words for that expression. And I think that's just the human experience. We all experience our reality and express it in different ways, and that's beautiful. That's beautiful humanity. And then
yeah, I mean, this is like there's a battle between like this subjectivity and then also living in the consensus. But words are functionally a consensus tool. If you had no other people around, you would never even come up with words. There would be no reason to. Like, what are you gonna talk to the animals with words? Why? Like, there's not even any reason to talk to animals with words. Oh yeah, when you do have I
don't need words to talk to my cat. Like, we just.
Right.
He's not even a cat.
The point is, if you didn't have other humans around for this consensus, if you didn't have other humans around for this consensus reality, you wouldn't even have the words. There would be no reason to put the energy towards creating or retaining them. So they're a consensus tool, but this is why consensus definition is important to them.
Isn't it funny that
that's the only place they exist?
It's funny that the amount of words that I use as a human, Jesus Christ, I think the average, I'm trying to remember what the statistic is, like the average in marriages or something, the average woman today, or in general, the average man uses like 10,000 words, 2,000 words. I don't know, whatever it is. The difference here is what matters. Let's say it's 10,000. The average woman uses like 40,000 or 50,000, right? Just for processing shit or talking about shit. They just talk about shit in different ways. The guys are more internal and they process shit, and girls are more communicative externally. Jesus, I probably do more than both of those combined. But the funny thing is like I so value no words, silence, so value it. You know, the silent, what do they call that? I don't know what the official term is for them, but the silent meditation, silent retreats, 24 hours, 72 hours without saying anything, or, just like really, really value the silence. And so part of me, it's almost like, yeah, purging. I don't know, like a life purging of words, which is great that we're making hours of content a night. Because like once I get all the words out, then maybe like it's on the books. I know you said it before too, and I've noticed my whole life, and they've been morphing and changing and developing, and for a long time. But I've read a lot of different books, and a lot of different dynamics. It's just interesting. Words and no words, very interesting.
I feel like once you like actually get to know someone though, like can't they just guess the words out of your head anyway? That is telepathy, isn't it?
I think it's a level of it. I'm a Terrence McKenna supporter on this one, where he says true telepathy is not being able to read another person's thoughts, but actually seeing what they mean.
Oh, so like me and my cat.
Having their experience.
Yeah, he tells me he's like an alien. It's really funny.
Dude, what? How like can continue?
What? Do you guys not do that with animals?
No, I do, but I'm curious. Tell me more. Which species? Like, what are your interactions with your alien cat? I'm really curious.
He's like a Himalayan, and he's like, I have to be in this fucking body for like a short amount of blip of a time, and he really hates going to the bathroom. He like runs away from it and doesn't look at it. That's like the most primitive thing to him. He doesn't. He hates it. He just wants to like get away. He's like, I can't believe I have to like do this in this body. And he's like, well, I guess I'll just like do the cat things and like look outside. But then he's here for like other things too, because he has meetings. My bad. He has meetings with like the 4 pillar beings that are around, and it's really interesting. They like convene and they talk.
Mm-hmm. They have a cat in the neighborhood?
What? No, I think I don't know. They're like higher dimensional beings. He like talks to them, and he plays with the fairies also. Those are cute. The little lighter beings that are fast. Yeah.
Cool. Right on. Yeah, fuck yeah.
And like past lives with him and future lives with him. Like, all those things. That's great. Like he's a human. He's not a cat. This is just a blip so he can hang out with me.
No, I love that shit. It's when you tune into those extra layers of meaning or connection with animals, like they're always there, and it's just people don't tune into it. Like I've talked about, I use this metaphor. So like our bodies or our ability to tune into ourselves or our environment or animals or any of that shit. It's like finding 100 years from now a CD. Like, do you remember CDs? How old are you, Nina?
Yeah, I'm 25. I remember like
25. Okay.
So cassettes. I took my Walkman to school. I took my CD player, my Walkman to school. Wow, it was great.
Cool. I don't feel that old then. I'm 9 years older than you, and you still had CDs and a Walkman. All right, cool, good. All right.
Yeah, I had a boombox. Like.
Yeah.
All the stuff.
Okay, so imagine finding like 100 years from now a CD in a case, right? You find the iridescent back. It's all cool, like pretty, and it's like an artifact by an antique shop or some shit, right? 100 years from now. And they put it on the wall, like whatever. It's like, it's pretty, it's shiny. And then somebody comes over with a fucking Walkman. They got another antique show. And they're like, dude, did you know you could put that shit in here? There's probably music on it. And there is, right? And like, fuck, and like changes your life. Like crazy.
Like that guy in the metal bell things. The rock.
Did you like it? Wasn't that cool? Bells.
Yeah, they were probably just like pieces of like whatever their instrument was at the time. I would imagine like something large, like an organ, and you would have like different sizes of them if there was like different resonances. But are they all the same resonances?
No, the different shapes, different tones, different. Yeah. There's
I would imagine like a large instrument.
Okay, Andrew's asking. Will said 333. Andrew said
333.
That's awesome. Do you remember 8 tracks?
No.
Okay, good. Here's the thing. I barely do.
We had a record player. We had like the huge, like table size, like 6 feet long record player.
Wow.
We did not need that much stuff. Yeah.
Dude, 8 tracks. Okay. Oh, here, Andrew. I didn't even know they were called 8. The number 8 tracks. I would say like the letter A, 8-tracks, 8-tracks. So that I only heard people say it, or EHA, 8-tracks, A. But I didn't even know they're 8s. But yeah, that's a different type of. Let's see. At the time they made, I think, cassette tapes, 8 tracks were just before that, or something. It might have been like HD video before they came out with Blu-ray, and they had to ditch that whole technology because Blu-ray took over. If you remember that, you got to
Yeah.
remember that. That was way after the thing. But that's okay. So, shit. What was I saying with that? What was I saying
Things have
before that?
changed, right?
Yeah.
And we don't remember things just from like so recent.
Okay, hold on. Jen said, "Oh yeah, but they were only around for a very short time. I had a Subaru. I had a Subaru Brat. A Brat is a type of car, I'm assuming. When I was younger, that totally had an 8-track. No shit. Yeah, must be because I don't even know what a Subaru Brat is, and it had 8 tracks. Okay, let's see. And then what else on here? The best way to read a person's energy is in complete silence.
That's what
And
Christo says.
Hmm. And then, Jacob said, I love these shows. There's so much gold I glean from them, both in the live feed and in the chat. Aw, nice.
I have no idea what's going on in the chat.
That's right. I've been keeping an eye on it. They're always having awesome conversations over here, back and forth, and then we're trying to throw stuff up. Okay, I've missed things. Hold on. Oh, no, I saw this. Okay. And then Andrew shows up. What's up, Andrew? Okay, here. Let's dive into this. Well, Zach's off camera. Because I want to hear you talk about this more. Because you said you resonate with the crystal thing, the indigo crystal thing.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like very interesting. Like my mom, that was like one of the first things that I guess I was opened up to.
So what's that mean to you? What's the crystal resonate with that? What's that mean to you?
It just means like you are like more able to tap into like the higher realms. Like it just comes more naturally. Like you've done it before. Like, like some people are just like really good at like math or some people are really good at like writing, or some people are really good at like fucking boxing. Like it's because it's somewhere like in your like wisdom genes, your DNA, like your heritage or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever
Wisdom
way you want
genes,
to like
I like
correlate it. Yeah, wisdom genes. That's my mom's term. She coined it. She has a
Nice.
book. If
Beautiful.
anybody wants to read it, it's
Cool.
God's
Plug it.
algorithm. She is nothing like
Plug it
me.
on.
If you hate me, I know that happens. If you like me, she's nothing like me. Everyone likes her. She's great. Like literally everybody.
Okay.
So if you wanna,
is it on Amazon? Is it on Amazon?
Yeah, it's God's
Cool.
algorithm.
I'm looking up now. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on, make sure I
Yeah,
get the
some
right
of
one.
it is a little bit like based on Hermetic stuff. It's like similar to that.
Cool. Okay, hold on.
You guys would probably want her on here and talk about like her Jesus story. She is like the all-knowing, best creator being that can tap into the realms and all the things. She's
Dude, right on.
The mentor.
You'll have to go. Okay, you got to help me here. Help me with the shitty English. All right, algorithm. I always fuck this word up. Now autocorrect isn't helping me. How do I spell it?
ALG, and then there's some more things. Core,
Yeah.
ORITH. I don't know.
Oh wait,
you're asking the wrong person.
Hold on. What's your mom's name? What's your mom's name?
Meryl Lord.
Ah. Wait, it's free on Kindle Unlimited. But I don't have. Do I have Kindle? I shouldn't. I don't need to pay for that shit. I never use it. Okay. Well, where are the other versions? Let's see. Hold on. I found it though.
I don't know. I don't read books that are factual.
I wonder.
Fantasy is the way.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna share this because I don't see offhand where another like paid copy is. But well, this is like you'd pay for it on Kindle if you're a digital reader, I guess. Anyway, all right, we're gonna put that in the chat. Well, Nina's just chilling. We're promoting her mom's book. Let's see if it'll let me do it. It killed one of my links last time. I think I have to do Spanish thing. Okay, and what was your mom's name again?
She has really broken English. Meryl Lord.
MERALORD.
Yeah.
Book by Nina's mom.
Who is nothing like, but she doesn't have good words either. It's not her
Who-
first language.
There's nothing. There's nothing like her, and doesn't use words good either. Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly. See?
Oh my god. Things we can do on long shows. Alright, so let me then try to send that.
What happens when you've been a hermit? This is what coronavirus does to you, and when you've been raised this way like your whole life. You know, you guys you're like, I've been home this whole time. I'm like, I've literally been home for my whole life. What are you talking about?
Isn't that nice?
That's why it was a little interesting. Zach, like, you might be unaffected. I'm like, no, like, I was raised by a hermit. Like, she's like, now everyone's on my side. She's like, they believe me now. That's me paraphrasing her in my words. She doesn't talk like that.
Who was saying that? Who was saying that?
My mom. She's a hermit. Yeah. She was like, now everyone's on my side. They don't think I'm crazy.
Yeah, that's nice, because people shouldn't have to feel crazy for knowing shit.
Staying home all the time? No.
Yeah, no shit,
Being
man. There's some of the happiest people I know live their lives at home or their own seclusion with their family or their reality. And okay, so hold on. Let me ask a question to the audience real quick, to the audience here. I sent the link through. It doesn't show up in the StreamYard feed, but did it actually show up on the chat? No, it didn't show up in the YouTube chat either.
To be.
Oh, no. We'll make it happen. I just need to figure out how to put the link in there. I put the .com, like a fake dot. Let me try that. Dot. We'll see if we can fake out their algorithms. Yeah, I think that one did it. Nice. All right, cool. There's the link, guys. All right. Okay, so the crystal thing. Okay, presuming Zach can hear me, because I haven't actually laid out this dynamic before. Also, but in my perspective, sure there's probably a psyop dynamic to it. I totally could see that for sure. Haven't seen the research on that, but everything else I know that totally fits for sure. But at the same time, I feel like the New Age movement, there's a psyop dynamic on that whole thing, the whole New Age movement and all the bullshit that we've talked about in here and other places. You know, but there's a truth to the New Age movement. It's not actually a New Age movement. It's old age, it's old traditions, but even going back to that, the older traditions of knowing yourself, like the oldest tradition, right? So there's truths, true streams within the New Age movement. There's corrupted streams within the New Age movement. So in the same way, there's probably corrupted words of the uses of those languages. However, for me, they've been very, very helpful to understand what I'm experiencing in my life in this reality. And I'm experiencing people like yourself and other people who the constructs that I had to grow up in, you don't give a fuck about, and you don't need to. You don't care what's happening with Trump. You don't fucking care what's happening to the virus. You're living in your reality.
I don't vote.
In 5 years, I don't vote either. In 5 years from now, and 10 years from now, like, the world's gonna be a different place, and you're gonna be where you always knew you'd be. I don't pay my taxes. Allegedly, ladies and gentlemen, allegedly. Some things in your world you want to keep to yourself just in case, but you live in your own world, so it's probably fine. But no, so listen to me. I think and the things Zach and I are doing and different things we've had to learn and we adhere to and we use in our own belief systems and thought processes, I do not think those apply to a lot of people from the younger generation. I really don't. That's my own perspective. That's fine. And I think that's trying to bridge the gap. And I've spent a lot of time trying to understand. I thoroughly understood our parents' generation and their paradigms, the whole systems, how the systems work, and the money and the corruption and the esoteric layers and all that shit, right? How the whole world works and all the truth of shit, and then all the spiritual shit, my own ways, my own paradigms, and connecting all that. So I've got all those frameworks inside of me that are very relevant for a lot of people, and a lot of times, in a lot of contexts. However, there are classes of people and beings here, not people, beings like yourself, that literally don't give a fuck about that. Not because they're programmed not to, because the program to me wants them to eventually get Neuralink and just go along like sheep with the system. That's not you, and that's not these people I'm talking about. They will never go with the system. They're literally are bringing their own system here by existing, right? I believe that absolutely. The morphogenic fields around people like you are stronger than the ones in the world, and you know that, and you just don't know how to explain it, and you just you don't care. You don't fucking care to explain it. You don't care if anybody believes you. It's your reality. Fuck them. You really, there's millions or who knows how many like you.
Are you reading me?
Me? I don't know. Does it feel like it resonates?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is my perception on these dynamics. So it's nice to hear your reflection on that perception because I'm always refining it, right?
44.
Because it doesn't to me mean it applies to everyone. I wouldn't say this to everyone. A lot of people I'd agree with everything Zach was saying. Like they need to understand the power of words and whatever. To me, I feel like you did already. That wasn't the contention there for you. I think potentially it's because you literally are growing up and born into a different stream of reality and consciousness than a lot of other people in this world. So we're overlapping spheres, but you're one of the spheres that's out there. We're only overlapping because we're having this conversation and having this show. Otherwise, you literally are doing your own reality.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you reading me?
My question is like, you know the framework, you have all the knowledge, like the next, like what are you going to do with it? Like, do you want to keep ruminating in it? Is that the right word? Where you stay in it and you get stuck in it and you're thinking about it and you're explaining it and you're sharing that knowledge with other people? Like, or do you want to like take the next step? Like, what are you going to do with it? Like, what are you going to do with it? Do you want to share that or do you want to share something else? Like, do you want to change the narrative? Like, what are you going to do with that knowledge? Like, you have the framework. Like, specifically, Erin, like, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, okay. Well, right. So I was going to ask you the same thing. So good for you, Nina. You just learn to host a show, Nina. Do your own thing. Talk about how you live in your own world.
No, because like you guys are the main event of this show. Like people are coming here for you guys. They're not coming here for me.
No. Only for like 8 p.m. because that's the thing. That's like the baseline for the show. But we've got Angela starting her own segment. We've probably got Paula and Kala doing their own segment. We got several. Let's see, Louis might be doing his own segment. We got several other people. Frank might be doing a segment, like just kind of random shit they're into or interested in, or like literally like an hour of their life. This is what's going on in my life, and you just think out loud, share your thoughts on life, and like whatever, man. I don't know. It's really interesting. It's kind of an interesting dynamic. So if there's things you're interested in or want to share about how you live your life or whatever, art or the shit you're doing, I don't know. Just think about it.
For sure. Tonight's
cool.
already a long thing. Do you want it tonight? Okay. But what's your point of the question? How are you using the framework?
Okay, hold on. Just re-summarize there. Which framework specifically are you referring to?
Whatever you have learned and the knowledge that you have gained.
Yeah.
Expanding on like your rant.
Okay. So about specific like indigos and crystals or just in general?
Like the one that you just said, like once you've gotten everything, like what are you going to do with it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like once you've learned everything, like we know like what every single book has said, and we know like they're all different deviations of the same thing. Like you have the knowledge, like, but what are you doing with the knowledge? Like that's what I'm wondering, personally, what you are doing with it. Like if you want to be, you know?
Yeah. So this show is manifested in the way it has. So I know this is going to happen exactly this way. No, but like Zach said, I mean, we've had tons of conversations, obviously getting this going. This is everything we knew was coming in our lives in many ways, right? So the energy fits, the template fits, is an exact, perfect, identical match, dude. Things are not that specific. I mean, on one hand, they're very specific interdimensional mechanics for sure. On the other hand, when manifestation comes in this dynamic, I feel like it's a much more fluid, which it kind of needs to be because there's so many probabilities of choices and things along the way, and other people's potential decisions, whatever. But when things lock in that you've created beforehand, dreams, manifestations, meditations, past lifetimes, whatever, for this to walk into now, us walking into it is allowing me to express and host space to have these conversations and be able to have people come and like you and trying to bridge the gap of peoples and different beings here, even outside of peoples and nationalities. It's cool, the Persian Iranian thing, but we're also discussing here just different dynamics of you as a being and your relation to global politics or lack thereof because of who you are as a being. So that to me is beautiful and fascinating to get to really know people beyond just the current constructs we've been born into, and so that's awesome. Feeding people and taking care of people, the other thing we're doing on the show, incredibly awesome. Love that, directly through Zach and Jen and the tribe that they've known and have been down there with, and that whole thing. And then just in my everyday life, being able to be like, talking about earlier, like loving life, loving every moment, loving every engagement, like really you know, I talk to myself, I dance to myself, I sing to myself, I do all this shit all the time. That's just kind of the way I've always been, right? I just never really necessarily done it. I mean, no, I've really done it. Yeah, I've always done that just on my own. Come to think of it. So finding ways, more and more ways of beautifully interacting with people, whatever that means, just having present interactions with people is highly valuable and beautiful. So I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well said.
Oh, okay, nice.
I honor you.
Oh, thanks.
That's great. Like, for real though, like, you've really brought about what you desire and like spreading the growth. It's great.
And I still
That's what we all
did-
want, right?
Yeah, and I still do it while liking the words kings and queens.
I think we should like everything.
Mm,
I think
Why?
we should like everything because, like, I feel like that is ultimate understanding. Like to literally stand under something and like humble yourself. Like, shouldn't you just
Okay.
like all like
So-
even if it's like poop? Like, my mom wouldn't even get her hands. Like, I was repotting plants yesterday. I was doing magic. I turned one plant into fucking 4 plants. It was great. And
Yeah.
I called them king, queen, prince, and princess. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And like it reminded Arya of the tarot card. So she changed it to like knight and page. Like, but she wouldn't get her hands in the
Yeah.
dirt because she thought it was gross. And I was like, nah, dude, man, it's dirt.
Mm.
Like, it's however she wants to view it and however I want to
Yeah.
view it.
Okay, so you're gonna love this. So this, do I know where it is offhand? I don't, because my place is a mess. I do, but it's actually boxes are in the way. It's from a book. Did you ever see the movie or read the book The Shack?
No.
So they did a movie, and I was impressed with them. I read the book, and books are always better. That just are. But the movie is pretty good though in its own right, and the ways it did it was pretty good. But in the book, one of the concepts they're conveying is of the word condescension, and that has such a negative term, like right to be condescend. Someone don't condescend to me, and don't be condescending, right? Because a lot of times we think of you get someone talking down their nose at you, like, oh, I know more than you, and just that, just like treating you in a way that is lesser than. When really, condescension means to actually go down to that level, to come down to. So when you play games with a child, there is a level of like you're not just always letting them win to increase their self-esteem, like, but no, you play age appropriately.
Exactly.
You're not trying to dominate them from the age of 3 since the time they can conceptualize chess, and you just fucking pwn them every time, and like they'll figure it out eventually. I'll teach them as they go. It's like, well, they'll beat me fair and square. It's like, all right, fine. I'm not shitting on anybody's parenting, I guess, but to me, the concept makes more sense. Where like you're trying to teach them the concepts of the game in a way they can understand, and like Jordan Peterson says, you're trying to play games with people not just to learn how to win and to win, to play in such a way as that people want to play with you again, man. We're playing games together. If we're all here humans playing games, we got to find ways to play games together, cross language barriers, cross contentions, cross these issues, and to be able to actually cross into each other's realities and share on certain rules within those games so we can have fun, so we can continue to play together.
That's exactly it. Like even like on a mundane level, like I lead a team and like they're not coming to me for answers, you know what I mean? But I still have to give them like I have to teach them things in regards to what we're doing because we all have like the same goal, but not everyone views it that way and they didn't choose to be there. They don't all have the same path, and like trying to communicate to different people that all learn differently, that all understand differently, that all have different backgrounds, the same kind of truth is just not going to come out the same at all to different people.
Yeah.
You know, like whether it be spiritual or it be mundane or it be physical or like anything at all, like you have to meet someone where they're at.
See, this is and so the condescension thing to me, that's always been the most beautiful thing to think of, where we condescend. And it's hard to, like, whenever I talk about this, I have to lay all this context because it's got such a negative connotation. And a lot of times I don't use words that have negative connotations on purpose because there's better words. There's more nuanced words, or a word that doesn't have as many people don't quite know what it means. So if I use it in a positive way or in a way that I want to use it, it doesn't have these shitty connotations, then I can kind of give new meaning to that word based on my expression of it, and who hears it and like hears it in that way, and the energy with which I say it. Anyway, so
I'm such
but
like
other words,
I like poke the sleeping bear. Like I'm such like a Like, let's get rid of what the stigma or the connotation is for the word, or
Yeah.
like I just do that.
Oh yeah. No, so like, no,
You
like,
saw that. You guys saw that. I'm like,
So I like both, right? They're both literary tools to engage an expression of words or different dynamics. So attacking things head on or dissecting words and is awesome too. But then also finding eloquent ways to, or eloquent soliloquies, something like that, to express old terms or old stories, which is what oral history is. Same stories, right? Mom and dad had an existence. They grew up. They ate food. They had families. They had experiences. They did things. They, but they're all nuanced in their own ways, communicating different principles and things over time. So we all have our own stories. Like you playing with the calling them kings and queens, and like to me, I get that. I feel like that's my inner reality. I know what you're doing. I know how you feel inside when you use those terms. So to me, those words are not weapons, and they're not negative in any way, shape, or form in your reality and the ways that you perceive them. You know what I mean? Like I get it, and that's beautiful. I love the way you saw that. Oh, I froze, or she did. I think she froze. Let's see. I'm going to bring her out and back in. Hold on.
hello?
Okay, hold on. You're there now.
It's been
I think.
doing
Hold
that.
on.
Like sometimes it like glitches out to a black screen and I like lose. It might be my Wi-Fi.
All right, well, you're good now.
Yeah.
I was
What were
telling
you
how much
saying?
I was telling you how much I loved your garden excursion.
Thanks.
Did you hear all the other parts? I said other like super awesome,
I
beautiful
hear
shit.
like most of it. It cuts out like just like one or two words when it like
Okay.
blips.
All
Yeah.
right, well let me reiterate because it was super cool. So I love when you do it, what you're doing in the garden and being present, the way you're labeling those things, but the joy that you feel in your heart when you're actually engaging with them using those terms and everything. There's nothing negative there to you and your reality because of what it's generating inside of you, even though there's those terms are being used inside of you. They're generating beautiful and loving and joyful and positive things, and so that's ultimately what matters, and that's what creates your reality with those words in that way. So anyway, I love that you engage them that way.
Exactly.
I love that I understand what you're feeling inside when you engage them. That's awesome. I get it. I do the same thing. Cool, Nina.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I feel like everyone should operate that way.
I know
Everything is just a story.
Yeah, and there's a
I also had like a thought while you were talking and you said like
do it.
like the eloquent soliloquy and like the verbalization, and with like the patriarchal society, it might seem that it's viewed that way, but maybe men are just better at writing. That's why all the written things are written by men, because women just like can't do it, or maybe just because I can't do it. And like all the men that I've met ever, are just so much better at putting words together, and women are just not. Like, that's why they always seem like they're convoluted, or they might not be meaning what they say. And like men are like, oh my God, like she doesn't know what she means, or she took that back. Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
The stereotypes. And like, I've actually met those kinds of women, but I feel like maybe that's just like the way we're wired. And like, they're spinning the story of that to say it's a patriarchal society, but maybe men are just better at writing. And those are the tales that we hear are from the male's point of view, because that's innately what they're good at.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because Angela, the other night, Angela, I think at one point in the show, brought up that like a traditional tool that you spin around, and like traditional samurai.
I saw that one.
Yeah, and then she kind of like heard her. She's talking about how she's like, it was supposed to be a tool only for men, and then she's being all fucking badass. Angela's like, fuck that, I can do it, right? I'm gonna do it, and she did, and like hurt her shoulder pretty bad the next day or something.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like what I said was jokingly, but serious. It could be true. Like that maybe they didn't do that because they're sexist, because some men, maybe we just don't realize the men's DNA skin suits or whatever have some special shoulder joint, and it's actually a way that they can really, it's better for them to do that. You can do other things. It's not sexist. It's just like that's for them.
Definitely. That's the way that I think about it. Like some of these stigmas might actually be true, but covered up with some like propaganda bullshit.
Well, that's where
If
like
you,
every
if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Like
no,
there's always like
100%.
a little nugget of that gold that's like somewhere down there. It's like, well, like maybe this is the code in the matrix and like
Yeah.
everything else is just like the poster that they put up for you.
So what? How would you describe the code in the Matrix?
The what?
How would
The
you
code in the
describe?
matrix? It's just whatever
Yeah.
resonates with you. Like it all goes back to that. Like you just fucking figure it out just figure it out for yourself. Like everybody else,
Yeah.
like everything that you guys share and that we learn and all the books that you can read, they're just clues to get you to whatever makes you feel good. Like that's it at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, it's just the day, and however you conduct your day is your week, and however you conduct your week is your month. Like it doesn't. We don't conduct our life in years. We don't conduct our life in segments. We don't conduct our life in goals. We just conduct our life in the day. Like that's all
Yeah.
it is. So as long as you can get close to that, that's all that matters.
Mm,
Like making sure that you're always doing whatever you're doing in any moment. Like that's the ultimate goal.
mm. I love that.
It's 4 o'clock exactly. Fours have been like my number. They're my life path number. I see 44 all the time.
Yeah.
Fucking- Four is the shit.
For me, I always think of Dalet in Hebrew, the fourth letter of the alphabet, which is door, or doorway, or portal.
It makes like the four like the foundation, or like a door is like 4 corners. It's like it creates the from the you go from the triangle to the square. Yeah, it's like that transition.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way. Totally. That'd be what
Yeah, because
from.
when you get from like a 3 plane, you get like triality, like you and me and Zach, how you can like mediate us, and it doesn't turn into like a shit show. You know, like you need like the
Yeah,
3
yeah.
points, because like 2 points doesn't give you enough. Like you have the winner and the loser and like the in between. You
Right.
know, like it's always 3. There's never two. 2 gets you to like Flatland. If anybody's read that book, it's a great book.
Mm. No, but you're totally right.
But yeah, when you get to 4, you get to like you start the structure, you start the 4th dimension, you start like the foundation for a building. You need 4 corners. You need like it shifts to the next realm. If that makes sense.
Mm.
5 is
Yeah,
another
totally.
one. We're all trying to
Yeah.
get to 5, right?
So I love what you said about 4, and please elaborate now on 5 after I say the 5 in Hebrew is the letter Hey, which means to behold or to be put on display or a window. Do something with that. What do you know about 5?
With the 5th dimension, when you're actually like going through it, when you're going through the portal and you get like through that next movement,
Uh-huh.
you know?
Okay.
So it's like actually going like through the threshold, or like up into like the pyramid, like you see like the base with the pyramid up and you get like the 5.
Mm.
So you're like ascending, or like whatever, all those words that people use, and I can't.
You're doing great. Yeah, do it. And keep this
Yeah.
great imagery. Keep going.
I don't know if I have any more.
Mm.
Mm.
That was good. 5 angles. We got 5 limbs coming off our body? 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. 5. Yeah, I guess so. Appendages? No, because your fingers would be appendages. Some, I don't know.
5
my
on
hand.
each hand? You have 5 on each hand.
That's true. Yeah.
5 toes
fingers,
on each
5
foot.
toes.
It's like gets into the action of things, right? You're like moving.
You got 5 orifices on your face. So, I mean, your eyes aren't really an orifice, but kind of portals. 2, 4, 5. 2 over there,
We're
plus
at
2.
5 hours
plus
of the
2.
show.
Nice. Hey, we're pushing like longest show so far, and you've been on since like.
No, there you have a 7-hour show.
No, I don't think so. Like 5.5, I think is the longest one.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I think the
This
one
is
with
Angela,
Angela's
I'm pretty
like
sure.
7.5, 5.5. Don't quote me on any.
Oh, there she goes. We'll see if she comes back. If not, if she goes back, we'll just kind of write out this conversation. I'm not super tired right now, so 5 pi, yeah. Oh no, I love all that shit. That's like my jam. All the 5 shit is my jam. That's all my inner worlds and nuances that show up everywhere in my life are all the 5s. Nina, if you're still out there, come back on. Come on, Nina. Or anyone else. I mean, geez, we're late. Why not join the conversation? Let's see. Good night, Jacob. Jacob took off. Nina's back.
Mhm.
Your Wi-Fi drop out?
Yeah, I'm not good with technology.
I don't know.
If
you've been doing
anybody
pretty
talks
good
to
with
me
your
on the
whole time.
phone, I go mute like every 10 minutes, and then I'm talking, and then they hear nothing. That's my reality. I'm like your
That's good.
grandma that it's like, how do I use this thing? And I'm only 25.
Because is that because you accidentally hit mute, or is that because you just you accidentally hit mute, or you intentionally mute because you're doing other things?
I think it backed out.
Oh, okay. Hey,
Yeah.
hold on. What about 12? What do you feel to know about 12?
12?
Yeah.
Like the 12 months of the year? And like
Okay.
those things?
Sure. 12th dimension, even maybe.
12th dimension and like the Chinese and like, yeah, 12 is like the all-encompassing, isn't it?
So definitely, so the zodiac, the 12 apostles, 12 archetypes of government, or there's a lot of 12s for cycles and for stuff, at least the last 6,000 years, if not, well, I mean, some of that stuff's older, but yeah, it's a very governmental complete number. It's also reduces to 3 in Tesla's 369, so there's a lot of good shit in that. Andrew says, let's see, send a big ass Energy's brother. Thank you very much. Love you, Andrew. Love you guys. And then Will says, what's your favorite number?
It used to be 7, but now it's definitely 4.
When did it change and why?
My birthday is like 1/6, so it makes 7, and my mom's like into numerology, so that's like how I was raised knowing a lot about like numerology and how like Tesla uses numbers.
Yeah.
But it's 4 now just because like I've just seeing a lot of fucking 4s. They're everywhere.
Okay,
They're
how
fucking-
long? How long do you see like so it was 7s, now you're seeing 4s and you're seeing 4s. How long do you like go for seeing series of numbers? Like years, months, weeks, and then you have new sets of numbers, or like
So I see I just kind of like go with the flow and I just see numbers however they're going to be. Like if I'm looking like at a bunch of number sets and they're right next to each other, like say I'm going into my car and I look at like the odometer and the speedometer and like how many, I have an electric car, so it's like how many miles it has and like what percentage charge it's at. So like if the numbers like all like go together and it's like in a sort of like pattern, and then like I know everything's going to be good. Like one time I noticed like the numbers were like off and they were like all bad, and like I was driving and there was like this huge fucking accident just like right in front of me. So like if I notice the numbers around me, like it's just fun to like look at them and pay attention. If they're like in correlation, then I know things are going smoothly. If like something is off, then like you just get like a bunch of random jumbled shit, then it's like a warning sign, like, hey, something's gonna happen. That's how I use numbers.
Yeah.
And like whenever there's like a pair, like it doesn't matter what kind of pair, but if it's like 33 or 55, like it doesn't any of them, then it's like a higher resonance than just like than like a pattern of numbers. Like it's like 40474, and then the other one is like 8074048, you know? Like double numbers would like increase it even more.
Yeah.
Does that make
I
sense?
love that. No, it makes total sense. I mean, it's like I'm seeing different ways that, because there's so many ways to perceive numbers. The point is how do you perceive it and how do they function for you? Because obviously it functions for you in ways that have meaning, that help give you significance or meaning, finding the average of the mean, right? The meaning of in between the numbers that you perceive, what their meaning is to you historically over time, and then so they help guide your decisions or help you be aware of certain things that you may not otherwise. So that's a very subjective thing to use. So yeah, the way telling you the way you describe that you do that is awesome.
Yeah, the really interesting is that like I guess the way that I conduct my reality or my knowledge is that I notice the patterns and see what their cause and effect are, and that's just about it. Like all I do is that.
Yeah, pattern
Like
recognition.
it doesn't like matter like what the tool or the source of the outcome or any of it is. It's just like noticing things and like learning how to react with things or go with the flow of things, or like the universe is a strange place and it will give you warning signs for good and bad. You just have to pay attention. And I feel like if you're just like so wrapped up in the the past and the future and the doings and the this and the that and the task list and the I need to do this, but I have to do that, and I have this great idea and I have that great idea. And that's why people like meditation and like the silence and like the things. It's just to like quiet that. But if you're like constantly in the flow and you're constantly like quiet and you're constantly just observing and you're just knowing in yourself that you know how you're going to react and you know how you're going to problem solve and you know how you're going to like deal with things, whether if they're good or bad, whether like you know or you know that you don't know, at least you know that much.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah, totally. That was super well said.
I feel like that's just the ultimate goal.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
all of this knowledge is fun, but how does it influence how you conduct yourself?
Yeah, 100%.
I want to like ask that from everyone. Like, how do you guys
Yeah.
all conduct yourself from knowing all of this? And I am glad that you guys are like trying to expand this. It's great.
Mm. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. We're riding the wave. Let's see. Willa says, I see devil numbers as a confirmation.
Yeah. Love doubles.
Let's see. 7 is a classic number. So 7 was your favorite. What'd you love about 7?
So once I like understand, like 7 is fun because it's like people correlate it to like luck and like stuff like that, but it's definitely like mystery, and it like opens up just the feeling of it. It just like opens up a new space for understanding. Like 7 seems like more in correlation to void, where like anything and everything is possible. That way luck is easier to come through, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
You know? So like you're just like opening up the portal to the portal to the portal, like even more, because that's all it is. You're just expanding points upon the last point and the last point to make like a different dimensional object. But yeah, the 7 is really fun. It's very close to void to me. And void was like
Wow.
my favorite word even before like I knew what the fuck void meant. I just liked it a lot.
Yeah.
was
So
like,
what's
this
it mean
is
to
a
you?
fun word.
What's void mean to you now?
Like the everything and the nothingness and the space and the
that's right.
creation and like it's the all.
Hmm.
I feel like that's what 7 is.
Cool.
So
I've
that's
never heard
why
7. I've never
you can
heard
be
7
lucky.
connected to that like that. That's great.
That's just the way it resonates with me.
No, it's
know?
great. I love it. You saying that totally resonates with me. I love that. And I love that you shared that with me. Brought that in my awareness.
Thanks.
Welcome. Thank you. Sorry, I'm eating here because I'm also starving. Okay, so 7. The Hebrew, I believe, is Zayin, which is it can either be a sword or a plowshare, and it's a crowned vav. So it's an anchored, or anchored crowned, and it's a vav crowned with a yod. So it is. So anchored hand of power, anchored reality, anchored expression. I don't know. But it can be pointed, I don't know, try to make connections to what you said about 7 void space, but it can be a plowshare, tool of destruction, right, or of creation or harvesting. I guess it's destruction too, but harvesting for feeding and give life. And then tool of destruction for war. So void space, everything and nothing, I guess. I don't know, something like that.
Sounds like
Well-
a stretch from that point of view.
Oh, totally. Super stretch. 5 hour and 20 minutes.
The
5 hours,
sword,
20
well,
minute
maybe
stretch.
you're like cutting through the space time to make like the black hole, which is the void. You know what I mean? You're like essentially cutting the essence of the 6 structure of this like that you just made of the dimensionality, where you turned like your pyramid into like a cube or whatever. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. You turned it into like a 6-sided object, and then you like literally slice through it, and you're like, fuck that. That's why the 7 usually has like the slice through it. You're like, nope, I'm just gonna like cut it in half and just make a hole and
Cool.
whatever I want to enter, you know, because you're just like slaying it.
Fuck yeah, man. Right on. I like the way you exist in this world. All right, let me see.
I like making stories to things that, you know, the words
I
are
know. I dig it. Arya said, my dudes, love you, but I'm pushing 50 hours, no sleep, still have work to do. Catch you in the next one. Oh, bye, Arya. Thanks for being here. And 50 hours, no sleep. Yeah, man. You gotta get some sleep.
Caffeine kicks that.
Caffeine. Okay, so this is interesting. I just found out from oh, Nair says got to go to. Love you. Excuse me. Love you, Andrew. Have a good night. Everyone's there. Okay, so my brother. Oh, contract revocation. So I pull that off. Gone. My brother got his. He got his DNA or ancestry heritage blood thing back, and it said on there one of the genetic traits with him, which is likely with me too, and it fits because of what he said that it is, and based on my experience with caffeine, is they said that that our bodies absorb caffeine exceptionally quickly, or something in a way that it doesn't have the same effect as it has in other people, right? Which is interesting because in high school, like I remember one time, and this has kind of been true, like I was gonna dude, I was not built to fucking get up at 6 in every day. Like I had to get up for school. Like I'm definitely not like a late person. Well, I'm obviously somewhat late. It's like 1:15 in the morning. I do this every night. But like I did like get up a little later. Anyhow, so I went and grab coffee. I had put 6 shots in the mocha, and I remember drinking that down and shaking because I had so much caffeine. But I slept anyway. I passed out in class. Like I slept anyway, man. So it's like
I
caffeine.
literally.
Go ahead.
I work with coffee for like a living. Like I studied coffee like through and through. Like, and I did like
Cool.
personal tests and like all this like.
Right on. I love coffee, by the way. I still drink it. Yeah, I'm just the caffeine part, but keep going.
Yeah, no, like that's definitely true. Like everybody's like biology is a little bit different. Like I didn't know that it was like specifically your DNA that could like you have a less of an influence to it. But like the way that the caffeine is extracted also from the espresso bean changes how it like it like hits you physiologically.
Cool.
So like if you have espresso, since it's roasted with hot water and it's brewed a lot quicker espresso, and you get like 20 seconds of hot water through it, it like literally fucking hits you quicker and then you crash quicker. But if you have like something that's like steeped, like a cold brew, where it's like sat in cold water for like 24 hours and then you drink that, it like hits you slower and you have like way less of a crash and you can be like sustained longer. So it depends on like the brewing method of the espresso bean also.
Fuck yeah, man. I knew the brewing method, like, or the whatever, the beans extraction method or all that shit mattered, but not like that. Like, thank you. That was super educational. Right on.
Food is fun. I love nutrition.
No doubt, man.
Like I like making this meat sack like Hercules. Like I know Zach doesn't like gods, but like, or like what, kings and queens, like Hercules is a fucking king. Like he, like I want this body to be like, you know, amazing shit. Like if it's not like to its like max capabilities, then like neurogenesis is not going to happen. And then like if neurogenesis is not going to happen, then like how can I use my visualization brain that we're doing for all like the spiritual shit to make like that even better? Like you got to do like step 1, 2, and 3 before you go to 4.
Totally. Well, it's like, and it's a constant balance between all of them, right? Because none of us are like perfectly healthy all the time or doing everything perfectly or whatever. And obviously, the more you do, the better. But then it's like, how well are you doing spiritually, managing your emotions and all your other shit you got going on? It's like a lot of people emphasize one, they're all loving and perfect and happy and love and light, but they have shitty personal lifestyles or personal habits or food habits or whatever. Or they're really great on the food aspect, but they're like pieces of shit asshole people.
That's why neurogenesis matters. They like variety, right? You need to like A+ all of those aspects and like balance it out. Like that's, highest resonance, whatever all those words people use now.
Yeah. Well, that's so it's interesting. I mean, because obviously, I'm still smoking, about to have a smoke. Oh shit, am I out of cigarettes? We suck. Nope. Nice full pack.
Me earlier today.
Oh, you had cigarettes too, huh? You smoke?
Yeah.
What do you smoke?
American Spirits.
Cool, me too. What do you claim?
Celadon.
Ah, nice. I cycle through. That's one I've done recently. Right now I'm on the so they have like fucking 14 colored boxes, right? Only some actually have a name on the side. Only some, for some fucking reason. Other ones, it's just the fucking color of the box. It's absurd marketing. It's ridiculous.
Really? It's like on the top. No way.
No, not on all of them. It's just the color of the box. Oh, Will's gonna have a cigarette with us. Thanks. Or well, me, I guess. We're gonna talk about cigarettes.
Yeah, I cut out smoking at home a long time ago. That was like one of the easiest ones to cut out.
Dude, so check this out. Yeah, it would be if I had to deal with the smell. No fucking way. I'd never do it for sure. But I run ever since I started doing the show in here and doing smoking in here. I have an ozone machine.
Oh yeah,
Like a
we have
high,
one by the cat litter.
yep. I got a high powered ozone machine. I run that when I leave for work or leave in the day, and it neutralizes everything. Plus,
It does. Those things are amazing.
yep.
Everybody should get one.
Dude, no doubt. It takes out the smoke smell, all of it, really. So it's the only reason. Otherwise, no way I would smoke in here at all because it's just gross. It just builds up over time and shit. But what's nice is even the ozone. I've done so much incense and shit over time. Like I always hit my like the smell of my place. Like hits me when I walk in. I love it.
That's great. It doesn't take that away.
Yeah. Yeah, because it would be kind of a bummer, but then okay, it's clean, it's clear. Now I can put new energy into it or new smell, let it saturate, but it's still conglomeration, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's like
okay,
4:20 my time.
I was just about to say, yeah, it's got to be like 4:20 your time, and so that means okay. So are you East Coast?
Yeah, I am.
What? Where in the East Coast?
Georgia.
Georgia. Let's see what's
like outside of Atlanta. Yeah.
And that's just south.
Good old South. Southern people are very interesting. They're very strange.
Okay, hold on. Have you been in Georgia your whole life?
No.
When did you move
No, we
there?
moved here in like 2002. And it was like a bit of a culture shock for me.
Yeah,
I was like very like it was like I was like, what is happening?
Whoa, okay, hold on. Actually, this is interesting because I thought about this earlier, just based on timeline of your life when you lived here and your Persian descent and all that. How was living through post 9/11, those next whatever 4, 5, 7 years when people were super extra racist?
Dude, I don't know. Like everything for me, like looking back, has been like super weird, and I had no idea, and I didn't realize. Like I don't know, like any of the American shit. I didn't realize like American people didn't see me as them. Like I thought I was just the same. Like I did not realize that I was different.
Oh, because you were.
So like looking back, like it's like very odd, like how people treated me differently and all of that stuff. I was like, I really don't understand. I was like, aren't we all just like fucking people? And can't we all just like get along? Like I didn't know that I like was darker or had like,
Yeah, totally.
Like I had no idea.
when were you born? 95 then, right?
94, yeah.
94. Okay, so yeah, you're 6 or 7 years old. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're too young.
It was very interesting.
Yeah, huh.
No, but I thought Southern people are just like, because I was living in Michigan after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
And like the kids were just rude here. Like it's just odd. I was like, what?
Yeah.
At that young, it's like such a strange thing to just like see.
Well, it's nice that you can like, and this is what's great about kids, when they can hold their own, when they can literally bounce those realities off. They end up picked on by bullies or get beat up for their race or whatever. They can just kind of be around it, but like, you guys are weird, and just bounce that reality off. The weird racist shit, they just literally don't accept that in their reality.
Yeah.
And move on. The problem is when we have propagandized schools, like you're talking about, I guess, after
they
took
say
over
like
and
bullies,
and...
like no, but even like in school when they're like, oh my God, these bullies, this and that, and I'm like, I don't know anybody that's been bullied. Like, I haven't seen a bully. Like, if I have, like, sure, but like, does this still exist? Like, I hope this doesn't still exist. I don't want it to exist anymore. You know,
doubt.
like if somebody hurts somebody, yeah, like punch them back, like physically, if you really need to. If you feel like you need to fucking protect yourself, go for it. But like, if no one's coming at you, then who cares?
I was about to give you a fact, but it really doesn't matter. Well, I was about to give you a little. Well, no, it's a little statistic, but I don't think it matters to your reality at all. So it's fine.
Do it. I like hearing the statistics because they're just like, it's just more data, and then I can filter it. Well, okay, I like all the data.
This one's a psychological awareness that a person needs to make. You said based on like if you need to fight back, right? Defend yourself. So I learned this from a guy who did self-defense instructing and police instructing and military instructing for like many years. And the number one thing for people defending themselves against getting raped, I mean, mainly women statistically, but anyone, if you're actually in that position. Now, I'm not talking, I mean, well, really, any position, if you're getting raped, you have the right to do this. But it's like, whenever you know the situation where they're refusing to stop, what you go for, the most vulnerable part that will actually get you free and not get raped, guarantee, is you go for their eyeballs. Now, you need to understand, though, before, like, psychologically understanding this, if you're in that situation, you're going for broke. You go until you hear them and feel them pop like grapes.
That's great. I love
Okay?
that.
Right, because you are literally
Gore
trying
is
to stop
fun.
you're literally stopping yourself from getting raped, from violated. This person is violating you to the point, obviously at this point you said no, or even your body language, like obviously whatever the situation is, rape, right? And if fuck this, fuck him, he's not gonna fucking penetrate my reality and impose himself on me. He's put himself in my space. You're losing your eyes, motherfucker. Go deal
Yeah.
with your karma. Go deal with your karma. That's your own fault.
Yeah, that's also something traumatic for you too, like watching a man's eyes pop out and like actually
No doubt.
forcing that into him. Like that takes a
100%.
lot of strength out of a person to like go through
Yep.
that and actually murder someone. So that's like another
So-
flip coin to that.
Well, and it probably wouldn't murder him, but you've blinded them for life. And you know what?
Yeah.
Like this is where the
Good,
love
they
and light
deserve
thing,
it.
right? Well, this is where the love and light thing, like people can get too love and I don't know if I could do that. It's like, look, man, one, ideally you're never in this situation. Again, some people don't even need to know these stats. It causes them trauma to think about it because it's not even gonna ever happen in their life, right? Fair enough. That's why I almost didn't bring it up. Okay. But however, if this fits your reality, it's worth thinking about. I thought it was worth thinking about. So for some people, this matters, right? There's still people in this reality that do get raped. Hearing this statistic might save them from getting raped, but then you deal with the internal ethics, internal psychology of like, oh my gosh, I blinded someone for life, and they would have just raped me. I would have recovered. I would have been fine, but they're blinded for life. Like, yeah, honestly, you can judge that how you want. There's no right or wrong. I'm telling you though, from my perspective as a human being and standing up for your rights and as just a being, to not be violated against your will, no matter what higher level contracts are. You choose your contracts when you're here. You choose
That's what
to defend
Jesus
yourself.
said.
So you turn the
For
other cheek.
real.
Well, yeah, when Jesus says turn the other cheek, there's lessons in the dynamic he was presenting. That does not mean when you're getting raped, let it happen. Okay, so here's an avenue to literally save yourself, but you do have to deal with the internal psychology. You have to process what it would feel like. Think about it. Really visualize. Let's say you visualize biting into a lemon. It can make you like viscerally like squint because it's so bitter. Visualize what it feel like. Put your hands here. Visualize pressing into someone's eyeballs or even on your own with a little bit of pressure, and think about how much you'd have to do to
Cool.
pop someone's. What it would feel like, how it'd feel awful. It would feel awful, right? It'd just feel like, oh my God, I just popped someone's eye. I mean, like, it'd
That'd be so
awful.
much fun. But I have like past life visions of like stabbing people like in between their ribs. Like,
Mhm.
oh, that felt so good. It's like such like a like a primal feeling that just like satisfies an urge. Have you like, do you know Gary Vee? I know he's like a business guy.
Oh.
Okay, but he like, I was listening to it with my mom the other day, and he was like, you know what? Like, I'm a great guy, this and that, but when I like get into a sport and I like fight people and we're doing a thing, like I want to hurt you. Like I actually just want to hurt you.
Right.
And like that's it. Like I hope there like comes physical pain down to you, but that doesn't like make me a bad person. And I'm like,
No,
dude, I
so-
believe that. Like squeezing in someone's
Sure.
skull, like I could do that. That'd be fine. It'd feel good. You know, like if I had to do it,
Yeah.
man, like enjoy it. It's gonna
Yeah, I
be the
love
least
you.
traumatic way that way, right?
Yeah, no,
If
I
you
love
feel
you.
bad about it, you'll feel bad about like killing someone for your whole life, but you gotta like, you know, find the
It's
power
all-
in it instead.
It's both sides. So it's like it's understanding, it's having the psychological preparation. Ideally, I mean, some people just react in this way, and that's fine. But a lot of my life I've responded or I've reacted well because I premeditated the situation. Right? Like for example, I mean, this is the first one that comes to mind. To do this in like a million ways, but like when I was babysitting or not babysitting, when I was caretaking for different kids with different disabilities. This one kid had autism, and so I took care of him in the evenings, like 3 days a week, or helped take care of him with his sister. His mom was a single mom. They were going through, I think, where the guy had moved out. They're going through divorce problems. So I had thought through in my head, like, what happens if she hits on me, or what if this happens? Like, I already thought in my head, well, how would I respond? How would I handle that in a way? Because I want to keep the job. I don't want to necessarily be awkward for her. Like, she's in a vulnerable spot potentially. I want her to feel like a bad person, like she on me, but I have boundaries and like, whatever. So I think through those scenarios. It never happened, but had it happened, I knew how I would have reacted because I had thought about it ahead of time. And it's not always
Yeah.
exactly the specific words or conversations. It's just I think through how I might react now at this point in time. If that's not in alignment with how I would want to react, then I have to rethink that and I reprocess that and Anyway, I kind of got on a tangent, but
No,
yeah.
dude, I found a really good quote for that the other week. It says, the more you sweat in peacetime, the less you bleed in wartime.
Totally.
And that's what
So
you were doing.
yeah, okay. So thinking ahead to those situations, the psychological dynamic of that, the logical thought process through, and feeling into it. The right brain part of that for me is not just logically thinking what I would do. It's like, how would I feel if I was in that situation? How would they feel? Right? For example, the example I just gave, how would she feel? Maybe she's coming from a place that she's vulnerable, or maybe feeling really empowered because I don't know, maybe her husband's a douche. I mean, whatever. Trying to think where she would be at and feeling that in real time in the moment, whatever, if that happened, but ahead of time, how she might feel. And so feeling rejected in any way doesn't feel great. It's also an employer. It's also a human being I care about who maybe is going through a hard time. There's nothing wrong with her feeling that way. It's just not something that I want to engage in. So how do I like draw those boundaries in a way that she doesn't feel like vulnerable now or insecure? Like we can still have a partnership or a relationship, a friendship, and it's fine. You know what I mean? Because that's my own, I guess, value system of feeling into it, though, feeling in for the other person in the dynamic. How can this be resolved? And something I do like about the wording of those contracts that we read earlier. It's not for justice or judgment; it's for remedy and resolve. You know, we're trying to bring remedy and resolve to this world, in my opinion, not trying to just come in and bring the sword of justice. Like that's where zealot light workers can get as bad as zealot dark workers. Kill everything that's the opposite. It's like Jesus Christ. There's 98% of the spectrum left. You know.
I like hearing everything.
It's fascinating.
But yeah, like what you were doing, you were like using your tools to be like receptive to her and like really like see where she was like coming from and like multiple ways that she could be like reacting.
Right.
Like most people don't think that way. They just kind of like blurt out shit.
Yeah, and I try to like, and part of it too, it's the balance of me being okay with the fact I'm not always gonna say things well. I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth. You know, like shit's gonna happen. Like that's fine. That's part of life. Being okay with that, and it's like it's just the balance I have to deal with, where I'm always refining that when I'm thinking ahead, so I can respond appropriately to what, like, so people accept me. No, it's so that I respond appropriately to how I actually feel. I would prefer that every time I react, it's something that I got triggered and have to go apologize for, but I reacted in a way that actually benefited the situation. I reacted like in a way that brought some form of remedy or resolve or progression to the conversation or something, not something that just like I freaked out, hurt somebody for no reason because I freaked out, or, you know, said something I regret because I freaked out. Like I'm trying to, you know, be aware ahead of time so I don't freak out. Now, the best moments are when you didn't prepare for shit and you just find yourself in situations and you have no idea how you're going to react, right? And you just do. And so if you react poorly or shitty, great. Then it's a mirror and you understand where you're at internally. No big deal. But what's really cool is like you fucking swim through these amazing situations you've never been in, never preconceived, totally new.
Chaos.
Yeah, and then you find beautiful way to dance through it or swim through it or bring some form of musical harmony or order as you move through that situation. That's fucking cool.
The chaos and the order. It's
Making
the
your
only way
own
new
order,
things
your own
can be
world.
like brought about.
In this world, or in this universe, it seems a sine wave universe, up and down, contraction, expansion, magnetic, electric. But you know, I don't know. We're creating whole new universes, right? Your own reality outside of this one, right, Nina?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like I feel like I'm like far away from everyone else. I'm like
That's cool. I love
living
that.
in a different spaceship.
Okay, look, to me, my worldview is going back to, so I did a lot of studying the ancient texts, the ancient cultures, but then it's expanded out to the ancient tribes, the oral stories, the additional oral texts, in addition to the written text, and then the Native Americans and the different Native peoples. There's a lot of them now that are out there being more outspoken about their oral history, coming from star people and lots of stuff in between, and lots of additional history that we don't hear about or we're told isn't true. And they're coming out and talking about it now. So like finding their stories, the most ancient oral stories we can find on this planet, to get some sense of what existence maybe actually was like besides what we've just been told, because we don't really know.
Like the fairies and the Hathor unicorns living in like 8-dimensional pockets around our solar system. Like, you know, all the fun stories. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, thank you. Very, very much looking for those stories. Like to me, that's all real. That's super real. It just doesn't get enough fucking airtime.
They're so cute. Yeah.
Mm.
Those stories are all fun.
Mm.
I mean, like you can find them if you want to find them, right? Like if you look up the alien races and you look up where they're living and like how Pleiadians like to live on like the fifth dimension and up, and like the way that they feel and like their systems, and like the Arcturians. Like, yeah, all the fun stories are great. The knowledge is great.
What do those stories do for you when you hear them?
What do they do for me?
Yeah.
For me, those were like quite recent into like my spiritual knowledge. I'm guessing like sometime like last year I learned about like alien races, and it's really like interesting to think these kinds of things and like actually like put a face to like what aliens could be, because I've always been like an alien like theorist, like UFOs are fucking real. Like, of course the Nazis have like UFOs and like the Antarctic, and I believe in like subterranean people, and like if you want subterranean people, listen to Corey Good. He's fucking nuts. But like it's all just like fun and games, and it's all just stories, because like I know so many stories have been lost, and I know so many stories have been created. Like, it just comes down to how I want to live my life with it. And I don't really let these like stories influence like my day to day. They just end up being like memories in my Akashic, you know? Like, and if things pop up a lot, then I'll like if there's like a pattern with these kinds of things that show up in the world, like maybe like this religion and this religion and this religion like said all the same thing, and I found that like one quote very interesting, and like I put that in like my Bible of Nina, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So like you just like pick and choose from like all the patterns that you notice in your life, and like make your own path from that. So that's how I view those things, if that makes sense. Like, I don't like pray to a god, and I don't like believe what everybody says about any god. Like, it's whatever. Like, I believe in fairies, and I've literally not read that much about fairies. Like, I just know that they're around, and my cat chases them, and like they like to live under the carpet and under trees and like stuff like that. And like changelings, and like I've experienced a changeling, which is like a very intimate story, but if other women want to hear about it, not tonight. Definitely not tonight. I don't know how like I don't know how like a loss of a clump of cells from like your uterus, like outside of your system, like resonates with a lot of people. That probably resonates with people.
I imagine
that's a story.
If it resonates with you, then I'm sure there's other people. You didn't bring
I put it in clinical terms, but it doesn't feel very clinical. I just didn't want to. I was belittling it for myself.
Okay. You're free to share as much
hiding behind
a
mask another day if they want. I don't know what the comments are. But yeah, like it's just that's all it is. It's just clues. Like everything around us is just observation, and we're using our observations tools to make an understanding of it, whether it be our eyes or ears or mouth or our hands or like our brain can like understand those tools, but like at the end of the day, it's whatever we decide our brain to make it.
100%.
Because everything and nothing is true. Like, I love all the stories. They're all so fucking fun.
I agree. Very much so. Yeah. Did can you see the comment on the screen?
That's really cute. Yeah, why not? It can be a fairy if you want it to be a fairy. I think that makes life more fun. Doesn't it better to say like it's true and then it's not? Like, it literally doesn't matter what story you tell yourself. That's all it is.
There's a I forgot who it was, but they're talking about in neurology and psychology, and that really, if you just create your own story every day, like that's all that matters. It creates the effect and the habit patterns and the goal and the endorphins and whatever. So anytime you can create a narrative out of what you're doing, if you're having to do some fucking yard work or something, you're not really into it, create narrative. You're the fucking superhero, and you're cleaning out, finding secret things stored in the lair of some fucking villain that you've been following for many years. Now you get to finally go and clean out a storage place, or I don't know, whatever, man. Fuck, the point is make up your own story, and even as you go along, like finding a way to play, basically. And so you change anything you're doing from some kind of work or task or just shit sucks to something that's beneficial, productive, playful, lighthearted.
But yeah, but like, what do you actually do when you play with something? We relate it with like childhood and stuff with that. But like, you look at it and you look at its front, and you look at its back, and you look at its side, and like you figure out all the aspects of it. Like, play doesn't necessarily mean like I'm just gonna like throw it up in the air and abuse it and like call this ball like, I'm just gonna bounce it off and like throw it in the drain because it stormed you or whatever. Like, that's not
Yeah.
necessarily what play is. I feel like sometimes it gets like a negative connotation. Like, play is just to like turn the object around and see what it does. Like when you put it on your head. Like, why is a cube on my head? I don't know. It's fucking fun. Let's figure it
Yeah.
out. Let's make a story
Yeah.
around it. Like, charades is play
Yeah,
charades
why
with
do-
everything.
Why do we use words? This is so much easier. It's true. I mean, being able to play with things.
Literally, I was sitting at dinner yesterday and I was just like blowing my cheeks up, and I'm like, why does nobody like play with themselves anymore? Like, I've just been sitting here for 10 minutes like doing this, and you guys have not said anything to me. Like,
Right on. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's fun. It's part of the reason I think I talk as much as I do, because I can add playful context into anything I'm saying. So it just adds layers of engaging with people, I feel like.
yeah, laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah, I laugh a lot, and I laugh at myself a lot, which gets other people to laugh, and because I just enjoy myself. I enjoy my own thought processes. I think I'm silly. I think I'm funny. I mean, if we're going to put it in context of like me, the ancient me outside of this incarnation, and Aaron Michael Kessler, this born 1986, the singular incarnation, avatar, ego, identity, personality. I love Aaron. Aaron's very interesting, and Aaron's very compassionate and very caring, and like there's all these beautiful things I love about Aaron, this incarnation. I love about myself, right?
Yeah.
But I'm also more than that. But it also matters. I mean, it really matters, and that's how I conduct my day, and my every moment of my day is how I perceive myself.
That's beautiful.
Mm. It's beautiful and it's interesting. It's always an equation, simple, but then it's like, there's other realities, other things in life or people that add variables to that equation. So it's like, oh, how do we dance together? Because I'm doing really good and I'm happy and light and things are coherent and good. And like, how do we do that together?
I've always been really good at like filtering people in and out of my life based on like whether they're gonna suit there or not. I guess because like growing up, I didn't really have like friends, so it's like people don't last. Like, you can't expect that. Like, people change. Like, people are going to
Yeah.
like resonate with you at some point, and sometimes they're not, and sometimes they can again, and sometimes they're not going to. And like, friends don't have to talk all the time. I could like not talk to someone for like fucking 10 years, and if you call me up, I'll be like, hey dude, like it was like yesterday. Like, sometimes life just like gets ahead of you, you know? But like,
Yeah.
if we're friends at one point and like maybe we drift off, like I'm still gonna love you. I don't care.
Mm. Yeah, it's nice. Okay. So my view on marriage has changed. I mean, I've seen marriages done well, so I get it's an old concept in a lot of ways, and that it's going out. Hold on, just a sec. Had a cough. But I've seen them. Or sorry, if you want to call them committed monogamous relationships or something. We're gonna make it really objective. Done really, really well and very beautifully for decades, like continually new and fresh and alive and loving each other and still enjoying each other and playing with each other and learning about each other and growing together and doing shit. Like, I have seen many of those marriages where I've been very fortunate to see those very authentic, very sincere, very deep, very, very built over a lifetime. It's a very beautiful thing to see. Not many people get to see that, beautiful families, over long times. And so there's that dynamic, but at the same time, I just came out of a 10-year marriage, and the fact that it was a belief system through the Christian dynamic that was, wrong to do, or at some level, or it took a lot more than certain dynamics we were having to some extent, depending on which church you're into or whatever. Anyway, the point is it can become a very binding construct. I mean, at whatever age you get into, to say till death do us part, for better or for worse, it's like, dude, that, like, honestly, it doesn't even stipulate in there.
Mhm.
What if they're abusive as shit? They're throwing your car up against the wall every night. Like, it doesn't even indicate in there. It's a lot that's like, oh, well, that's kind of, that's a given. I mean, those are exceptions, and that's true. They believe that, but really, the contract that you are signing and making covenant with says, I will be with you, whatever your additional layers are, till
interesting.
death do us part. And it's like, dude, I don't know who I'm getting, especially the way that I changed. I mean, I changed into a different person. I did for those 4 years. Like I was a different person every 2 weeks. Like integrating many lifetimes. If you want to put it that way, I was just like, I'm the same person. I'm the same core person. All my experiences, my heart, the things I've cared about my whole life, a lot of those things. But I mean, as far as just all the information, understanding, not just the information externally, but the things that's helping me be aware of internally and like who I am and deeper layers, and then dealing with my own more and more of my own stuff. Anyhow, there is a couple though that sorry, go ahead.
No, there were like a couple points that I could hit on there. So like you said, the contract, like the till death do us part.
Yeah.
So my mom always tells me that like Jesus didn't say that. She always says that Jesus said that you don't need like this piece of paper or this contract or what the church says or what that says. Like the law, the governments of the law is between those two people, and whatever those two people say, like.
Yeah, you're right, 100%.
Yeah, and then
Mom's right.
if you want to talk to Jesus, you have to talk to her. Like,
yeah, awesome, stoked.
Like I don't want to give up her stories. I don't want to like butcher her stories. Like that is definitely her realm.
Cool? What'd be cool is if you guys came on together, because it'd be more personal instead of like us interviewing your mom. So to get your mom to be able to like relax a little bit maybe too, and it'd be more casual conversation, and then we can still have those questions for sure. I want to hear stories and all that, but you being on the show too, I think that'd be really cool. That'd be a great way to do it for the show we have here, I think.
Yeah, that would be fun. I think she's willing.
Cool. Well, yeah, talk to her, and we're not. I don't think we're friends on Facebook. We have to be friends. It's in the link below the video.
Okay, I'll get to it.
Yeah,
but you also said like about like the marriage. Like you can still like learn something as well from things that have happened, which it seems like you've did. Mm-hmm. There was another one before that I like completely lost, but that's totally fine.
I oftentimes will have
really
like
good.
Paper to catch. Well, feel free to interrupt me too. Obviously, I can go on monologue. So okay, but what I was saying was the other part of that was so this marriage that's worked out really well. They've been together like 40 years, but they started it with
I remember now.
Do it. Go ahead.
No, after your story, it relates to that.
Okay. When they were in college, they were best friends and they were dating and married. They started together all the time. They're married, but then they decided that if they were going to get married, they were going to just try it out. And like every year, every so often, they were going to like revise like their marriage, talk to each other. I mean, and just have this open dialogue basically. But if they're not happy, that at any point they can get divorced and they can leave the marriage if either one of them are no longer feel like they're growing together, happy, or don't feel like it's working out anymore. And they're still together to this day, and they love each other and they have a great marriage. But they gave themselves the choice going in. We're not going to bind either one of us. Life changes, shit happens, we grow, we could grow apart, who knows? So let's regularly check in on our marriage and not judge each other, be bitter or angry that we're being bailed on. Like we know we're regularly going to check in and see if we feel like we're still going in the same life directions and we still want to be together. If we don't, that's okay. Conscious unccoupling. It's a great idea. Not many people carry it out.
Goes back down to like your understanding of relationships, because I feel like I very much operate that way, where it's like you're a being and I'm a being, and we can like come together and hang out like as friends and like understand each other and like share the things, and like if it gets to that level of like love and intimacy, like cool, but if we don't like understand each other first, then like there's always going to be like a problem, Like I feel like that's the way relationships should be, and not like, because if you want to like change the other person, then it's like, or like if there's like some resentment, if there's like anything, like it's just like that's not right, or there's like something you still need to learn, Maybe that's why you're going through it, because like you need to figure that out before you're just like, like I'm just gonna be my 100% self. And you can be your 100% self, and like if it doesn't like interact, then fine. Like if it does, then cool. Like especially what like Paula was saying last night, like what she was saying about her relationship with Frank, like it's very much like that. Like, like you can not go to bed at the same time, like, and it's fine.
Yeah. No, that's and it's beautiful, and I think that really simplifies it, and I think that's very, very true. People are like, oh, it's more complicated now. It's like it really isn't. If both people are living authentically, right, that they're living the problem is like with my wife, she was living in a way she thought she was supposed to live and behave, according to her upbringing, her traumas, the church, not how she wanted
Supposed
to. Right. Yeah, that's how she
I don't like
conducted
that
her
word.
life.
I don't. That's
No.
a word that I don't believe in. I don't
Yeah, I
believe
don't
in like
either.
you're supposed to do something.
I know, and look how it affected her life. Like she wasn't able to live, she wasn't able to be her the entire marriage for the most part. So I'm constantly trying to find ways to draw her out of her shell, out of herself, to be able to do things she enjoys and likes, and conversation and things are outside of what she's supposed to think or be or do. And
So you were like
it's-
meeting her where she was at. So this is interesting to me because sometimes like when I'm trying to like I notice someone is like struggling or they're like not getting the thing, and like did you like get the kind of like you were still meeting her where she's at and like trying to show her like the things that like would bring her joy and these kinds of things, but like did you meet like some resistance or did she like turn out better because of it? Because I usually find resistance, it seems.
yeah, so yeah, no, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Okay, so I was always focused on that our entire marriage. I learned relationships early on. Relationships have always mattered to me. People, human interaction relationships, but obviously like partnerships and doing that well. How do people do that? How do they do that well? And how do they do that poorly? And how do you compare the two? And how do you learn how to do these things well? And how do you what are the frameworks that work? And so I figured out enough frameworks even going into marriage to understand women in general as a generality. Some of the things we talked about, left brain, right brain, my own experiences, my own and things I've learned, but also that every woman is infinitely unique, right? So just because there's certain things that apply to women in general, right? Certain emotion things or communication things or whatever, like you were saying, the difference between men being able to articulate certain things and women having a harder time or whatever. And so I went in thoroughly and looking to get to know her and grow with her, whatever that meant, whatever she turned into, however she was, whatever made her happy, whatever brought her joy. I was always looking for ways to help her do that or to do those, like bring those things into her life or little surprises or all that little shit. So I've trained myself to be wired that way for one, because I see the value in that. Like to romance to me is not just the sweeping romantic gestures, and that's always fucking cool,
No,
right?
that's like knowing someone. It's like, do they
Yeah.
actually like flowers? Or maybe they hate
Right.
flowers?
Totally right, but like doing knowing the nuances, so it's knowing the details. So if I heard defined once that romance is just paying attention to details over time or something, like really just paying
Literally.
attention. Yeah, paying attention to the person, little shit, man. And so anyway, it the more that I dealt with my issues, the more, and she didn't, the less there was to project on me. And so I was able to see what was actually my issue and what was her projection and her trauma. And they would go on these downward spirals and just, not be fun for many nights of the week. But every opportunity I'd get, I'd still try to draw those things out of her. The problem was the last few years, like what something she loved to do was go play bingo at the casino or the reservation bingo hall, which was fucking fun, man. Like she introduced me to that, and like we did that a bunch during our marriage. But the last few years, like I couldn't do that. I couldn't like set up the day and like, okay, we're gonna go. Like something would come up, or like she wouldn't go anymore. I couldn't get her out to do those things. Like I changed her one whole room into a room that she could paint in, right? Because she wanted to paint. And so I've done stuff like that, and she would paint for a while, which is great. So I'm trying to do these things to elicit that out of her, but it's like ultimately she's got to get her own motor started. Like she's got to make the choices. She's got to do it. There's only so much I can do to present doors for her to walk through that I want to do with her, man. Like and stuff that she wants to do on her own. Like whatever, totally outside of me. Really, whatever the fuck you want to do. I want you to be happy and have fun and do shit. And the things she enjoyed, like she wanted to tell me about them. Like even if I didn't know about it or generally have an interest in it, I was interested because she was interested. She told me about shit for hours. I didn't give a fuck about like on my own, but she's interested in it. So I'm interested because she's interested. It's making her happy. So obviously it means something to her. So tell me.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know like all of it. I'm in your shoes, dude. I feel like that's why I tried to make my last relationship work too hard. I was like, I'm good. I can do it. Like, I've got all the things. We're going to do the things. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And it's going to end. And then nope. It's didn't work.
Well, it's like, and so that's like, so I knew, okay, so 2 or 3 years in to the marriage where it was going as bad as I knew it would because of there were traumas there, but we were within a friend group and counselors and things that we were, in a good place to be able to deal with those and process through them. Except she really pulled away from the friends in the church and was just staying home and isolating herself. And then when I would go, I'd be in trouble because she thought I was exposing her or saying things or, You know, and part of it, I wasn't exposed. I wasn't intending to expose her. I was trying to figure out, like, how do I deal with her behaving this way? I don't know what to do. Like, how do I respond lovingly? How do I respond in a helpful way? I don't know. And also, I don't want you to judge her or whatever. I'm just trying to figure out what to do. And eventually, I just had to pull that shit in and not share it with anybody, because it really, like, you could see it, like, would devastate her, that she felt like I uncovered her, shared something, because to her, she felt safe enough with me to release her traumas, to actually be herself and her shitty issues, not excusing her issues, but when she'd flip out or something would happen, you know, early on, a lot of times she would apologize, but then it kind of came to a way, it's like, well, a lot of it became my fault, so there wasn't much to apologize, so apparently it was my fault. But there were times, like, a lot of times she'd apologize and acknowledge, like, she knows that behavior. She hates behaving that way. Yet there's these trauma cycles she won't recognize, no matter how many times I gently try to bring things around, or over time synchronicity tries to show her dreams. Like, she wasn't able to address that and get past blaming me for things. And so,
Yeah.
so like 2 years in, my higher self, my spirit, whatever, one day said to me, what if the only way that she can heal is if you leave her?
Mm.
Okay, now my first conscious thought at that time, which is like, I don't know, 10 years ago now or something, or whatever, something like that, was like, get behind me, Satan. You know, like, that can't be true. That's not God. That's not, like, you know, like, I'm gonna become better. I'm gonna be more like Christ, right? I'm gonna be a better person. I'm her husband. I love her, and it's gonna create a safe space. I can't rescue her. I know that, but I'm gonna
What?
get better.
Are you
I'm gonna
like
be
reading my past self?
No, this is my life, so this is great. So you gotta
Sure,
hear,
yeah.
you get to hear it through another perspective. That's fucking cool. That's awesome. All right, so so I'm like, no, I'm gonna get better. I'll be more like Christ, or more Christ-like. I'll deal with my issues, and it'll create a safe space for her. Now, I know I can't rescue her. I'm not an idiot. I understand psychology 101 and all that shit. I can't be her savior. Get it? Okay, but I can create a safe space, and I can help love her in a way to help her feel or understand what it feels like to love in this way, and to be loved in this way, because I know I can do it for myself, right? So I just kept diving down that hole for years, which is fine. I really cleaned out a lot of shit inside of myself that I wouldn't have found otherwise. So I have no regrets in this whole thing at all. And then it put me in the space of like 4 years of really waking up to all this shit, and deeper beyond. We got to the point where I was beyond just the Christian dynamic, and I was incorporating other stories and symbol sets and crystals and things that to her were demonic and bad, and they're connected to some of her traumas and a very Midwest Christian upbringing. There's just a lot of shit there, that, unfortunately. And so I was realizing, just by me being me, I was making her more and more feel more and more unsafe. If she's not safe, she can't deal with her traumas. That's psychology 101. Like, it's literally not possible. Okay, I was also getting to the point that I couldn't be myself. And Mark Nepo, I said in one of these episodes, that, like, Mark Nepo, one of the things he talks about relationships, that the ideal relationship, or the relationship you want, is a relationship where both people are given the freedom to bring 100% of themselves into it. Whatever their weirdnesses or their quirks or their whatever, you know, if there's contentions or there's behaviors that are hurting the other person, there can be conversations and working those issues out. No big deal. But as a core person, as whatever your thoughts and your feelings and your beliefs and your weirdness and your, like, all that shit, right? When you can bring all that into a relationship, and so can the other person, like, that's where relationships thrive. You still may not be together forever, but while you are together, that's fucking quality.
Yeah,
Because
exactly. I
you're
feel
just
like that's the
present.
way it should be.
It makes sense to me, man.
With, like, that's exactly what I do. Like, with all relationships, with, like, friend relationships, with, like, coworker relationships, with, like,
Right.
you know, like,
Yeah.
significant other relationships, like, all of them. Like, with my mother,
Totally.
like, if you're not in it with, like, your 100%, then what are you in it with?
Well, and so that's where I got to with her in that dynamic. So it was twofold. It was, one, I was growing beyond that marriage ultimately, because she wasn't able to, because with her, there was a turning point. I finally got to a point, and it was like, because we'd pray together and things, you know, somewhat regularly. And there's a point where I knew she would want to know that when we're praying together, I'm not praying quite in the same way that we used to pray. Because to me, it's not God. God in the Bible is not God of the universe. Like, to me, he's a little g God who just won the battle and won the narrative over history. And, like, he's just a little g God. Like, there's a creator of the universe, most likely a designer and architect, right? That whole thing, I believe that's true. But he's not the same, like, God as the Bible in that way. But he's the creator of the universe, if you will. And at that time, talking to her. And so I tried to talk with her. I did talk with her, tried to calmly present something I knew would be hard for her to understand, that when we pray, I just want you to know, like I'm saying God and all this stuff. I said, but I what I mean is I'm praying to like the creator of the universe, whatever. And I think you are too at a core level. You just call him God or Yahweh. I just don't call him that anymore. I think that's whatever. And that, like, from there for the next, like, that was it, downhill from there, because it just, like, to her core belief system, like, she just can't tolerate that in her reality to be safe, you know?
It was a little
And
too far of a jump for her.
and so when I realized that, I knew if I ever left her, it'd be at the right time and the right way. I didn't know exactly how that happened, but I just saw all these things happening. Me being me was hurting her more than it ever had been, right? I had to keep being me. I had to keep growing and doing, and I loved her. There was no bitterness. There's no resentment. I understand her traumas. I understand her issues. I love her dearly. We're actually better friends now than we've ever been during our marriage. And we're just friends, like it's surface level stuff on some things, because we can't dive into some of this stuff at all, and that's fine. But we see each other like once a month and hang out and have a great time. Like, it's fine. We're really good friends on a lot of those dynamics, right? She'll never watch the show, most likely. And if I do, like, that's all our deal. I just, she'd probably then be scared of me. Like, she ever saw our Arcturian meditation thing and just knew that I was doing, like, she just couldn't even handle that shit. So, but anyway, so when I left, within 6 weeks, and the whole time knowing that anytime even during the majority of our marriage, I could come home and she could have killed herself. Like, things were really intense for a long time, right? That was a reality I just had to get used to. Even more so. Go ahead.
Sorry, I've just seen like those symptoms a lot in like lots of women, so it's like something that's like not really addressed. So I'm glad you're bringing it up.
Oh, good. Yeah. So I mean, there's been a lot of times, a lot of nights where, I would never call the cops. She was also terrified that I would like put her in a psych ward or something. And I'm like, Jesus, like I would never, ever, ever do that. I understand psychology and interdimensional dynamics and what schizophrenia really is and all that shit way better than most people, sweetheart. I would never, ever put you in a psych ward. I understand, but like she didn't believe that. I think there's a lot of trauma there and generational stuff and Masonic stuff, I think, and whatever in her family history, that there's just a lot of shit. But there's multiple times, man, where, dude, it was a miracle that she didn't kill herself or didn't pull the trigger, because she literally had access to that at different times. And like, it's a lot of crazy nights, right? That became a reality that I was used to and learned to manage and handle and love her through and be present with her through, and all that shit. So me leaving, also, that there's potentially that level of guilt or whatever. Well, if she kills herself, it's your fault, or all those dynamics. And I dealt with most of that. Like, I knew that wasn't true. I knew that I was leaving the right way at the right time for the right reasons. And if that happened, of course, it's the last thing I'd ever want. But I knew already that wasn't my fault. Like, I'd processed through a lot of that stuff. Now, she didn't, but really could have, especially those first 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, it turns out she ended up getting like the entire house cleaned up, which was like, since we moved in 6 years before, we still had boxes weren't unpacked. She could just never make a decision. She gets so anxious about decorating a room or getting furniture or like to pull the trigger, and then half times it wouldn't work. She's just so anxious about that stuff. And so, so there's a lot of stuff that wasn't done. Then it got to the point before I left, like she wouldn't even let me, like, because she didn't want to. So must be the left brain, right brain thing. Okay, decor
No,
stuff.
it's not. It's like that's actually really interesting. It's not. It's like it's more like biological, like, than that.
Which aspect?
Just like all of those symptoms.
Oh yeah. Well, so the right brain thing is to say, so like for me doing decor, I just, like, she'll have something set up, she'll work on it all day or for days, and I'll just come in there and move stuff around, and she'll come in, she's like, it's perfect. How'd you do that? I'm like, I don't know, it just looks good. This feels good. I mean, I can get some of the science of it, putting things in threes, and like there's different ways, that I've learned to actually have to explain to do decor well, visually and aesthetically and color wise or whatever. But like, ultimately, I put all that shit aside. It just looks good. It's set up this way, it looks good. It works.
But like her signs of anxiety, like,
yeah.
And like, what is that? Was she like, I guess, was she taking care of herself on like other aspects? Like, did she?
Go ahead.
Like, did she like have like a regular period? Like, did she like, I know it's like very weird, but like it all matters
it's
for like
okay.
women, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Did she
absolutely.
like
Yeah.
eat right? And did she like exercise? And did she have like variety? Like, I know like I'm going back to the basics, but like if
Totally. Yeah,
those
yeah.
things, like for
Very
me
relevant.
in the past, I've had like very bad anxiety and like suicidal thoughts and like all of that shit.
Yeah.
And like, if any of those things are out of alignment, like even like lack of sleep, then like I will literally go, I will literally go crazy.
Okay, 100%.
Like knife out crazy. So like,
Knife out crazy. Yeah, no doubt. So, okay,
yeah.
listen. No, 100%, for
So like,
sure.
even if you did try to talk to me, I wouldn't hear you. I literally wouldn't hear, like, it doesn't even matter, like, what you would have told me, like, it wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, I know it. I knew I knew the receptive. Look, I learned human beings. If I learned, look, I dove into studying my wife as a person, as a
But
lover,
like, it's so
as a
interesting that we're
partner.
actually talking about it, because like, no one actually
Because
talks
what?
about it. No
Yeah.
one actually talks about it.
All right, cool. Well, apparently you do when you're 6 hours into a podcast at
Oh
two in the
yeah,
morning
for
or 5
sure.
in the morning for
Who
you.
are you?
Yeah. I'm over in Seattle, so I'm 3 hours behind. I'll still get a little sleep tonight. You're fucked. Well, you don't have to be up. You just go to bed, huh?
Oh yeah, my work is paying me out right now. Like I don't have to do anything.
Wow.
I'm very lucky in that regard. So.
Hmm. So, okay, so here's the thing it was very hard because I all this research stuff I mean just the way I am and all the stuff I've learned, I was learning that a long time ago when we were married. So I learned a lot of like health stuff and a lot of little things that she just wouldn't, there's so many that she'd be terrified to pull the trigger. She'd always want to do her own research. She was always doing tons of her own research. The problem is she'd over research to the point she'd be indecisive. So she very rarely did anything. She would try things occasionally, but there's so many other, like for me, I try things constantly. I learn enough science or evidence on it. I do it. I put in my routine, my regimen, my whatever. I try it out for a while. I feel it out, move on, incorporate it, maybe whatever. Right. But she's like insanely reserved, very opposite. Now that's fine. So I was learning to be patient with things and like helping her out over time or
That's
suggesting
so
things or like,
interesting.
so,
I don't try things either. I don't try anything.
okay. Okay, well, look, you're trying things, even practical things, like where you're saying, like the way she was sleeping, like maybe switching sides on the bed, like actually paying to have Hartman Curry come and figure out the Hartman Curry lines going through the house, because that can make a big difference. Like I talked to her about a lot of like practical shit. Sleep with your phone not next to your head, like it literally makes a big difference. I've done the science on it, right? There's a lot of little shit. Don't have the phone on it, or the TV on all night. She like to sleep with the Office on or whatever all night long. You know, I'd sleep with earbuds in, and a lot of times I like dead silence when I sleep. I don't like the TV on, but that's what she needed. You know, so like a lot of little shit, drinking more water. I mean, a lot of the basics. We went over this stuff over, and like, I'm
That's
not,
so funny, but like you got your sign. You said like 2 years into the marriage, like the only way she's gonna snap out of it is if you get out.
yeah. But
You
I
already knew
left
the
it.
answer and you were trying all the other things. But that's really interesting because when you tried all the other things, like you still got back to your answer. What would have happened if you like did that to begin with and didn't try things?
Well, so
You would know like a lot less at this point, right?
right.
Like now you know like all the ways.
Yeah, and that's why I don't
That's
see it
really
as like
interesting.
it's very interesting because I don't see it as my higher self, whatever, trying to give me the answer ahead of time, and my dumbass just didn't get the lesson. I should have left her earlier. I don't see it that way at all. My higher self or greater self, wise self, knew that my little avatar self couldn't even handle the concept. Therefore, had to introduce it to me in time, 2 years into the marriage. So I would chew on it for years and I would
Yeah.
observe and I would see how maybe that could be true because over time I saw different things playing out with her, seeing how like, oh, if she never deals with this, this could be a problem. Like I could see how, you know, like I build evidences then to support that idea because I was always considering maybe it's true. And so over time, I just started to tip the balance and like saying, okay, I see how that is true, and it's going to be true, and maybe that could be true because I'm always building timelines. I'm trying to interact with her in a way that she makes different choices than I do, or whatever, that we can actually build a life together where that doesn't happen to come true. That's only true if she doesn't deal with her traumas, and she didn't, and it did come true, right? But it didn't have to. And that way, even the way it was introduced to me was all intentionally for me to go through everything I went through, because I wouldn't have learned how to love people if I didn't stay with my wife. I really wouldn't
Yeah, a
have at
very
all.
important soul contract for you.
Yeah,
I love that. That's amazing.
yeah. It is. It's a great fucking story, man. There's so much shit from that. I'll be dissecting that for years. It's my life, and I chose to stay in it, and I was very
You should
aware.
write a book.
It's one of them. Yeah, I've got a few. Just like everybody else, they're buying their books. They're gonna
Yeah,
both gonna be
right?
flooded with books.
I
Yeah, but
mean, it happens, and then someone's gonna burn it down eventually, right?
no doubt, fucking Alexander, motherfucker.
Yeah, right? Alexander the Evil.
Alexander the motherfucker. So tell me what in that, since apparently there's a major overlaps of your past history. So what in that last little bout that I did resonates with you or stands out?
The bout about like trying to like give someone like a space and like
The space.
a safe space. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, safe space. Mhm.
And like show them all the love and give them all the love and be like the ultimate love and like still not have it work out, but that's how you like figured it out. That sounds like it. It resonated.
Yeah. Well, and it does. And in that space, it can create that infinite love space inside of you. You know, I wasn't beat down, but I mean, in some ways I was. Like, I've definitely needed the relationships that I built outside of the marriage after leaving and moving out a year and a half ago or so. The relationships and the friendships that I built, especially from the opposite sex, like I needed those words of affirmation and things I never got from my wife. You know, it was really healing to hear, you know, get to know some people who really got to know me and tolerate all my massive amounts of words and all this shit because I was never able to share a bunch of shit in my marriage, and to hear how they perceived me and the things they said that were incredibly honoring and healing and loving and affirming and encouraging. I never got that shit in my marriage ever. I found it myself just fine. I was happy. I was content. Really. I mean, I don't know. You probably heard me talk about on the show. We didn't have a sexual
Yeah.
relationship or anything for like 6 years, and I wasn't talking to other women. Like I wasn't emotionally having an affair or sexually having an affair or masturbating or any of that. That was just outside of what my value system at the time. So I just cycle that energy, which is massive neurogenesis. And I found massive places inside of myself that were beautiful. Like I was so happy living in my own divine masculine, divine feminine, like really super satiated, knowing this time in my life was coming that I'm in right now and not looking forward to it. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm so enjoying every moment of every day for years, the last few years of my marriage, really. And it was the worst as far as our relational dynamic goes. It was the worst it's ever been because I'm finally like clean in a lot of ways and happy all the time. And then it just makes her feel that much more exposed, you know, no matter how kind I am or how gentle I am or how any of that doesn't matter. Now, what's beautiful is a year after I moved out, she asked if I'd come to a counseling session with her. And I didn't know what it's about. She'd been going to see a trauma counselor since I'd moved out, which is great. And she's doing that of her own accord, which is what I wanted and was awesome, and that's great. It sucks it all happened when I moved out, but that's what it took apparently. So she asked me there, and I thought maybe she's gonna like read me the riot act again, or like she's had time to process all her feelings. Now she's really gonna articulate what I did wrong or some shit, right? Like, I don't know. Why does she want me there? Apparently, I was supposed to know. Like, she asked me later. It's like, oh, I thought you knew. I was bringing her basically to apologize to you. I'm like, I didn't know that's how I got in there. So she spent like the first half an hour going through pages and crying and apologizing for me for shit I never thought she'd apologize. And I was okay with. I'd forgiven her. I'd let it go. I know the trauma she's in. I didn't expect her to even understand the way she's hurt me. I don't think she was capable of understanding that in a lot of ways. And that's okay. That's helped me let it go too, you know? She wasn't doing it consciously. I knew she didn't hate me, even though she said that often. I know she didn't. All these programs and all these traumas did. She didn't. She loved me. She loved me in every way that she could. And I loved when she did. You know, and I loved her in every way I could. I was just far more healed than her and did more of my own healing and had less trauma in my life because I could easily have been her. And so in this counseling session, I mean, one of the things she said, you know, I hope that she goes, it was never you. I couldn't have loved anybody. She said, you always did kind things for me and you always, hmm. said a lot of really nice and really beautiful things. It was very healing. And I was crying. The counselor was crying.
I love
Yeah.
that. That's great. And you guys are still friends, you said? Every month?
Yeah. Yeah, we're still friends and hanging out now. And I mean, that was nice being able to go through that. She said one thing she said too. I hope that you deserve to be with someone who treats you as good as you treated me. Like shit. Like what person in a breakup doesn't want to hear that shit, right?
The ego boost.
Dude, massive, but like a soul boost because
I love ego boosts.
Yeah,
I go
well,
to
it's
work for my ego boost.
no doubt, man. Well, it's like an ego and a soul boost because I conducted myself in that marriage in a way that I know satiated my soul. I know I loved her well. I know most people will never know. Well, I mean, whatever. I guess on the show I'm talking about, but like I knew most people would never ever know that, and it didn't matter. I knew that she may end up killing herself, and then really the way she could have painted out her different dynamics, I look like the total asshole or whatever. No one has any idea, and that's okay because I know, and that's all that matters. And then to see that actually like pay off and her acknowledging this shit, like I totally let all that go. I had no expectation. I mean, that's probably a big part of why I really had forgiven her and let that go. I didn't expect her to someday. Well, she needs to apologize to me someday because. Just man, I let all that shit go. Dude, she doesn't know any better, really. The traumas and
I
shit,
love
she
that.
doesn't.
Yeah.
And she did. When I left and she was going trauma counseling, she did. And she acknowledged all that. So it's like, holy shit.
The door opened.
Right. And that's where codependent people, like it sounds like you maybe been at times and all of us at sometimes where we stay in a relationship or a dynamic for whatever our reasons are, even though it's ultimately very not net positive for us. Right, in a relational dynamic, just the way the other person behaves or just all that shit like you were talking about earlier. But the other side of that is like when we're willing to stay in those situations, not just because we like, oh, we need the other person that makes us feel good, like stuff you were talking about that you resonated with too. It's like I know who I am. I know the realities I create and the people around me. I know that if I can continue to be me in the ways that I do, that it does create safe space for people. So why wouldn't it create one for her? It just happened to not, and for various dynamics. But I know that is something I can create. Therefore, sometimes we stay in relationships or friendships or business partnerships or anything that may be longer than we should. Whatever, if that's a word, whatever, or long in ways that potentially are detrimental to us because we.
But if it happens, is it longer than it should? Maybe you didn't get the message yet. I don't think anything is longer than it should. Everything is its time for its time.
Correct. But then when you repeatedly get into, let's say, business decisions where your business partner keeps screwing you, taking all your money, obviously there's a reflection of something going on. You deal with that shit. But also on a practical level, like be aware if the same person every time does the same thing, don't let them do the same thing.
Maybe you should look for your judgment and character. Like, I think that's what needs to be analyzed next.
No, fair enough. You're right. I mean, it ultimately is about what's going on in the person. So, yeah, we broke this. Well, shit, we broke the 6-hour mark a while ago. I'm pretty sure we've got longest video. You've got that medal, Nina.
Wow, I have endurance.
No doubt. Yeah, you don't even see that tired.
That's
over in Georgia.
Time for me. Oh, I don't believe in time. Time is just it's just a construct. It's like one of the easiest measurable things because we can see it, and everybody has like the same thing of it, but like time flies and time slows down in different emotions, and like I just use the numbers as a pattern set. Like if I conduct my day as like I wake up whenever and I sleep whenever based on my own energy levels, then it's fine.
Yeah.
Especially on full moons, like that's why in ancient cultures, like they would have parties on the full moon and everybody would stay up all night because like the sun energy is literally reflected off so much from the moon onto us that you can't sleep. Your biorhythm doesn't want you to sleep. There's too much of that light wave coming through on us, like quite physically. That's why this is happening.
Yeah.
That's why people would have fires all night. And they're like, oh, they're burning stuff. And I'm like, no, we're just awake because it's bright. We're like plants. We're like literally like plants. It's the light.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That's true. No, that's very true. Here's an interesting thing. So I've measured this myself. So think about this. So we're told that the what you just said, right? That the moon is reflecting the sunlight, so that's why it's giving off light. It's just not as bright as the sun because it's only a reflection of it, 1/6 the brightness, or well, it's a lot less than that the brightness, but the actual luminosity coming off the sun, right?
Mhm.
Off the moon. However, if that were true, then it would make sense to me. Maybe I'm missing variables here, but it makes sense to me that that light is still going to cast a warm light. It's not as intense as the sun,
That's what I
but
was
the
looking up light waves a few days
okay.
ago.
So check this out. All right. So logically, then, if it's reflecting the sun's warm light, even though it's less intense, it's less warm. It's still warm. So the moonlight next to a bench where there's a shadow, moon shadow, right? The moonlight should be warmer than the moon shadow. If it's getting light from the sun, even though it's reflected from the moon, it should be warm light. So the asphalt or whatever in the moonlight should be warmer, just like in the sunlight should than in the shade, right?
Like physically temperature warm?
Physically temperature warm, yes.
Okay.
Okay, if it's reflecting warm light, like you stay in the sun, you get warm. It's reflecting warm light, right? Okay, the moon actually, the shade is warmer than the moonlight. The moon actually gives off a cold light. It makes the ground and the things outside of its light. If it's in its light, it's
The
colder.
moon's a giant crystal.
Something like that. It's titanium for sure. They know that.
I mean, do we know? Like, we know what the
They
NASA
do.
tells us, and do we know what NASA tells us? Like, I read literally like all the space news and articles and like stories because it's like fucking interesting how they like hide nuggets of their information inside
Yeah,
like all
no
their
doubt.
equations. It's really funny, but
Yeah.
like it's a
No, fair
giant
enough.
fucking crystal, man. That's why
Yeah.
it changes. Like, it's a prism.
Well, it's interesting in the original, in the Hebrew, they talk about the sun gave off its light or his light, and the moon gives off her light. Like they're separate orbs, and it talks about them giving off being different sources of light. So I find it interesting that at my own empirical measurements, like I have the actual temperature gun tool for work, I've got one, and I've measured this more than one occasion. It's actually cold light coming from the moon. It's fascinating. And lunar
Huh.
waves, different than solar rays.
It is a prism.
Yeah, no doubt. 7 colors and more. That's just what we see. Now it blends into millions of colors, but
Yeah, we
for
don't see
today,
ultraviolet very well.
yeah, or the near
Oh,
infrared.
apparently the visible wavelength of the sun is 44% of its usable energy. I learned that.
Ooh, that's a great stat. 44 too.
Yeah, that's my number.
Numbers, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's the visual spectrum is like 0.003% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. So, I mean, look, we're operating most of our shit on Wi-Fi and whatever, and cell signals. Like, why do people think that demons and dragons and all that other shit doesn't exist too, man? It's just outside of your awareness because you think if it's visible, it's real, and yet you have a cell phone that has Wi-Fi signal, but you can't make the stretch or leap of imagination that fairies are real. What the fuck's wrong with you? We're not the ones with the problem.
No, it just works. It doesn't matter. It just works. Like,
Right.
doesn't
Well,
matter.
I guess that's the thing.
That's
most
the
people
easiest
grow
way
up-
to the solution is just have it work. Like, does
Yeah.
it matter what the equation is to it? No, like the sun works. It's fine.
Well, I guess most people didn't necessarily grow up with fairies in their awareness, so they don't think that necessarily just works
Yeah,
for them.
I'm a little crazy.
No. Okay, so more and more people like you, crazy people, are being
Oh
part
yeah,
of a
I
group.
was saying if there's a room full of weirdos and we're all, is anybody really a weirdo if we're all weirdos? No.
Exactly. I'm creating a new normal. Then there's going to be people all triggered by that. I don't want to be normal. I'm different. And then they go do some weird thing.
I'm having like premonitions about this. We call them hipsters.
Okay. That's what we call hipsters? Yeah, I guess so. That's it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But
What?
the moon, so like if the temperature off the earth, would that like not be like radiation, not like radiation, but like radiant energy from like the earth like absorbing the sun's rays and then like casting it off at night? Like, is that like I
Yeah,
thought the earth did that too.
Well, so like for asphalt, for example, if that's been sitting in the sun all day, that'll heat up excessively hot, 100+ degrees, and then as the sun goes away or comes off, it'll dissipate that heat to match the normal ground temperature. Ground temperature, like when you go underground in a basement, I think it's like 55 degrees is pretty standard in most parts of the world. Like when you go that far underground, there's a standard temperature. So the surface temperature is different based on how much sun it gets during the day, it seems, or geothermal vents, or different shit going on maybe under the surface. But so
I was
doing the
having
test,
like this theory that the surface Temperature depends like how many trees there are in the area and like
Ooh.
the location, like in relevance to the equator. Because
Okay.
like, did you see that guy that like was in Texas and he took like the plot of land and he turned like the deserty part into like an oasis, and like just because he put trees in one area, like the aquifers filled up. Like the aquifers that were there, they were hollow, but like
Mhm.
because there were no trees to hold it in place, they would just like hollow out and just be empty. And that's why it would get hotter in that area and deserty.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, it really does. Like I think actually have you seen the movie Fantastic Fungi, the documentary?
No.
It's Paul Stamets and their company, or they're a big part of making it. I think it's only like, I don't know how long it is. Anyway, I saw it in a theater, just some like small theater down here, so it's Sundance film or something, but it's all about fungus and fungi, and they've been around for billions of years, and it talks about the mycelium networks and the tree networks also. And there's something,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of the specifics, but
I
anyway, something you
love
said.
plants. The way they move, they're so pretty.
Yeah, there. My sister said something on one of her mushroom experiences when she was a teenager, that she noticed everything flowers, like fractals and flowers and patterns. Like when she focused on it, it would just fractal and flower and pattern. I like that.
Yeah, after my last experience with them, I can just like, if you like focus in on the plants and if you them like slightly, like just like move their leaves like this all the
Mhm.
time, and it's so fun.
Totally.
They're breathing.
Oh, I'm not tired. I'm tempted to just go until one of us gives up. And you're
Oh, I
doing
don't
pretty
need
good.
sleep.
Yeah, you just keep rolling. So I imagine I'll be the one to have to cut off eventually, but we're good for now. What's another topic?
What do you want to know?
I want to know
Like,
more. Go ahead.
you know where to find all the things, right? Like, is there something like specific that maybe
What
like I
else?
could?
What things?
Right? Like, you know how to like research things and find out information about like Jesus and read all those books and find out
Yeah, yeah.
information about like all the other.
Well, yeah. What do you want to know?
Well, I could be like another book. What do you want to know?
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so hmm. Okay, I want to know more about your weird existence. So your cat's an alien. Awesome. And you've
My
had a
weird
lot of
existence? That's
yeah,
fun.
yeah. And so your cat, you've had conversations with your alien cat and a lot of dynamics. You can tell lots of stories in past lives and future lives. Awesome. Tell me more of your weird existence and that stuff to you that's normal and shit you do.
Yo, I don't know. I just like observe like everything that's going around. Like I did not imagine my life to be at like this place. I've also like not really imagined my life to be like any place at like different points of my life. Like when everybody like asks you when you're like young, like, oh, what do you want to do when you grow up? Or like, what are you going to do?
Mhm.
Like, are you going to get a job when you graduate college? Like, and then this and that. And like, I don't know. I've always like expected nothing from the future and just kind of gone about like the day to day. I do like a very kind of like natural magic, but when I say that, people think of like nature, and I don't mean it like that. I just mean like recently if I like notice a bird, then I'll be like, okay, that's cool. Do I have to like pay attention to something coming up? Or I'll be like, wow, I love like the crows. They're there and they're flying by. Or like if like a leaf hits my windshield and then like the guy in front of me just like suddenly slams on his brakes. Like the universe gives you like little things if you just like take time to not listen to the dialogue in the head and just look around you. I feel like that's how I've like operated most of my life.
Yeah, intuitively.
And it's been really weird to like enter the dialogue and like try and analyze my life, which like started once I like broke up with my ex.
Hmm.
And like trying to do the dialogue and trying to like put the words to it and trying to like analyze it and be like, okay, like this isn't what I wanted from my life and this is what I do want from my life. Like that was causing more resistance than me just like going back to the little things and just like pay attention to like the nuances because like literally at the end of the fucking day, like I'm gonna be dead in 100 years.
Mhm.
Like human existence is just like such a blip of a lifetime that like
So what do you feel during
I
this
just try to
blip?
like step back at in a lot of situations.
During this blip of a lifetime that you're in right now as Nina H, right?
Yeah.
Um, what do you focused on doing while you're here, or enjoying, or pursuing, or just anything every day, whatever comes? Or are there things like you've built your own little bucket list things that you want to do and experience?
Yeah, like I don't know, man. I don't really know what I'm gonna be when I grow up. Like I don't know what's gonna happen next year or next week or like next
No, no,
life
no,
or like no,
no,
like
no. Fuck,
literally
fuck,
like
fuck,
you said
fuck
like
what I want to
purpose.
be.
Like no,
Yeah,
no, it's the
no, no.
same thing because like I don't know
All
if I
right.
want to like help people or teach children. Like those things sound cool right now. Like I love fucking children. I love them like more than anything because like adults are like lost on me. I can't get the big words. It's never gonna happen.
Uh-huh.
Like I
Hmm.
gotta get to them before they like have those ingrained patterns.
Yeah, no doubt.
But like I might not like even fucking like that in a year. So like even that answer doesn't seem like relevant enough. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't seem like that matters because that's like not how I conduct myself. Like I can answer the question, but it just like I don't know. And
Yeah.
does it really
So
matter? No, because
okay,
I'm
so
so
so then that would be the first answer. I think the former, the one I said where you're just basically just going by the flow. Whatever life brings, that's what you're here for.
yeah.
That's what you're doing, and it's great.
It's fun to look back and make like correlations and be like, oh, this happened, and then oh, like that happened, and
Yeah.
you like have like the drama of your life, but like it doesn't not like drama in the sense of like a dramatic movie that you have to cry, but like the play of it, like a Shakespearean like tale, like you have like the tale of it like humanity, if that makes
Hmm.
sense.
Yeah, it does absolutely. And the exec says they're all every story is all part of the same story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So like all you have to do is like weave it together in a way that benefits you at the time, you
Hmm.
know? Everything that you've learned and been exposed to and experienced. And like that's how I try to live like whatever I've seen and I've learned and I've like seen as patterns in my own life, whatever they like might be, like I'll just like try to keep going towards that. And if like I hit a wall, then I'll just turn.
Yeah. There's I don't know, a Swedish film or some European film. The whole thing was in caps. I'm pretty sure it was like Swedish they were speaking. So I wish I knew because I don't remember the movie. I'd really like to see it again. But it was about this guy. He goes through his whole life, and he literally just makes decisions or just kind of goes through his life, literally going with what's in front of him, the jobs, the life circumstances, and like to the point, it's like I think at one point I don't know his. I think it started where his wife died because that's the thing he was in, and then he just I don't know some shit. Anyway, or some crazy shit happened, family died or something. He just kind of moved on, just kept going with his day, like not necessarily emotionally processing things, not like a sociopath either, just kind of like Forrest Gump. Do you see Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
Kind of like going with the flow, right? I go now to Vietnam, and then he's playing football there, or he's playing football, and like just kind of going with the flow of what life puts in front of him. And it was like really interesting this documentary, the way it laid it out. Like, what a fascinating fucking life this guy had, and how he dealt with problems that most of us are like really intense emotional problems. Like, oh, he literally just kind of went with the flow. Really fascinating, and seeing how his life went out.
Yeah, it's all just data at the end of the day, and how you
Data,
weigh the data. Yeah. It's all
data, and
just like things coming in and how you want to like analyze it.
how we
So,
give meaning to the data, or the means, the average of
yeah.
the data. It's a very interesting concept. Hmm. Let's see, what was the other question? Um, okay, all right. So let me refine that other question, the question I gave originally. Do you have anything, so not purposes, not calling, not mission, any of that shit, but do you have things that you've experienced in this life that have made you want to, they put it on your butt, throw it in the vortex for you for the future, whenever that holds, like skydiving. I'm going to do skydiving for sure, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I would love to do skydiving. If it's gonna happen, it would happen. Like I'm not the kind of person to like go out and like make sure something happens um for the sake of it. Like I like to think of the ideas and then just be like, okay, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, like I'm not gonna like sweat
Yeah.
it.
So when you think of it though, and it makes you like excited and happy, and then you let it go.
Yeah.
Right. To me, so
Like
it's
sure,
like
it'd
putting
be
it.
fun to skydive, but like I want to go base jumping in like the caves of fucking like, you know, any like
There we
tropical
go.
country and go like down into the thing. Like that would be super cool. But I could like imagine myself doing that and like in essence I'm doing it, right? But like if my life
Totally.
brings it into being, that'd be cool. Like if the universe wills it for me, that would be like really awesome, you know? Like
Yeah.
and I know if I wanted to do something, like if I wanted to surf, I could like go out and do that and like go to the waves and like figure it out because I know I'm like a capable God creator human being that can like fucking figure anything out that I set my mind to. For sure, that would be great. That would be awesome. That sounds cool. Like, but I've also tried skateboarding and I kind of hated it, so maybe I might not surf. Like, but I don't live at the beach, so like sometimes I don't like it's fun to dream like all the fucking things and manifest like all that things and like they could totally happen. But if they're not like in my room of doors, the realm of doors that are like in the room that I'm in right now and not like 3 rooms down, then like cool. Like if it does and if it doesn't, like I'm ready for the surprise.
Yeah. Okay. We found. I totally get what you're saying. 100%. Like really, I can relate to that for sure. Have you found there's things you run into that are hard to let go of? Like that relationship, I guess, would be one of them. But other things like that too.
I felt like at that point it was like easy to let go of.
Once you came
You know,
to
I
that
feel like
conclusion or realization.
yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I've never really like been a kind of person that gets like attached to things. Like
Mhm.
I don't know if it's because just like I didn't really like have many friends growing up or I didn't like get like attached to like objects because we moved around a lot. Like I never really got like attached to like people or things or anything going around. So like everything is just fucking temporary. So like letting things go, it's just normal.
I agree. I also realizing that's great to see you be able to like operate in that so easily because there's still things that I feel like that's probably the human problem is letting go in a sense, being able to, especially we're born into a world where still all this trauma and all this bullshit and racism and wars and money, for example, just even that alone, just that dynamic, but all this shit and so when people find a good decent relationship or a good enough relationship or then they have kids or there's a lot of things that where it can seem like well this is good enough and what I have is worth sacrificing the deeper things of my soul, the things that like I'm really in resistance in this lifestyle I'm in, but it's hard to go from the liminal space to let go of the known even though it's not really what you want or ideal and it causes some
Yeah.
rust in the soul.
All the words that you're hearing is you're not ideal and it's hard and it's like not it's like you're settling and it's not enough. Like even those words are like 50%.
Right.
Like
And
if
so,
you're
like,
giving 50% of yourself, of course like you're not gonna
well, like even it comes to different points, right? I give 100% of my everything into my marriage, even though as far as relationships go, it was a shitty relationship, right? Shitty. Like it wasn't reciprocal. It wasn't like beneficial. It wasn't like mutually loving and enjoyable and fun. And I found those inside of myself in that marriage, so that when it ended, when I left, it was all on my end very beautiful internally. So I deal with the anxieties of being totally on my own and figuring out life on my own and just not having someone there every day and like, a lot of shit, lonely, anxiety, parts of myself that came up that I'd repressed because I had to for the sake of the marriage and like, all that shit. But so I definitely agree with like you make of it whatever situation it's your perspective, it's what you make of it for sure. But then there becomes that like the transition point where I knew I was supposed to leave, but there was still that 2 months in between where I'm trying to talk to her about separating and she's not even wanting to have the conversations. And we go to counseling, 4 hours of counseling just to talk about how to separate. Like in that, like she wouldn't even talk about it with me. I was trying to have a conversation like adults and like I tried like 5 or 6 times and she wouldn't even have a conversation. So then we go to counselor and then, then the night that I actually left, it was just because we're having this progression of conversation. And again, so this whole time I'm trying to make choices now towards expanding myself, getting out of this situation that's causing me resistance now at this point in my life. We're in a marriage, we share a home, we didn't have any kids or anything, which is great. So we don't have that dynamic, but I can imagine other people who do. It just adds additional like anxiety and tension until the decision's made, you know. And even once I moved out, it relieved a lot of weight, but it also added new layers of anxiety for a while I was going through a transition, you know, even really over the next year and waiting for a house to be sold and kind of move forward with all that stuff. So a lot of that year is really uncomfortable in a lot of ways. I didn't know how she was going to respond. I didn't know what she wanted to do. I didn't know how we're going to figure out how to afford things. I'd figure all that shit out while I was making a transition into my freedom. So it's just interesting. I mean, some things are real easy choices, right? They're easy decisions to make it once you decide to make the choice internally. The actual 3D effects or walking that out can sometimes be really, you know, tumultuous or anxiety ridden for a while until like your life or your circumstances line up around the decision that you just made for yourself.
Oh, for sure. Like life can throw you like so much shit. And you can just be like on the week for like the whole week, just like crying on the couch and not moving.
So yeah,
Yeah.
fucking yeah, fantastic, fun.
Mm.
Fun. Best parts of being human. And I get like you get the contrast of getting to appreciate the positive moments. I get all that. That's fine. It's just like, come on, man. Some shit's just really unpleasant. And you know, if I can find ways to not repeat patterns, then that's ideal.
Exactly, the patterns.
Yeah.
Like Tesla said.
It's one thing. It's one thing to like be crying on your couch for a week because of, you know, what some situation that happened you couldn't control. You know, when you love, there's risk there, being hurt and being vulnerable, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's fine. There's no shame in that. There's no guilt. There's no like I made a wrong choice. This is just the life experience of making choices that I made for whatever reasons I made them. There's no regrets there, but this is the pain I'm in. That's okay. That's a part of life. That's fine. Like that really, I don't mind that kind of pain. I don't mind any pain. I can choose my perspective on it. But the pain that really
it's so
sucks
much fun to cry. I love crying. That's what being a human is. Let's get angry and fight and love and all of it.
All the emotions. Yeah, they're all great.
Sorry you had to sign up for that contract, but I still enjoyed it.
Yeah, no doubt. When I didn't, and I definitely did enjoy it. It's just yeah, transition is there's this phrase came to me. There's only years ago, but there's only turmoil in the transition. Like once you're transitioned, there's usually a routine or some set of expectations, even in your life of like whatever comes. You kind of have a regular, somewhat expectation based on where you're living, what the days are. There's some kind of pattern or habit or whatever. Excuse me. But the turmoil is only in the transition. So when you're transitioning out of new or old habit patterns, thought processes, or physical life circumstances or relationships, you know, there is some turmoil in transitioning train tracks, if you will, or whatever, until you're back on a different track or you're actually now going and things are starting to line up for you in a way that helps fluidically, your reality flows around you eventually.
I feel like that's definitely the way the world is right now.
Yeah, I'm ready for that shit to be over. No more turmoil, man. Let's just fucking.
Dude, I'm so excited for what's gonna happen. I'm like, I was like ready for these boundaries to break down. Like, I was so sick of like these like systems and mundanes and like the things with the rules and this and that. Like, like I am so glad something is like shaking things up and like throwing like a curveball to the wind and like bringing chaos to like on like a mass scale to a lot of people that like weren't listening. I mean, are they listening now? God, I hope so.
More are. I mean, even look at this shit we set up. I remember before I took a trip back in March with Angela for a week, went out and saw Frank and Paula, and then a bunch of different people from the Fearless group. As we went to Serpent Mound in Ohio and Washington D.C. and a bunch of different places. But I knew before that trip, and I was talking with Angela, and I had this vision of like the world as in a Rubik's cube, like a dodecahedron or like a Rubik's cube. And it's always moving and shifting and whatever, you know, like the ways the world works and operates and does whatever. And we've learned to live on one of those little squares and like learn how to operate in this world, how it works. But right now with the whole coronavirus shit, it's like all those pieces have exploded and they're out in that atmosphere all here, all red and in fear and like figuring shit out. So the rest of us who are grounded into Earth still and still doing our thing, don't really care about what's going on in the world. We're now down here like free reign on Earth. Because everybody out here doesn't know what they're doing. So we get to come in and create whole new realities and existences. And that's what we're doing. I mean, this whole channel thing starting, all this stuff is just happening.
The image is following you perfectly.
Oh, cool. Right on. So like, So we're all here creating something that, so when the world settles again, whatever that looks like, it's settling onto the frameworks we are creating right now. I
Exactly.
think that's pretty cool shit, man.
Yeah, right?
Hmm.
Do you feel it too?
Good. Hardcore. As soon as the virus hit, I told my mom too, 'cause she knows we've had a lot of these conversations as I've been transitioning out of church and different things. But as soon as the virus hit, I'm like, oh fuck, mom, it's on. Like I was born
Yeah,
for
but
this
we
shit.
were preparing for it. We're like, something's
Yeah.
gonna happen. Something's gonna fucking happen.
And not even just the truth or shit. Like I follow that. I get the vaccine stuff and Bill Gates, and I follow that kind of stuff and like whatever.
No, I meant like the universe, like giving something to like cause like a major shift in the world. Like it wasn't war. It wasn't like
Oh, I know.
environmental stuff. Like it was like this to like get everybody on the same fucking page.
Well, that's it. It is. I mean, because it could have been any one of those things. It just depends on how the timeline played out.
We guessed all those other things. Did we get this one? I guess Sylvia Brown did. I heard that was going around that she like guessed it in one of her books, and she said exactly 2020 a pneumonia plus disease will come and like and apparently it's going to come in 10 years again also, she predicted. And she's like
Will says I feel it.
Yeah. I feel it. Change. I'm so ready.
So yeah, totally. And the way that people predict those things accurately, to me, it's just you're just perceiving timelines.
Yeah.
And the timelines they're more prevalent based on belief. So Jules Verne, whoever wrote like way back when about in 100 years we'll have ships that fly to the moon, all this crazy shit back when they had steam train engines, right?
Things that right.
Well, was he right, or he perceived a timeline because he created a book? People believed it. They began to imagine this. They literally created the etherical reality for the actual 3D timeline to manifest. Do you see what I'm saying?
Now we have Elon Musk.
Yeah, no shit.
We have one man. Nobody else believes in that story anymore. Isn't that sad?
And so
I want to go to Mars.
Yeah, well, I can go there right now and teleport.
But you were talking about like when you were going around with like Angela and them, like even like a month ago in like March, and I was like, I didn't talk to spiritual people before this stuff. Like my friends did, like Aria did. Like she's like in all the shaman groups. She took like the psychic class. She does like the tarot. Like I don't talk to those people. Like I don't practice. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like I just kind of live my life.
Yeah.
She's like, no, you'll be fine. These people will like you. And I'm like, sure.
Oh, right on. I had no idea. That's great. Yeah, see, and we do like you. It's awesome.
Nice. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This is premium content right here. You can have a nice long fucking huge chat with a random person. It goes on for 6 hours. It's pretty cool. 7 hours, shit.
Yeah.
546, 246. 246. Good numbers. So what do you know about Tesla?
I know like a lot. I know like a variety of things. I know like words, but I don't know depth. I'm not a very depth kind of person.
Because whatever works for you is all that matters. You don't have to explain to nobody.
Yeah. I just need it to resonate. Like at the end of the day, like whatever.
Yeah, it's fun. It's funny. I thought this earlier.
like,
so, like
I believe in nothing. Like at the end of the day, I literally believe in nothing. Like I am brand new and newborn, and like please like humiliate me and teach me something new. Like clean slate. Like if that makes sense.
No, it totally makes sense. Yeah. It's just how people engage and perceive things differently. Because it's interesting. Because I remember interacting with someone and kind of counseling her in a dynamic where, because there is value in bringing words to things, being able for men to be able to hold space for women to find words, not trying to necessarily tell them what they mean or answer their problems, like to have the conversations or ask the questions or help them hold space to find out, to give words to what they're feeling, because that really helps guys understand, and just communication in that simplest dynamic. So there's value in finding words. There's also value though in not having words and being allowed just to feel, and you don't have to justify how you feel. And so for her, it was really important to not find words. She doesn't have to find words. Just feel however you're feeling. You don't have to describe it or put it in words. Like allow yourself just to feel. You know, so they're both really important, just at different times or in different dynamics.
Oh, for sure. I completely agree.
Willis says, I feel it. And she said you earlier, I think, when you made a comment. But she's our one viewer. We have one viewer left. It's Willow. She's been here since the beginning, and she's on like every episode. That's so cool.
I love Willow. She's great. Everyone's great. It's
I
just
know,
late.
man.
No one's gonna listen to this. Aaron, you have a personal call with me. Thanks to get to know Nina and Willow
no
too.
doubt. No doubt. Really. It's like us having a just fucking FaceTime chat, and Willow happens to be commenting on it occasionally and listening.
Like we're friends and I don't even know you.
Yeah, cool, man. That's how it goes. Digital space, man. It's a new age.
You know, you just like come together. I'm gonna be my 100% authentic self and like be honest and bearing, and I hope you are too. And that's it, right? It can be great, and then you can like. There can be more, there can be less, and then it's totally fine.
100%. I think it's great. And I like being able to, like, honestly, the weirder the better for people. I don't think you're going to find too many people who are like, you know, years back from now, or like we do tons of shows. Let's say we keep doing this for 6 months. Jesus, it's like what, fucking 3 times 6, 30, how much is that? 180 episodes? Holy shit, I can't even imagine. Well, anyway, let's say that happens. I just can't, there's not many people I look back and I'm like, okay, that guest was weird. Right? Maybe, but like really, man, the weirder the better. You know,
yeah,
the more
like
weird it is,
Tiger
like,
King. Is that a thing everybody likes right now?
apparently, I have not.
That
I've
shit's
just
weird.
seen
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that shit. I see memes or something. I'm like, what the fuck, man? And it's like some
Apparently
show on
it's
Netflix or
hilarious.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I hear. I've been to. You watch Rick and Morty?
Yes.
Awesome. What do you like about Rick and Morty?
There's secrets in Rick and Morty.
Oh yeah,
That's
for
where I get like a
sure.
lot of my ideas is from like science fiction and fantasy and not like the religious text.
For sure, 100%, man. I love sci-fi. Sci-fi is the most like imagination expanding thing.
Oh
It's fucking
yeah.
great.
It's
Yeah.
real though. That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm. As long as you believe it's real, right? Mm-hmm. As long as it matters in your reality.
Yeah.
So we're rolling over into 7 hours right now.
550.
Nice. Yeah, it's 2:50 here. That's 7. Also 7 hours, 7, and 1 viewer, 1 Willow, 1 Willow Beavers.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah. I think we called it a night, and yeah, it's an epic podcast and cool private conversation pretty much for the last hour. So that's awesome.
Great to talk to you.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. And so yeah, anytime, like you've got, you know how it works now. If you're in the chat anytime, just and you're interested in joining the conversation, or just want to pin Zach in a corner again, get in a discussion, feel free to hop on.
Did he get a little upset?
I don't know. I'll talk to him afterwards. Whatever it was great. I think I know well Zach enough. Like it's fine. It's something he'll just process afterwards. It's fine. I don't, you know. So, but no, it's great. I mean, it's great to have that dynamic on the show with the guest too, and you holding your own, because it really could have potentially ended in a way like you felt not comfortable, or just like it was really intense, not necessarily, and like didn't really want to come back. And it's like, well, that's not ideal. That's not what we're trying to do here.
I'm not everyone's cup of tea.
But the trick for us is that anyone who comes on the show, we make you the cup of tea for everyone. Like that's part of being an interviewer. It's like trying to adjust. I mean, obviously being sincere to our own perspectives and beliefs, but also, especially in the context of the show, trying to adjust around what other people think and believe. So,
yeah,
it's good. It was great dialogue. It's great dialogue, and just understanding human behavior and ourselves and psychology. And you know, I honestly love that it made someone in the chat uncomfortable. That to me is funny, kind of like it's like, you know, this is great. This type of uncomfortable is awesome. Yeah, like I couldn't have predicted this was going to happen. Like that type of like intense dialogue. Like, oh, I'm like, this is fucking great. Plus, it's like inner work for me. Watching you guys dialogue, I'm watching myself dialogue with myself at different times over different things, and just seeing it playing out in front of me. It's fucking great.
That's great. Awesome. You got something out of it.
I got tons out of it. Yeah, it's worth watching again for people. It's fucking great.
So all that matters.
So, all right, we'll go as Willow. That's it, Nina.
Have a good night, guys.
This has been wonderful. Have a wonderful evening. Sleep well. Stay up well. Whatever you do.
Next time.
We'll catch you next time.
Good night.
Night. Night, Willow.